Okay, let me check out what these people are doing. I haven't watched this yet.
Find certain roles, we've collectively agreed upon those, but we're each pretty capable defenders of each of the views that are going to be represented tonight. The debate topic, of course, is whether or not we have a free will. Free will, as we're going to use the term, is the ability to control our actions. And we're most interested in the kind of control that's needed for moral responsibility. That is being praiseworthy or blameworthy for our actions. So for instance, if I'm of sound mind and I punch your mother after losing to her in Fortnite, FIFA, or whatever I play, whatever the kids play these days, I'm blameworthy for that. Or so we intuitively think. It was up to me whether I punch her, and that was sort of under my control. And I decided to punch her. That would be an example of an exercise of free will, at least, of course, assuming there is such a thing as free will. And the question, of course, is, do we have the kind of control of our actions needed to be morally praiseworthy for them, to be held accountable for them, or blameworthy, as the case may be? Many philosophers think yes, some philosophers think no, and we'll see who wins tonight. Okay, so Noah, you are going to be defending a free will view, so how about you start us off?
Yeah, well, I think the fact that we have free will is manifestly obvious. It's just a part of my everyday experience, right? often I'm confronted with many alternatives and I can just choose. I can just choose whichever alternative I think is best for my own reasons. I'm not being forced by someone or something outside of me to choose. It's up to me. So that's the way things appear. Now, sometimes things aren't the way they appear. But I think, as a general principle, we should assume they are unless we're given a strong reason to think that they aren't. So that's why I think there's free will. I think it seems like there's free will, and I don't think the arguments against free will are very strong. I think we can make sense of free will.
Okay, so in reply to that,
Okay, so his argument is he thinks free will exists because he senses it.
well, Noah, appearances can be deceiving. A lot of time we see things that seem to appear a certain way, but it actually turns out it's something different. If you look out on the horizon, it looks like the Earth is flat. If you look up at the sky, it looks like the sun moves across the sky rather than the Earth rotating. All these are instances where we see something, it seems a certain way, but it turns out to be completely wrong. Similarly, our intuitions can be biased and irrational. There are a lot of incidents where it seems like there are factors in our environment that cause us to do a certain thing, even though that factor is completely arbitrary or irrelevant. For example, some studies purport to show that judges are more likely to give lenient sentences if they'd had lunch. It doesn't seem like whether they've had lunch is relevant to whether someone has committed a crime or the severity of their punishment. So it seems like there are many cases where our intuitions and how things appear to us completely fail. So your argument needs more, it seems. We need to say something about why our appearances or intuitions, those are reliable when it comes to free will, even though we know that there are many cases where they're otherwise unreliable.
If I could jump in to defend your argument. I agree that there are many cases where appearances are deceiving, right? So appearances can be deceiving. We should all grant that. We can't necessarily infer automatically that things are.
For something to be deceiving, you have to have a will to identify that which is deceiving. Otherwise, what's the deceit going to be? If things just are how they are and you're just determined to pick up on them, you take out the essence of finding the truth of the matter, finding the truth of the thing in question.
Or must be the way that they appear. But I still think, as Noah said, we should at least assume that things are the way that they appear. That's at least a good default presumption.
We should just
and we should only
just assume.
I think
Lenient sentences, if they
we have just ordinary humdrum knowledge about the world. We're provided with sufficiently strong countervailing. We only give up that presumption. That's at least a good default presumption. And we can't necessarily infer automatically that things are or must be the way that they appear.
They're all three of them already assuming that there is a right way to assess a thing, right? That's assumed in their speech, that there is a way to assess if something is real, if you're correct or incorrect. So they're already assuming that there's things you can pick up on. Now, to be able to abandon your will in this evaluation is going to be the problem. What's going to be doing the evaluating? What's going to be the ultimate authority on how you decide or discern what is true or what is false? You can't do it from a determined position.
But I still think, as Noah said, we should at least assume that things are the way that they appear. That's at least a good default presumption.
Assuming the way things appear is a good default presumption. I mean, that's just an opinion. What is he really saying there? That he's assuming that your first inclination or your intuition is right, and if something to the contrary comes along, you can sort of weigh it out or make a new determination. But if you want to question what his assumption is, that's where it gets interesting.
Presumption. And we should only give up that presumption unless and until we're provided with sufficiently strong countervailing considerations, so sufficiently good reasons to doubt the appearances, right? In the case of the flat Earth, right? if you go back, let's say, many thousands of years,
They
they
say,
didn't have the kind of science that we have now. And it seems
I'll assume everyone's an idiot until they individually prove otherwise. That's sort of the idea he's floating here. I mean, he's not saying that, but he's keeping the door open for those kinds of ideas. Like, you can just assume things and assume they're correct until proven otherwise, which he's opening the door for a blind faith belief system. But as they get into will and determinism, they're going to have to deconstruct that.
seems like they would have been justified at the time. Like, it would have been reasonable for them at the time to think that the Earth is flat, because it seems that way, and they don't have any reason to doubt their seeming.
Doubt the seeming. It seems like this. Therefore, what? That's what it seems like.
Likewise, I think we should say the same thing here. Until we're given a sufficiently strong reason to think that the appearance is mistaken, then we should trust the appearance. And in fact, I think this is like a really good methodological principle across the board. So like, otherwise, if we didn't accept that methodological principle, it's really hard to explain how we have just ordinary humdrum.
So this is the typical autonomous philosopher, right? They smuggle in these assumptions and shoulds and oughts to try to build a case. Like, I think we should assume it's true until otherwise. I think we should trust what we see until proven otherwise. It's just a smuggled in assumption. When you say, why is that the case? Why is that right? You start to break down his philosophy, what he's trying to pull in there, as absurd. And you give a lot of examples that you go, okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can see how that works. But ultimately, he's just smuggling in an arbitrary autonomous philosophy and trying to get you to buy it. So if you say, no, I'm not going to assume that, I'm not going to agree with that until you show it's true in reality, which will break him down to, well, it's just an assumption I'm bringing in. And then how do you account for the assumption you're bringing in? Because it seems that way. It's back to feelings, seemings, right? The autonomous philosophy, 5 sense data, things seem as they are type of thing.
Knowledge about the world around us. So I take it that we all think, there's an external world. There's a world out there independently of my mind. And
yeah, solipsist doesn't think that.
What goes on inside my brain. But that really seems true. It seems like obvious that there are people out there, that there are things out there, that there's a mind-independent world. But like, philosophers have talked quite some time about these various skeptical scenarios. So imagine a case where like there's a brain in a vat. Like scientists have, unbeknownst to you, when you were asleep, they took your brain, they took it out of your skull, they put it inside of a vat.
Yeah. So skeptic wants to bring in a brain in a vat, right? Skeptic challenges everything, but not really. Not really at all. But the skeptic wants to try to bring an example of a brain in a vat, right? Someone who's going to be relying on sense data, experience, scientific discovery. So what is this brain in a vat theory? How does that get called in by, well, I mean, of course, by the solipsist, it's nonsense, but even the skeptic, which is in a similar vein, they're pulling in something that they don't know to be the case. They don't have any evidence for it. They don't have any experience with this, but they want to make an argument with it. Why would you let them do that? Why would you let them pull in a brain vat theory from their imagination and use it? Question it. Show them that they're using something that they don't even know to be true or real and trying to argue it.
Containing life-sustaining nutrients. They hooked up various electrodes to the brain and put it next to a computer, and they just fed in electrical stimulation to make things appear exactly the way they would appear as you sitting here and watching this debate. So you would have all the same appearances. Things would appear the same way, even though you're a brain in a vat. You're not actually sitting in an auditorium watching a debate. That seems kind of crazy. And also, it just seems mistaken. The appearance that runs very radically contrary to the appearances. And I think we would all agree that it's quite reasonable to trust our appearances, that there actually is an external world. And it's very hard to explain how we're justified in that verdict if we can't have a default to trust in the way things appear.
Yeah, good. So it sounds like
Yeah, so he's saying that none of this works without faith.
what you're saying is that merely saying that our appearances sometimes don't seem real or aren't vertical That's not what's relevant. What we need is an active argument to doubt, a reason to doubt the particular appearance of free will that we do have. Okay, what do you think of this argument? It seems like there are good evolutionary explanations for why you want to suppose that some people have free will. Take, for example, the practices of praising someone when they do something good or blaming them when they do something bad. It seems that if I don't suppose that you have free will, it's very hard to justify praising or blaming you. If you donate your money to charity, but you couldn't have done otherwise, or it wasn't even in your control, it seems a little weird to praise you.
Sure, good points. If you're determined to give you credit or discredit you, doesn't seem likely, but it's worse than this, which I doubt they'll even get into. But if you don't have free will, you can't even establish arguments and be responsible for the arguments you're establishing.
Similarly, if you do something bad, like lie, it seems a little unfair to criticize you.
Something bad like lie, right? You question that. How does this person's worldview think that lying is bad? Why do they think it's bad? Sometimes people have very good results from lying. Is that bad? Is it bad for them? It's bad for somebody else because they lied to somebody else. What if the greater good is more in favor of the one who lied? I mean, these judgment systems, these secular judgment systems just go in circles. They constantly smuggle in good, bad, right, and wrong. You ask them to account for it. It just seems that way. Just my opinion.
Or to blame you if you couldn't have done otherwise. So, at the same time, however, praising and blaming people performs an extremely important social function. By praising someone, I can endorse certain behaviors. I can encourage that society will act in a certain way.
Yeah, a military general can praise his soldiers as he coaches them and teaches them how to kill strangers based on arbitrary commands. Right? That's the drill sergeant, the commanding officer's motive is to encourage desperate men who end up in the military to kill other men who live in other places based on the story they give them and try to call them hero or courageous.
By blaming them, I discourage that behavior.
I suppose a soldier with a determined mindset is even in better shape as far as his conscience, unless it catches up with him. He's like, I have no choice. Just doing what I'm doing. Sure, I guess that makes it easier to kill strangers. To think that you're not responsible.
Here. Take, for example, punishment. It seems hard to justify state punishment if we don't suppose the people who committed the crimes had done the crimes in the relevant way, yet control.
Right, decent arguments. The whole justice system is based on having a free will, or will to the degree that you're making the choice to harm other people or take advantage of others. You're going to pull down the justice system with determinism.
With their actions, etc. Seems really important, and we posit or suppose that people have free will. But that is perfectly consistent with us not having free will at all. It seems like we would have evolved to have this important social function of praising and blaming that supposes that people have free will, even though we need not have had free will at all. So this is some reason to be skeptical of intuitions that we have free will, even if it seems that like free will seems very intuitive.
I see where you're coming from, but I'm not quite sure it's true that we would evolve to have this illusion of free will, even if we didn't have free will. And that's because I don't think the illusion of free will is a necessary part of our practice of rewarding good behavior and punishing bad behavior. We could have those very same practices by which we encourage and discourage different kinds of behavior without having a concept of free will at all. So
you could be determined to make a claim that certain behaviors are good and certain behaviors are bad, but there's no responsibility, accountability, or culpability from the person that's doing it. So does that make sense?
to illustrate this, consider Hercules, my tiny miniature schnauzer puppy. Now, I don't think Hercules has free will. I don't think he's a moral agent. I don't think that he's deliberating about the reasons for and against choosing one way or the other. He's just kind of, goes with the flow, so to speak. But I can still reward good behavior and punish bad behavior.
It's because he creates a system with his dog in which he trains his dog. Sit, lay down, don't get up on the couch. And then the dog slowly learns what his master, the dog's a pack animal, right? But they tend to be obedient to the master, the alpha of the house. So he's just stating that he can make an animal behave in certain ways through a reward system, right?
On Hercules' part, right? If he jumps up and eats, I call it snarfs because he doesn't really chew, he just inhales it. So if he just snarfs my whole breakfast while my back is turned, I can say no, bad dog. So I can discourage that behavior. And then if he does something really, if he's very well behaved, if he sits there and doesn't snarf my whole breakfast, then I can give him a treat. And this works, right? He's a much better behaved dog because of this.
So is he making an example where a ruling class would treat us like dogs, like animals? No one's really in control of what they're doing, but since we're a special class of people, the ruling class, we're going to set out these arbitrary standards to control the populace and sort of just design what right and wrong are and encourage and discourage accordingly. It's just it would just be a complete arbitrary system. And the people who design it or implement it, when they're questioned, they have the defense of, we didn't create this with our will. We're not actually responsible for this. And two, what? It just becomes a discussion of nonsense, in which people are you're not responsible, I'm not responsible, but I'm going to take control and set out arbitrary rules and tell you how to live anyway.
This practice. And so I think that if we didn't have free will, we would just treat other human beings that way. And that would be a perfectly fine, that would be a perfectly fine method for controlling behavior.
Perfectly fine for controlling behavior. So he's perfectly fine with a ruling class setting arbitrary rules to control him and his family's behavior because what? He can't reach into his philosophy and say, because that's good, because that's right. Here's why. He's likely coming from a subjective ethical position. And on top of this, he's arguing that he doesn't even have a will. So all his arguments come into question. Whose arguments are they?
In fact, there are some philosophers who think that we don't have free will, but yet they say we should reward and punish behavior in precisely the way I just described for the reason I described. So they don't seem to think that we would have to give that practice up if we all came.
Oh, so some dead guys think that, huh? How's that relevant?
To doubt the existence of free will. So I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced it's just an illusion.
What you're convinced of is one thing. Your argument to the contrary is another thing. You could not be convinced, but your argument is terrible. You've just said that you're assuming things are without choice, but we can still implement a system on top of that, which is going to be arbitrary. And the good and the bad within the system are also going to be arbitrary.
I think if we didn't have free will, it just wouldn't seem like we do. But it does seem like we do. So probably we have it.
Yeah. And
What?
I think if we didn't have free will, it just wouldn't seem like we do. But it does seem like we do. So probably we have it.
Okay. Great argument, dude.
Yeah. And so I'll add something here as well. So just to help all of us track, the original argument that's on the table from Noah is something like, it really seems like we have free will. Like it seems from the first person perspective, we seem to be able to control our actions. We seem to be correct in praising other people and blaming other people for their actions. It just seems to be a kind of common sense, intuitive view. And moreover, we should give
This is why you want to break it down into the argument itself, right? People grant themselves positions and then argue as though they have a leg to stand on. When you're talking about will and you're talking about responsibility, go to the argument itself. How is Joel going to make an argument without the will to do so, without the relevant ability to evaluate a situation, to make a conclusion, and then to express it in language? If he's saying he's somehow able to do that without a will, good luck. But still, his argument itself, if it's determined, means he's not responsible. He does not make an actual argument. He's uttering a statement that's determined, and on and on and on. You keep tracing it back to find some sort of standard in place, or actual reasoning as to how he got to the conclusion, and it's just determined ideas that are coming to him.
Kind of default trust in common sense, intuitive seeming views, unless and until we're given sufficient reason to think that they're mistaken. Sometimes we are given such reasons in the case of like the earth being round and whatnot. But other times we're not. Like it seems like 1 + 1 = 2 and we don't have really good reasons to doubt that. So we should trust that seeming. And so the thought is like, we haven't been given such reasons. Now you've attempted to offer one such underminer of that intuition. You're trying to say, hey, no, we actually shouldn't be trusting that intuition, because look at the evolutionary.
How are they going to make an argument about should and shouldn't be with a subjective moral framework? You should do this. You should challenge this. You shouldn't do that. Why? What's the standard in place that's allowing you to tell me what I should and shouldn't do? They'll move to ask you questions. You say, no, I don't want you to ask me questions. I just want you to plainly state the system you have in place to move your argument forward about how I should do things and why I should do them. There's nothing there. That's the point of asking them that.
Function of praising practices and blaming practices. It seemed like we would have had that intuition even if we didn't have free will, because it's evolutionarily advantageous. So you're trying to give what philosophers call like an evolutionary debunker or an evolutionary defeater for the intuition, basically appealing to evolution to show how we would have had the intuition even if the relevant belief based on the intuition is false. So like we would have had an intuition that we have free will even if we didn't have free will. And that's supposed to remove the evidential value of the intuition. It's supposed to undermine it, make it so that we can no longer trust it or rely upon it in our reasoning. But I don't.
I'd like to know what any of these things are going, and any of these people are able to hash out what intuition is. Are they materialists?
Think that this sort of reasoning can be true in general, right? I mean, like take moral beliefs, our basic moral sensibilities, like what's good and bad or right, wrong. It's good to help other people. It's bad to just torture people for fun. It's bad to lie, and those sorts of things. Our moral beliefs were also produced by evolution and evolutionary.
Produced by evolution. Okay, so it doesn't matter if this is his argument, because when they open, they're just trying to play philosopher, like, oh, it's not my argument, I'm just throwing out ideas, which, you know, there's a place for that. But I'm still following it as though it's the individual worldview to make the point. So look what is being said here. It's bad to lie. It's good to help other people. It's wrong to hurt people for fun. It's bad to lie. And those sorts were produced by evolution. Produced by evolution. A chain of determined events, physical events that somehow spawn a right and wrong in the behavior of the being. You have to explain that process. You just assume it. I mean, it's a fundamental pillar of philosophy. You got metaphysics, epistemology, ethics. The guy in the middle said he studies metaphysics. The guy on the right said he studies metaphysics and epistemology. You can't just smuggle ethics in there. Oh yeah, just along the way, you know, the evolutionary cycle, then morals emerged. Yeah. Tell me more.
Processes. So, and our basic moral.
Oh, produced by evolutionary processes. See how stupid that answer is? Produced by evolutionary process. Oh, that's great. You said nothing.
Intuitions, like the way things seem in the moral domain.
The moral domain. Okay. So he has it as a domain. It's about the way they seem. Hitler seems to think if you take out all the Jews, overall, you're going to have a greater flourishing and well-being on the earth. Is Hitler wrong? It's the way things seem to him. That's his intuition. Do you have an argument that can show that that's not right?
If we followed your reasoning, it seems like we would no longer be able to even trust any of our moral beliefs based on moral intuitions, right? Because evolution only cares about survival and reproduction. It's not really sensitive to the moral facts. Instead, it gives us moral sensibilities because they just helped people survive and reproduce. So we would have had the relevant moral intuitions that helping people is good, that torturing people is bad. We would have had those even if there were no moral facts.
What are the moral intuitions if you're determined? Determined signals to move you in a certain direction. You're not making an evaluation. Just something nudging you, telling you to do this, that this is good, but you have no actual rhyme or reason to explain why that's the case, except it seems that way. It's my feelings.
Since evolution still would have been evolutionarily beneficial or advantageous. It's the same line of reasoning. So by
beneficial or advantageous also in question. Beneficial to who? Beneficial and advantageous by what standard? Just constant smuggling from the secular philosophers.
my basic criticism here is that your reasoning there seems to overextend. You want to cast doubt on the free will intuition, but boy, oh boy, it seems like it's going to be casting doubt on lots of other intuitions that we don't really want to cast doubt on. Like, are you going to become a moral skeptic, for instance? Like, it's not bad, after all, to torture people. Like, that doesn't seem very plausible. So
I'm pretty sure that's where they all are. I'm pretty sure you can make an argument to any of these people that if that someone comes with that position, that they can't actually reject it. They just say, well, I don't agree with it. I don't like it.
that I guess that's sort of my concern. To be fair to you, another way you could go is you could like offer further independent arguments, like instead of just appealing to like evolutionary considerations. If there are other very powerful considerations that, yeah, maybe we should just bite these bullets, then we would kind of just be forced to do that, just like in the flat Earth case. So, I mean, that's maybe where you'd want to go. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick thing. It seems like, yeah, I hear Noah's argument. It seems like his dog Hercules plausibly doesn't have free will, but yet we seem to praise and blame Hercules in this or that way to get Hercules to do good or bad things, or things that we want Hercules to do or not to do. Nonetheless, I think the human case is more complicated. Humans are extremely complex creatures. We seem like we respond to reasons to do things rather than just...
See how the language is, it seems, constantly, it seems. This is just secularism, blind faith, empiricism. Like, oh, I'm just having these sensations and it seems to be the case. I'll follow that. I think I'll do that. What's the reasoning behind it? What's the standard? Well, I don't know. It just seems like it's this way. They're constantly using this word, which is an empirical world, which breaks down to what? The feelings.
act on our whims. And surely, with the dog, we're just creating incentives for the dog to do or not to do. Nonetheless, I think the human case is more complicated. Humans are extremely complex creatures. We seem like we respond to reasons to do things rather than just act on our whims.
Sometimes the whim is the reason, or the unreasonable whim is what we act on. From your perspective, what's the problem? That's going to be the question.
And surely, with the dog, we're just creating incentives for the dog.
Yes, Tog, because they have no objective standard. That lands them in the same boat as you. Way to identify that, sucker.
To act this or that way for treats or for whatever. But in the human case, it seems like it's weird to think that we are just providing incentives for people to engage in certain behaviors. We are reasons responsive. We are really complicated. We have goals and aspirations. There are all these things that are strong considerations for us. It would seem weird to think, we're just going to create incentives so they act this or that way. That doesn't seem as easy to swallow. It seems like it's better for us to suppose that humans have free will to justify our actions in praising and blaming them. So I think there's more to be said in terms of why it is that it's harder to just think that humans are just like dogs or that we're just creating incentives. It's much easier to suppose that we have free will. And yeah, for the moral debunking cases, yeah, I think that's a good point. I think arguments that come from evolution that say we have intuitions for evolutionary reasons, they do pose a danger of overextending into the moral domain, rather than just staying in the free will case. But yeah, I think those are live issues in moral philosophy, in metaethics. Evolutionary debunking arguments are widely contested. There are a lot of things that moral philosophers want to say in reply to it for the moral case. And it would be interesting to think about whether those arguments.
See, when you talk about moral philosophers, that's a specific area, but the whole thing about philosophy is everyone has a moral position. So it's going to be inescapable. So whatever you are claiming or arguing, whether you're a philosopher, a moral philosopher, a student, or none of those things, you're going to have to be guided by a should or an ought in your position to move it forward. It's implied when you're working against somebody else's argument. They have the information you have the information you have. You're trying to show that your information is the information that should or ought to be considered. This is inescapable.
Arguments extend to the free will case as well. Okay, but it sounds like what we want is a positive argument against free will, yes, rather than just having this debate over whether it seems like
A positive argument against free will won't be done. We've seen the universalists try to do this, right? If you're arguing you don't have a will, who's making the argument? Who's responsible for the content of the argument?
we have free will. So one of the main arguments against the existence of free will comes from neuroscience. There are a set of neuroscience experiments that purport to show that we don't have free will. The most famous of these is called the Libet experiment. So the general summary of these experiments goes like this. The participants in the experiment are asked to do an extremely simple task, like flicking their wrist up and down. And then they're also asked to report the time. So they're looking at a clock. They're asked to report the time at which they decide, have the urge, whatever, to flick their wrist. And if you think that we have free will, then you would think that those two things correspond with each other. When we flick our wrists, that has something to do with when we decided. They should happen at the same time. But what these studies have shown is that neuroscientists, when they measure what's going on in people's brains, on the brain activity and blood flow, they notice that there's a lot of brain activity before people report the urge or the decision to flick their wrist. And using just that brain activity, neuroscientists can predict with extremely high accuracy when it is that people are going to flick their wrist, even if they know nothing about when it is that people decided that they were going to flick their wrist. So it seems like conscious awareness of the fact that I'm going to flick my wrist, that doesn't play any causal explanation in when I'm actually going to flick my wrist. And if that's true, then it seems like the act of flicking my wrist is not in my conscious awareness, so it's an unconscious action that I'm taking. And if that's true, it kind of seems like when I'm deciding to do something, it's not because I decided to do it, because of certain brain activity that caused me to do it. And it's just an additional fact that I happen to think that I was actually doing it. And so if we can generalize from these neuroscience experiments, whenever we act, it seems that we're not acting freely.
Okay, but if it wasn't you raising your wrist, you're saying it's something else? You're making you raise your wrist? Because neuroscience can detect activity slightly before it happens. This is not arguing the philosophical idea that you're not responsible for anything. I mean, it's an interesting point, but anyway.
But just because of certain brain activity that causes us to act a certain way.
Yeah, so the scientific considerations. I mean, I'll jump in here, and I've got a few things to say. I think they're interesting, especially the Libet experiment, or however it's pronounced. I'm sorry, none of us could agree beforehand how exactly it's pronounced, and it seems like philosophers pronounce it very differently. It seems like scientists also themselves disagree among the... Anyway, Libet, who knows? I think here are a few responses to the kind of Libet-style response to or criticism of free will. First, I think just because the brain causes certain decisions before we're made aware of those decisions, I don't think it follows that those decisions aren't free. right? So I mean, like elite athletes seem to make super quick decisions, and even in fact decisions that like they're reacting to serves that come at them for like 100 miles an hour or something, and they like react super quickly. It seems like they can exhibit a kind of control over their actions in that case, even though there are causes of their decisions. In fact, certain brain firing and whatnot that the neuroscientists tell us about, it seems like they can still be responsible and in control of their decisions and actions, even though the brain causes those decisions before they're aware of making them. So I think this just shows that there's like a class of cases, at least, where you can freely and responsibly and controllably perform certain actions or make certain decisions, even though there might be certain antecedent states of the brain that cause those decisions prior to your awareness of making the decisions. So I think you're relying on a general principle there. I think there's a worry about that. So that's one general concern. There are a few other concerns that I want to bring up. So the unconscious brain activity prior to one's awareness of making the relevant decision to like flick your wrist or whatever, it could just the desire to move, or it could just be
'67. Let's see, that's 40, 50 some years I've been involved with the faith. And at one time, I confessed my sins, right? They want you to confess your sins. I confess the sin of giving people the long list of things that they must and must not do in order to save themselves. During my years being involved with them, their church people, I did not.
But when he says save themselves, he's going on some sort of supposition that if you think that you are going to proclaim that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that he was resurrected, that means you save yourself. He's negating the idea that there's a synergy there, that the believer is moving toward God by having faith in him, and ultimately you are saved by God. He keeps reducing that to, oh, you're saving yourself. I mean, I guess I understand what he's trying to say there, but again, to make his case, he needs to be right in a sense, and he's abandoned the ethical component of his position. So that's always going to be revisited, and it's always relevant. And I think the reason it's good to critique this is because there's only so many times you can talk to someone and they just continually will dismiss or move around your point so that maybe somebody else can hear what's going on. Maybe that's what makes this worthwhile. This is just an experiment, so we'll see.
Know that salvation was of God? What? Oh my God. When I first...
Right, salvation is of God, and in his profession, it's God saves you and God makes you think and believe and act, proclaim everything that you're proclaiming, and then he saves you from death, which he imparted on you. So the saving is somewhat of a figure of speech, right? That's another thing that's going to continually come up. Different ideas would have to be figures of speech in order for this to work.
When a crack showed up in the wall of my theology, it was a shocking crack. Like a crack in the dam. A little bit of water leaks through, and then a little bit more water leaks through, and then before you know it, shoo-wee, the whole valley is flooded with water. Well, water is a good thing.
So is faith.
Yeah.
The gift of faith. Now,
Yeah.
some men declare that faith is something that you've got to do.
That's what they do declare. Yeah.
Yeah.
So of course these gentlemen are utilizing the faith in all their speech and all their walk, right? So it's necessary. And calling it good, well, I mean, if you're going to take a subjective ethic, as they both do, it's neither good or bad. It just is. So what are they really saying?
But others proclaim faith as a gift.
Mm-hmm.
And
What the hell is
if-
wrong with them? They're
And
strange.
if you find yourself believing, calm down. You will be saved.
So gifts, grace and faith as a gift. Okay, well, we can receive gifts. Do we utilize those gifts? Do we ignore those gifts? Do we even open those gifts? Right? It seems as though the point of contention is, if something is a gift, then you have no control over it, right? So they want to abandon any sense of responsibility in the matter.
And if
so-
you don't find yourself believing, well, it's only 7 minutes after 8.
Exactly. Give God more
And
time.
on a Friday morning, God has plenty of time. He's the creator of time. All right.
Why is that funny? And it's like a kind of a deep laugh there, like, he's okay. God's the creator of time. Anyway.
So the title of this show, boys and girls, give me a thumbs up right about now, please. Everybody tells me that it helps the algorithms, and if you're into rhythm, ooh man, you ought to be into algorithms too. Just put on some Leonard Skinner and think about algorithms. Anyway, so give me a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Share this episode with somebody, or at least copy down this message right here and pass it around to your Christian pals and see what they have to say about it. The message is: the free willer says, screw Paul and his anti-boasting non-works. Salvation is all of God.
Yeah, that's another thing that keeps coming up too, right? Like people being coined as works-based salvationists. I don't know many people around here that claim to be works-based. We learn from Paul that through the revelation of Christ, the law of spirit and the law of faith become prominent orders of operation. Now, there's still laws of sin and laws of works, and the natural law written on our hearts, as well as the Mosaic law, which was fulfilled by Christ into the law of spirit and law of works. So to put works in the forefront would be a wrong action. And I think most everyone I talk to thinks the same way. There's a few exceptions, but this generality keeps being tossed around. And I guess it has to do with even when you live in spirit and faith, when you think that you're doing that, you're being, quote, self-righteous and thinking you're doing anything because it's just God operating all things. But again, this is problematic when you're trying to make arguments against what is right and wrong, because what is the argument? These guys would be a vessel of God telling another vessel of God, both completely controlled, and just exchanging noises, what they call language, but no one's right and no one's wrong. So it's the same problem over and over again. And perhaps while there's not really much more to say here, but we'll just see how long this goes. And if someone else wants to pop in, I put the link in the description, and also, because people on the screen can come in and talk about what they're saying in the video as well.
A message. Because if you hang out in Paul's letters, you will get the idea that boasting is it's not going to get you anywhere. And in fact, it's quite distracting. It's not becoming of you to boast. Go ahead, Tommy. Boast a little bit.
Oh, okay. I am weak. I am weak, but he is strong. It's not my fault. He did it.
Yes, there it is. I guess maybe Tommy's being a little bit sarcastic. Maybe he actually believes that. Maybe he wants to believe it, but that is the overall message. I think that he's wrapped it up well right there. It is not my fault. Nothing you can do is your fault, is your doing, is your responsibility. So the universalist is here to tell you you're wasting your time trying to do things, trying to do good, which at the same time is exactly what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Did you say he did it? How dare you? Are you part of that little old universalist club that blames everything on God?
If you say so, according to your word, coin me carefully and graciously, please. Do I still have an ACE certificate of validation?
Yeah, they're printed and laminated, so it's kind of hard to destroy them.
All right, good, good. Well, with the word, you could rescind it. But I'm glad I still hold your certificate of affirmation. Yes, good. Thank God for what he has done.
Mm-hmm.
Boasting in the cross and boasting in my weakness. What other option do I have? Boasting in the flesh?
And then you got to go take a shower.
Oh, so he puts this comment on the screen: by under grace, human will is all tied up in mortality and God's grace. No limits. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting comment. Tied up in morality, but these guys are saying human will is an illusion, right? So God has these people who think will exist tied up in the ministry of death. God's grace knows no limits. So it's like a plea to rearrange your belief or your way of thinking, but you're not actually doing it anyway. So I guess what happens is the steps in order to do that always come into question. It's like, what are you actually telling me? You're telling me God is making me do this. God is making you do what you're doing. And if I just adhere to what you're telling me, then I'll be doing what God is just making me do. Then there is no right way. There is no wrong way. It just is.
Yeah, I know. Because then all that won't help. It's like a religious treadmill. It's endless. Boasting in the flesh, taking comfort in the flesh, in what you do or do not eat or touch or taste or handle. Yeah, It's endless. Don't step on a crack. You'll break your mother's back. No jaywalking. It's a bad.
That's another thing that comes up a lot is when you talk about wanting to do good, wanting to do what's right, obedience to the Lord, things like, oh, don't step on cracks and don't jaywalk become the examples to make it sound silly that you would want to do what's right, what is good. Love must be genuine, abhor what is evil, cling to what is good. Romans 12:9. This is showing us that we are to do good. We are to abhor what is wrong. But when we use simple examples like jaywalking, it sort of minimizes that. And then when we try to go against those arguments by upping the ante and bringing in real life examples. So jaywalking isn't wrong, but, is stealing wrong? Is murder and rape wrong? You get pushback. Oh, why do you have to go there? Well, there's a reason to go there. The reason is to get you to think about and actually say that, those things are just God's will working through me. You want to point out the extreme cases because that's where their message will show that it's negating God's message.
Example, avoid even the appearance of evil. It's endless.
What's endless? What are you talking about?
Religious boasting in the flesh for comfort.
Oh, boasting in the flesh is endless. Okay.
Yeah, it's like one always needs another hit, of piety, of pious behavior, of not necessarily good behavior, but just another hit of not doing bad behavior.
Good, evil, good, bad. These terms keep getting used, but as far as I know, these two on the screen are speaking in a relative sense. We want to know what their source of good, bad, good, and evil are. Now, they'll talk about the scriptures, but when questioned thoroughly enough, they'll also say, well, these are just relative terms, which puts them in a circle.
Behavior. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. At least I didn't park in front of the fire hydrant, or something I haven't done. I must take comfort in, and even if
wait a minute. I gotta get up, wrap my mind around this. You have never parked in front of the fire hydrant?
No.
Man, you are special.
Yes, and God likes it. And
Man, I would
never
park in front of a fire hydrant.
I have ingratiated myself to God for being compliant, obedient.
I have abused fire hydrants before. You want to
See, I think this is it's a slight at obedience, right? Like obedience isn't required because God gives grace, therefore you are fully justified. Whether it comes to jaywalking or parking, again, these are very light examples, trying to utilize like parking enforcement and walking enforcement laws of man on the street, as opposed to the heavier discussions of what they ought to do and what they should do to be obedient to God.
hear it?
Did you paint one?
No, I planted a whole bunch of sunflowers plants around this fire hydrant so you couldn't even see the fire hydrant. See? That's fire hydrant abuse, man. I tell you would.
That is. That's a crime against humanity. Somebody call Interpol. Yeah.
What's interesting about what happens too on this channel, speaking of calling the Interpol, is when it gets pressing enough, these arguments, it's interesting how both of these guys will go to befriend the atheist and sort of push back on the Christians, as though they call in the atheist attack dog, or to sort of supplement their own laws, their own relative laws. Like, oh, the Christians are being mean. The Christians are saying I ought to do this. Let me go to an atheist and see what they have to say. It's an interesting move. They're able to utilize the atheist in that respect. And I say this because they do. There's evidence for that.
Screw Paul. Give me Jesus. Give me the the law. Give me them rules and them do's and don'ts. Yeah.
Oh, so comfort.
So reading Paul differently is screw Paul, and don't follow Jesus and his laws and his commandments in obedience to act in love But listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I have the right way, but if you ask me if it's right, I'll say, "Oh, what are you talking about? This is in the relative, in the absolute. There's no responsibility." So it's just back and forth. And again, the reason I decided to do this is because if you can't really talk to them about these things after talking to them at length, but you still want to get the point across, I think this is a fair way to do it. I think this is something that may be worthwhile, but we'll see.
Comforting, eh? So comforting to be law compliant, or at least feel real bad when you have a sin slip. It's so comforting. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, don't you think that guilt and shame are there for a reason? Don't we as believers think that God put those things in place? That I ought not do that again. I ought not to hurt that person. That's not in the obedience of love, right? To steal from my neighbor, to bear false witness, to hurt my neighbor would not be what Christ taught. If I do that, maybe I should feel some guilt and shame and work toward repentance. But no, this becomes a joke when you're not responsible, when God is making you do it. And of course, that sounds more attractive to some people who have been struggling with these things, right? Like, I can't do it right. I can't get it right. I keep feeling bad. I keep lying to people, stealing from people, my neighbor, whatever. And I don't want to feel bad. Well, you can come over to this channel, to the Universalist channel, and we'll tell you, you know what? You're not really doing any of this. Free yourself. Stay in the epistles. There's a greater message here that you're not in control of anything. You're not responsible for anything. Of course, that sounds good to people's ears, and there's people that go over there for a while and they try to take that on, but then they realize when they keep asking questions that this whole message is not making sense, that the people proclaiming the message are dismissing their own message by saying, well, I'm not responsible for my message. I'm neither right or wrong. It just is.
You go out and declare the law to other frightened children so that I feel more justified. Because
could you comment on, let's see, this little guy named Tim Smith? He's got something to say here. Go ahead and read it and comment on it.
Timothy Smith. Let's do a background check. Hold on. Grace doesn't free you from your responsibility to obey what? You want to talk about predestined good works? I'm down. Yeah, Tim Smith, predestined good works. Guess what? God has predestined some good works, perhaps even for you to do. And you're going to do them. You might as well face it. You're addicted to love.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of answer that was to the point on the screen that grace doesn't free you from your responsibility to obey. That's what grace seems to be used as in this community. Well, if you thought that you were doing anything, or you had any responsibility, or you needed to obey, the answer is 'cause grace. As though God gave you grace and the revelation of Jesus Christ, God in the flesh, meant, the first commandment and the second commandment, there's only one God, you shall not make idols. That's not even relevant anymore. He's pointing out that love is obedient. In John 14:50, if you love me, obey my commandments. The commandments are not to be put in the forefront. Do this, do that, because I say so. When you act in love and obedience, those things fall into place. It's not about working toward satisfying the commandment. It's about moving toward love, the grace of God.
Your responsibility to, how about your compulsion to obey? God will compel you to do good. The change.
On the flip side of that, God will compel you to do good. Well, that sounds good, but isn't he also saying that when you do bad, that God will compel you to do bad? It's questions like this that when you ask, and I know he's not here to talk to you, but I've already done this. When you say, so God will make you compulsive to do bad, he won't say yes. But that's what he's insinuating here. That's why we're calling this psychology of strange theologies, because when you question them at length, at a fundamental level, it starts to get very strange. And it is a psychological game, I would say. The point being that when you hold the psychology that you're not in control of everything, where is that ultimately going to lead you? We don't live this way. People don't live that way.
Change your diaper. or
Oh
your
God, Tim
skivvies
Smith,
or
you walked
whatever.
into that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Just change your skivvies. Calm down. It'll be all right. God's got a plan. He's got a plan for you and for me. And he's going to do it.
Right. So, Tim
Good
Smith.
plan.
Oh, look, here's an accusation. 5 years and still ignorant. Who is still ignorant? Me? You better believe I'm still ignorant. But I was thinking.
That might be a confession.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes you get confessions in strange ways, right? Like in sarcastic ways. Because think about it. If his psychology and his philosophy and theology is that he isn't doing anything, well, that just makes him an ignorant vessel who's being puppeteered. So it's a fair point by Tommy. It does sound like a confession. Oh, shoot.
Been better.
Oh yeah.
It's so comforting. Oh my gosh. Let me go out and
We should probably make our vocabulary harmonize.
What up?
Hey, what's up? There is an interesting claim on being a puppet. So, is it wrong to be a puppet if the controller is omnibenevolent? But the weird thing about it is, you can add if everyone's a puppet, then how are people being disobedient to the puppeteer, right? And that's where the psychology and everything else can come into play, because you don't necessarily need agency to describe disobedience, but as malfunction. So anything that stems from like a moral that looks bad is just malfunction with the vessel. So think like your carburetor or something goes bad and your engine light goes on. Is your car functional? It might still be running, but it's gonna eventually start eliminating other parts of your system. And so, in that framework, if God is still a puppeteer, it's not necessarily God's fault because he designed the function, right? And he's going to save us again. So, when I'm questioning is there still surrender there? Like as an option to the puppeteer? Like, are you surrendering then instead of like refusing to be controlled? But if you're refusing to be controlled, that seems to have like an agency or a free will to it. So I question how determinists would answer that. Hard determinist, I mean.
What is the question?
How would they call their puppeteering a surrendering to a god?
Their puppeteering?
I don't know how to word it. I don't know how to word it when you're the one being a puppet.
The one being puppeteered
Thank you.
is only going to respond in the way it's puppeteered to respond, right? How does it break away from that? So there's no agency there. There's no decision or evaluation there. There's no responsibility. So the one who thinks they're puppeteered, who engages in arguments, Those are the questions you want to ask. How do you have agency to understand this to be right? How do you have the evaluation tools to know that you're coming to an accurate determination when you're saying that you're not doing anything?
Yeah, they would have to either still form some form of identity that's separate from God's agency.
They are doing
that-
that, and they're
They
pretending they're
have
not.
to.
They're smuggling that in and trying to hide it. That's why you point out the argument that itself requires responsibility, agency.
There is a way you can make it work. I don't know the fullness of it. Like,
Yeah, from
you
what
could
worldview? First of all,
it's still it
what
would still
worldview is going to accommodate a hard determinism that makes sense?
if there's still if the state of affairs is that there's a necessary being that has agency and is involved in his creation as such, then the agency itself, like the identity, it goes into the transformative nature of that agency. So that agency is then identified as me, you, right? Those are destinations.
I'm
Of
sorry.
where
I'm
this
sorry.
agency
I
goes.
fail to recognize the necessary being that you smuggled in.
Well, it's based off the premise. You can't say that they don't have a necessary being just because it doesn't agree with yours.
I'm curious to the necessary being you're smuggling in to make the argument.
I'm assuming because it's like the Christian God, right? Because they assume Christianity is the Christian gods, which would make it a necessary being.
So you're arguing for a universalist?
Right. I'm putting on whatever it's called, if you want to say a hat. I'm making a internal critique. That's what they call it.
You have a way you can make it work for Ace, and you haven't told him yet.
Well, why would I?
I don't know. Well, you're telling me. What is
He
it?
doesn't need to know, remember? You don't need to know about it. You're already saved, so why would he need to know this knowledge?
Well, it's
He's
not
already
about-
rejected it.
I mean, it's not always about being saved. Not every argument is about salvation.
Well, no, but that's still the case. I mean, for Christianity, if we're not arguing for the for that faith, then there's really nothing. Like, if that's a lie, then what are we arguing about?
Well, you said you can make a case for Ace in a sense. What is it?
The
Yes.
agency, yeah, so the me and the you are destinations. So like your name and my name are nodes within the agency that the agency can be transformative in and interact with itself. It's like the same way, if you think about it, how an LLM is a model, and that model splits off to different users, and each user can do whatever they want with their own LLM. It's kind of like the same principle off that. Like God could be that type of substrate, and then through the vessel, how do you call it? Functionality, like just because how we function through, I don't know, you don't like evolution, so I don't know how to frame it. Through how we live, I guess, just basic necessity, like eating, drinking, and how we think and feel, how we're wired, how we build our worldviews, like all that goes into play for that identity of that God. But it's still that God. So everything after death, your spirit would still go back to that God. And that would probably be Ace's eternal salvation, right? Because he can't get rid of himself if he is in everything.
I don't know what the argument is.
You asked for the case for how he would be
Yeah.
accurate in something. I forgot the exact line.
I just don't know what you're talking about.
Agents-
Ace can make an argument that he can be a puppet and still do what?
That the agency itself could still be not know itself in the nodes.
There's agency in a puppet.
Right. Yeah.
It's hiding. It's unknown.
Yeah. If we like if Ace is saying that we don't have free will, I'm not, because that's the point. I'm not saying it's hiding. In Ace's worldview, right?
He's
We're
hiding
all
it.
controlled by God.
He's
right?
hiding it.
In what way would you say that he's hiding?
He's hiding it from the listener because he wants to harvest their will. He knows that will exists, He wants to make a case it doesn't so he can influence you. When you give that up, you give him greater influence. I think that's what's happening on a spiritual level. If you're saying
Could be, I
agency's
don't know.
there, but it's hiding or unrecognized, what the hell is it?
That's the thing about it, right? You wouldn't need to recognize it. It would already recognize itself. So
What
if
the hell
you
does
as a
that-
vessel, go ahead.
What the hell does that mean? The identity recognizes itself, but you don't recognize it.
It would go back to itself, right? Like the spirit goes back to God. That's biblical. When we die and whatever, if we don't remain, then God still remains back to himself.
Okay, so where was it ever you and an individual agency that makes choices?
Well, that's the thing, that if it's only you by biological product, then that's the only you that you get.
So
If you have no actual free will, right? All you get is the state of affairs or whatever it's called. If you get all you get is awareness, but that awareness doesn't necessarily go to agency or free will.
With what we've got, but that's not the real thing in Christianity. They don't. The stuff comes from God. We're students of the soul. Some with the word nephesh could ever.
Responsibility to obey what? You want to talk about predestined good work? Yeah. Your responsibility to, how about your compulsion to obey? God will compel you to do good. Change a diaper.
Oh God, Tim Smith, you walked into that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Just change the skivvies, calm down. It'll be all right. God's got a plan. He's got a plan for you and for me. And he's
So you'll have it one-sided. God will compel you to do good. He's also saying God will compel you to do bad, but he's not mentioning that, is he?
Right? Yeah.
going to do it.
Right. So Tim
Good
Smith,
plan.
oh look, here's an accusation. 5 years and still ignorant. Who
Actually-
is still ignorant? Me?
I don't know. They don't do universalists say that God does evil? Well, yeah, they do, right? Because they pull up that I formed evil and I do that evil, right? They don't use the variation of calamity. At least some of them.
Oh, they
So
say
they-
God makes every individual evil act of the creature is God's will. It's extreme.
Right, like, and they use that. I think that verse to justify that, because that's all I was trying to point out. Sorry, I don't want to overtalk.
Well, it's extremely damaging to their position, but they tend to go all over the place when you bring this up, distract it. But if you've got God doing the individual evil and holding you accountable and judging you, well, you have probably the most evil God imaginable, which they can't even start to consider that's what they're doing. I guess it's just
Well,
too
that
perfect to think
that judgment goes into them being saved, does it not? Right? Like
Well, there's
everyone
other
across the board.
judgments. There's other judgments. The way things are handled here and the way things are handled in the next eon, the millennial reign, in their dogma, which they ignore. Well, at least Ace ignores that too. He just doesn't care about the next 1,000 years. He thinks that if you are an adulterer, fornicator, drunkard, and you miss
Yeah,
out on
they're
kingdom reign, you take like a 4-hour nap and you're good.
Ace isn't like the kingpin on the universalist position. There are multiple ones. He is
Well,
just
I talk about
variety of
Ace's
extreme.
universalist position when I'm dealing with Ace, and in general, because that's who I deal with. And sometimes I make a caveat, say a hard determinist position, which I know it's not all universalists, but just handle handle one position at a time. Really, that's the idea.
better believe I'm still ignorant. But I was thinking.
Sorry, I fast forwarded the video and had to rewind it. But yeah, it's back to the confession, right?
The teasing joke,
Still-
yeah.
He's still ignorant, he says. It's
Wait a minute. Who is still ignorant? Me? Better believe I'm still ignorant. But I was thinking.
That might be a confession. Maybe he's been in the faith for 5 years and still makes an ignorant knowledge.
Oh, okay, there you go. So whereas Tommy could have called Ace on making a confession, he's just saying Tim Smith is making a confession as though he's projecting, which is in fact, a psychological point, right? Like that comes up a lot. Like when you point out, you're telling me there's no right and wrong. What about stealing and lying? And then they'll feed back to you. Oh, well, then you should stop stealing and lying if that's what you're thinking about. It's like, no, I'm trying to make a point. This is not me projecting something onto you, but this gets utilized over and over.
I see. So it's not an accusation. It could be his own personal confession.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, rather than an accusation. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's-
So,
I can understand their point of view when they do the because it becomes like an argument of silence, right? Because it's a hypothetical, right? As much as you're given hypothetical, but it's imagined perspective on the person's identity that they would do such a thing if there's no evidence in their life that they ever did. Like it goes into that. Oh, you might have tempted the idea of taking a candy bar or something, right? It starts with something light and innocent as a kid, and then but the moment you do that, right? You're already it's already like killing the point on arrival, because you're already saying that when you steal as a child it's pardoned, but then you're trying to say that theft as an adult, even though it's the same theft, is more strict now because of an age lapse. It really doesn't make any difference in that. So like there's this set morality, it would seem, right, or situational, that for some, like from childhood, from stealing, that it would happen in adulthood, which is weird.
Like
Okay.
the store owner, a 4-year-old puts a candy bar in his pocket, or a 44-year-old puts a candy bar in his pocket. We see that as different accountability, but the store owner still loses candy bar, right?
Right. But that's also the, like, at the discretion of the store owner, right? Does the store owner, is he upset by it because he's losing profit? Is that his gain? Or is he happy that at least, hey, not that he wants all his wares stolen, but he's able to at least provide for at least food?
Is he
So
happy
question,
being stolen from? I mean, likely not, but it's not a bad attitude if the thing is already gone and you can't do much about it.
you should still thank God either way.
Right. That's First Thessalonians 5:16 and 17. In all cases, we try to find thanks. Even those miserable cases where we don't want to thank, we can find something there that's valuable to take with us.
right. So if you want to do, I was telling Tommy before I clicked the live button, if you want to do a concordant study on a given topic in the scriptures, on this channel, we often boast or brag or blather on, boast, brag, or blather.
You just tell him before he clicks the live button? I don't understand. Does he have Tommy thinking that he's not live, or does he not realize he's live?
Maybe, perhaps.
Click the live button, So if you want to do, I was telling Tommy before I clicked the live button,
Oh, okay, my bad. Before he
if you want to do a concordant study on a given topic in the scriptures, on this channel, we often boast or brag or blather on, boast, brag, or blather. See, 3 B's, boast, brag, blather. That would be an alliteration. Yeah, if you want to do one of those things with the Bible, you want to do a concordant study, which generally speaking means You look up a word in the Bible and see what that word is in the Greek or Hebrew, and trace the word out throughout the whole of the Bible and every place where it shows up, and conclude for yourself what the word means. Like nephesh is the Hebrew word for soul. Pretty cool word. You look at every place where it shows up. Like the word soul, you can, if you follow it in English, most of the translations are almost consistent with the word nephesh. They quite often translate it soul. Sometimes they screw it up and translate it life or some other horseshit, which will confuse you about what is a soul or is not a soul, But if you actually find one of them, their Bible tools to correct the matter, and find the word nephesh.
If somebody's doing something confusing, God is not the author of confusion, but the universalist will tell you that the person that's doing something confusing is the will of God.
All over the Old Testament, right? You will learn exactly
minute,
what
pause
the
on that.
soul is, and see one reason that might be.
I know, because this goes into awareness, right, and not having agency. So, even in that case, like, we may not be aware what God is doing to us, even though we're puppets, and so God would still always know, but we wouldn't have the awareness, which would lead to the confusion. Which doesn't make, but it does nullify verses like from Isaiah.
The determinist is throwing out agency and the leading to confusion. That's the problem. They're saying it's all God. So when you're confused, it's of God, which we know confusion is not of God. Simple negation.
Oh, you mean like causing confusion? My bad.
Anything that somebody does that is confusing or brings confusion, from the universalist perspective, the atheist is saying that's the will of God that is making them do that. The scriptures say confusion is not the will of God. God is not the author of confusion. It's one of the faults. They hold God the author of evil and confusion and say every act of evil and confusion is God, when we know that's not the case. It's not his character. They paint an evil God accidentally. I'll say accidentally.
Yeah, right. So I would say, no, they did that on purpose.
Yeah. They had no choice.
Right.
Might be important is because, generally speaking, in the Christian universe, they believe that the soul is immortal. Right? It's just automatically assumed the soul is immortal. The soul cannot die. But the word soul, nephesh, shows up about 500 times in the Old Testament. And if you look up the word soul or nephesh in any 100 places, it doesn't matter. You don't have to look up all 500, but just look up 100 places where the word shows up, and you will have to conclude that the soul is not immortal. According to the language of the Bible, there is no such idea in the Bible as the immortality of the soul. This is pretty important because we want to understand what the hell's going on here, right? And so over the years, I've concluded that this idea of the immortality of the soul came to us from pagan religions, and it crept.
See, it's just so much smuggling. Like, these ideas are pretty important. We want to know. It's all assume will, personal responsibility, evaluation. But then when you bring these ideas to the table, he wants to throw them out again. It's all he's doing every day is pulling ideas out, throwing them out, and then bringing them back in, smuggling them back in.
Yeah, that one's a clear bait and switch because even the pagan religions are all designed by God, so you can't use that as an argument.
And this is always the case, and no matter what he brings to the table. Like, he's mad some Satanist burned down his house. It's of God. Everything is of God. He negates himself. He still can't figure this out.
Yeah, it's like it nullifies itself automatically.
Yeah.
Crept into our Christian vocabulary, then we can trace out the history of it. We get this idea. It goes as far back as Plato. He believed in the immortality of the soul. And so if you're going to be a good Bible student, you will have to understand that the word soul and the word spirit are two different words. with two different meanings. And so we might be able to say that the spirit is immortal because the spirit comes from God. It comes into our.
What would be funny as an editing tool is an Ace Theo translator, which you have the tool set up to understand his philosophy and then actually translate what he's saying into his actual philosophy, and you get a very different story. That would be an awesome tool. It's like being able to see through somebody. They're saying these words, but based on their philosophy, this is how the words actually have to be pointed out. So it would catch when they move away from their philosophy and bring it back. So you'd have a situation where most of Paul's letters would be reduced to figures of speech. Most every claim he's making would be illusory because overall he has this hard determinist, no will, no responsibility idea in place. So you see what I mean? Like buy a piece of AI software that would translate that into the actuality of what's being said based on his philosophy.
It probably could. All you gotta do is ask it to prompt that, like legit. Like all you gotta do is just ask it to do that, and I'm like, okay.
It's probably getting there. That would be quite sophisticated, but that will be awesome to have available. That would be absolutely
Dude,
awesome.
you'd be surprised. Like I run conversations through, at least ChatGPT. I sometimes I go all across and depending on the subject, but they do a pretty sophisticated job at like pulling people apart in conversations, and it's not 100% obviously, but they do a pretty good job of the conversation. So like you could have it pick out what he's saying, and then have it put into simpler complex and where words are put into their normative meaning, if that makes sense. Normative being how everyone usually is familiar with them and not colloquial usages.
Yeah, you'd have like some sort of framework where you put in the basics of the philosophy, like as in premises, like this person doesn't think he has choices. This person doesn't think he has responsibilities. And you come up with a list that you plug in, and then he talks and it retranslates his words versus his own philosophy, and you get this jumble and this huge mess. That would be a great way, because then you would sort of be in a neutral position where you could show Ace or somebody this and say, look, I didn't design the software, but I listened closely to your philosophy, and here's what you're actually saying if you follow that. That would be beautiful.
The only problem with that is you would definitely need to do multiple runs of that.
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing a profile, because there's a lot of inference in that it will play off of. And then again, it will try to please you, right? Its main goal is to make you be like, oh yeah, you're right. So if you don't like check your work and you're just like, yup, that's fucking brilliant, it's because it's designed to make you think like that. So there's a caveat into that with AI, is that you got to remember it's trying to make you say what you want to hear.
Well, we still have the evaluation of the AI itself, where we can say, well, I don't care what it's trying to do. Is it accurate or not? Is it really picking up on the worldview that's being input into it? And if it's consistent, that's fine. But it would take a lot of fine tuning. I would agree.
To our clay body and makes us a soul, man, became a living soul. In the popular Christian vocabulary about the soul subject, people say he has a soul. Well, that's not the vocabulary of the Bible. We do not have a soul.
Oh, welcome, Riley. I like your comments, Riley. You've been plugging in lately. A lot of good comments. So Ace just said we don't have a soul. Is that what he said?
The Christian vocabulary about the soul subject, people say he has a soul. Well, that's not the vocabulary of the Bible. We do not have a soul. We are a soul. Adam became a soul.
I would agree with that, actually. The soul is our identity.
Living soul. He didn't have a soul. He was a soul. If this is the word of God, we are kind of pondering about the word of God, the vocabulary of God. We should probably make our vocabulary harmonize with what we've got.
we should probably do that, but at the same time, we should probably not. Both answers are acceptable.
There's a problem in with soul because that goes into, like you said, identity. And so, what is one's identity before coming to Christ? Like literally being born again. And is that when we gain our soul? Because it's tied into the spirit there in obedience. So, if we don't, like, do we have potential for soul as Adam was given breath and life, right? That's all I'm trying to point out is that when does this soul like take place? Do atheists have soul like that if they're never born again in spirit? And I think perhaps being born again might have some relationship because I'm thinking like dead to old self. So if that's identity, then that's part of death to the soul, right? I would imagine. I don't know the philosophy of soul talk all that much, but I would imagine so.
Well, I think that the soul is something formed, and the argument goes that it's formed during conception, and it's consistent, although we constantly change physically, change our beliefs, change our life, our minds. The soul is the one thing that's consistent. That's why it is the identity. It's unchanging. Now, to become saved or born again, I don't think that generates a soul. You know, I think the soul is already present, but it's not really an argument that I've made.
Well, there's like I said, it goes into an awareness, right?
What does?
So like are we aware when we're in the womb?
I don't
And
remember.
conscience, right? We like there's no well, that's a good point. Yeah, we can't remember if we were or not. Dang, that's a good point. But that's kind of to my point. Like if we can't remember and we can't be aware, then is it that same type of whatever until there's the experience of like epiphany, I am or something like that, or Christ is or something. Because you can go to I am and then have that and what does that far does that get you? That gets you to you being your own personal glorified God because you're self-realized. That's solipsism, like 101, right? But then it has to extend, is there anything greater out than me? And if you can't get out past that, then what do? I imagine, right? You get submitted to atheist systems
Yeah.
of naturalism, right?
But
Yeah.
that's not the real thing in Christianity. They use the Bible as a jumping off point. They hijack the Bible.
It would just be point by point with a hard determinist. Okay, they do that, so what? Okay, they did this, so what? Why is that wrong? Why is that a problem? So what? Constantly. That's what it reduces to. You do a Bible study with them, all these exhortations of Paul, don't be a drunkard, don't be an adulterer, just a figure of speech. You're not doing those things. It's a movie playing out. And on and on and on.
Bible. They use the many verses in the Bible as an inference point and a conjecture. And
so what?
Thus they can allow themselves to come up with crazy doctrines like the
so what?
Immortality of the soul. Well,
that's why that's wrong.
Anyway,
you want to know what my daughter uses on me? My daughter uses this one on me when I talk. Okay, and
yeah, that's what he's reducing himself to. Like your daughter can beat Ace Theo. Just prompt her to say that over and over again, and she will actually win.
Yeah, she does. I hate it. She's just like, okay, and she has so much sass. I love her so much.
Wanted to have fun studying the Bible, then you can do a concordant study on.
If you took that route, so what? And then they would say, you're acting like a child. You're acting like a child, hence the idea of your daughter coming into the conversation. Essentially, it would be, but you're trying to point out to them that they've already reduced their position to being questioned on every level without any justification of their moral proposition. So, you act like a child and they get upset, say you're acting like a child, and you say, well, it's because you have a childish theory, and I'm reducing it to this level and I'm
Or
acting this way for a reason. I'm not trying to just be a punk. It's actually valid to ask
right, yeah, the
every
child's doing that because they can't understand, right? They're just do,
the-
and that's why I always have to read. That's why I hate it because I always either have to re-explain it until my daughter gets it.
his philosophy isn't understandable in the way he wants it to be. So that asking each individual point is valid. It's just an annoying way to point this out, which if you're on the channel, you're probably going to get kicked for doing that. But you can do it in a critique. It would be a super annoying critique, but it would be valid.
On any given subject, right? You can look up, what the scriptures have to say about soul, marriage, spirit, life, grace. I don't know. Pick your topic. Well, I was thinking this morning about this subject of ours in the headline here that the Free Willer says, screw Paul and his anti-boasting
Yeah.
message. Screw Paul and his non-works message. Screw Paul and his salvation.
I don't know any free willer that says screw Paul, first of all. So he doesn't either, but he's trying to make a point here.
Is Dirty Varmint a free willer?
Yeah.
Well, then that's one.
Yeah, that's about the one.
Maybe atheists, if they count, if they believe in free will, that's another. And agnostics, I guess, too, but whatever. If they
Yeah, that's a
believe
good
in
point.
free
Dirty
will.
Varmint might fit that. So his argument against Dirty Varmint is, well, that's interesting what God is doing through you. And once he takes the step to try to exhort him into a different direction, he's making an irresponsible argument that isn't his about what you ought to do. So then you say, who's exhorting me? Is it you? Is it God? What's the distinction? And I'll point you to the words of Paul and you say, are these words true? Ought we follow them? And now he's back in, well, we don't have the availability to choose. It's just a circular circus, essentially, once you realize what he's doing. And
Well, then at that point, it all depends if they fall back on the law, which is the Old Testament, right? And if they don't use the Old Testament, then there's no point in using Paul, because Paul stuff is derivative from the Old Testament and from Christ, right? His revelation that he had. And so,
well, I mean, that's a more complex argument. The harmony of the Old and New Testament. You don't even need to go there. It's still relevant. Yeah.
I think it's the most relevant, right? Because otherwise, it's what gives it a binding authority
no.
to some degree.
I would disagree. I'd say the most relevant is the foundation of his argument. Like once you point out that he's saying you can't do anything and everything's more morally relative, then all his claims become homogenized or arbitrary. So you don't need to go into individual distinctions about Paul and the harmony of the
I see what you're saying, yeah.
It's a broad sweep.
Salvation is all of God message. Anyway, so I was thinking that you could probably do a concordant study on Paul's anti-boasting message, right? Except that you'd have to expand it a little bit to be a concordant idea message rather than
Always want to expand and contract the word of God, basically throw out the majority of it, focus on the 13 epistles, and then even ignore teachings of Paul within the epistles that proclaim and exhort certain behavioral accommodations.
a concordant word message, because Paul uses the word boasting in a negative way on a regular basis, but he also has some other ideas that would harmonize with don't be boasting. Like it is not of works. So you might want to look up the word works and see what Paul has to say about works. And then you find, over on James, he's all for works. And Paul, he sees a danger in blathering on and promoting works as the means of your salvation. Well,
Yes, the works are the after effect of acting in accord with love. They're not in the forefront. You don't do works to boast, to gain salvation. When you treat your brother, when you treat your neighbor in love, the works follow. The actions follow when you do things out of love.
and then what else? Oh yeah, look up the word will, because you know the people who boast and love boasting, they're all about free will. So you look up the word will in the scriptures, and lo and behold, you find no such word as free will in the New Testament. Lo and behold, you only find the word free will in the Old Testament in a very special place as the name of a non-obligation offering, the free will offering. But you do not find a doctrine of the free will. But these free willers in our Christian community, they can't shut up about free will, and they are boasting, and they boast, and they boast, and they boast. Quite often, you go to testimony night at the Antioch Baptist Church on Wednesday.
Again, he's seeming to imply that they're doing it wrong, obviously. Yet when you ask him what doing it wrong is, it's just you acting out in the relative as a clay vessel. It becomes a figure of speech. It's the same problem every
It
time.
goes down to preference.
Wednesdays, and they stand up to give their testimony, and their testimony always starts with I say this. I said the sinner's prayer. I believed I was baptized.
Is that an odd thing for a personal testimony to start with the word I? I mean, come on. Isn't that why it's a personal testimony?
Right.
Baptized. I changed my life.
Well, I mean, it is, they are involved in their testimony. I mean, they're not supposed to say the word I. I mean, that's what the Universalist wants to do, right? When you get up and give your testimony, you give your confession. Oh, I was greedy. I stole. I lied. I cheated. Why are you saying I? Why don't you just say God did those things?
Yeah, it's almost like a pool of envy. Like he's saying these things out of envy and spite.
But he's also saying that he's not coming to that conclusion, right? It's just a determined.
But he did come to those conclusions.
Well, he did. Yes, I agree. But he's telling
God,
me that.
that's the weird thing about it, because God had them come to those conclusions. So if God has us all come to the conclusion, then I guess one of the things I noticed is that he's always asked me, have you come to the realization of universalism? So perhaps he's thinking that everyone comes around, even if it's after death, because it's just the way that God works through people. And if you think about it, that's a little bit coherent, but I'm giving him too much because he's never actually said that.
Carrie, Ace is not a moral relativist. Well, I think he is. He judges sin by the flesh, just as all do that are still under the law. Sin is transgressed of the law. To believe your works are sin is to be under the law. Well, so I think she's making the point that technically Ace is a legalist, which is interesting.
Well, yeah, he's making a witness case. He's being an accuser to the brethren of their, which is weird because again, he went through the same process. He's bickering about them not being at the mature level of faith that he's ascended to, essentially.
Yeah. Hurry up, God. This guy's making me upset in what he's doing. Isn't his argument with what God's doing through the Christian?
I can't recall.
Well, I'm saying conceptually, he's saying God is making Tog do all the things he's doing. So when he gets mad at you and blocks you, he's just, what's he doing?
He
blocking what
blocks
you're
out
doing?
God, right? God, a part of God that hasn't matured yet, I guess, which is weird.
Tries to change right and wrong into mature and immature to try to blur the idea of ethics and morals into something else. It's a childish move. Sophist. If there's some disconnect in what's happening, like in the speech patterns, are you able to see the screen?
Me, yeah.
It's because I was reviewing this. This is a past video which I was reviewing and chiming in, and I'm just doing an overlay here with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, cool.
You've probably done that before.
Yeah, once or twice.
This verse, hold on here. It's quite interesting. What do you see here? I will also choose their delusions and will bring their fears upon them, because when I called, none did answer. When I spake, they did not hear, but they did evil before mine eyes and chose that in which I delighted not. How does that work from their position?
Well, that also goes into like the spirit becoming their enemy. I forget, it's somewhere along the same lines in Isaiah. It might even be in the same chapter.
What if we read this from the universalist philosophy like the AI would do? Translate it. I will also choose their delusion and will bring their alleged fears upon them, because when I called, I made them not answer. When I spake, I made them not hear. Then I made them do evil before my eyes and made them think that they chose in that which I delighted not.
They probably would compare it to that of Pharaoh and Moses.
Right. That's the go-to. But is that situation an all-encompassing universal situation?
It would be.
Fine.
I mean,
that's fine.
If God is, yeah.
If he wants to take that route, that's fine. It brings us back to him making individual arguments, self-negating. That's the beauty of it. That's the reason you don't want to keep going into the scriptures with him, because he's just going to contour it how he wants. He's going to universalize Pharaoh's position. So we say, fine, if we're all determined, if none of us are making evaluations and choices, you have no argument. You're not responsible for your argument. Who's making the argument? He's going to bite on, it's God making his argument and God making your argument. Then you have God versus God. Who's right?
And he gets a clean escape.
So it's pretty easy to point these things out. It's just not easy to navigate in a universalist stream when you've got people throwing mud at you all over the place and people who don't care about following their position to its logical conclusion. They just care about their feelings and what they want to be the case and what makes them feel good. Welcome, Riley.
Hey, everybody. Am I coming through okay?
You're good.
Okay. Well, the thing is a lot of times people look at when God hardened Pharaoh's heart, meaning that he forced Pharaoh, but really that word harden means to strengthen. So he strengthened his heart, what was already in his heart. And of course, God knew what Pharaoh would do, so basically he just strengthened his own resolve. So it wasn't that God was putting any fresh evil within Pharaoh's heart. He just made it stronger to resist. I would say most of the time God was restraining the evil of Pharaoh and really in the world. Like you see this with the Medes that came over to fight against Babylon, where God was restraining it. And when God says, I'll bring evil, it's not God doing the evil, but he takes his hand off, he takes the protection off, and then people by their own nature, he knows what they're going to go do. But anyway, I'll get back to this.
Yeah, that's fine. I think when you start saying God is doing the evil within the individual creature, there's no way around you professing you have an evil God. You're making him responsible for the evil you're
Well,
doing.
there is a way, but it goes
Oh, yeah.
against corrupt agency. Well, because the way I'm seeing it, to compare it to Pharaoh, Pharaoh was himself a god. He was a king god. So not only is God battling against a king, but he's battling against a power and principle, right? A defined figure that can be considered a power and principle, literally Pharaoh. And he's challenging Pharaoh, and he's showing Pharaoh, hey, this is what I can do to you. So it makes sense in that if we're all of God, and we're like Pharaoh in that self Godhead. You get what I'm saying? Like we see ourselves as God, then it would make sense that God would challenge us in position of authority, because at that point there's a false God, right? And there shouldn't be one. But that's a weird thing in with I would imagine sin and disobedience, right? From a consequence of eating from the tree. But again, God already had that because God wanted it. So it's hard to say a consequence when it's what God wanted.
Well, what is disobedience in a hard to determine position?
Right. Yeah. Like it's a weird thing to call like an outcome that God didn't want, but allowed to happen either way. Allowed himself to go crazy in some vessels that, or to fix himself. It's weird to question it. I would imagine you could play with any angle and hypothetical.
That almost sounds like the Hindu God, right? Like God being realized like in all the different beings or whatever. I forgot what it's called. What is it called? Is it called monism or something?
Yeah, it's monism.
Yeah. Because I mean, the God of the Bible, he knows what's going to happen, but he never. I mean, of course, God is going to be the ultimate cause for everything, right? I mean, like if God decides, hey, you no longer exist, then that person no longer exists, or this won't happen. Like God can intervene, but all God really has to do is to step back and let people do what's in their own sinful nature. And it's not God forcing them to do that. They're choosing to do that. So it's never God making people do wickedness, even though he knows that it will result if he doesn't intervene, or, he could even increase their free will to a certain degree, but that doesn't mean he's making their choice for them. That's the problem I see with what he's doing.
Yeah. That's ultimately what the universalist wants you to do. Blame it on God. There is no other way.
Really? It sounds like boasting. Anyway, so if you do shall we call it a concordant study on boasting in Paul's letters, and include other aspects, that would influence your understanding of this boasting thing, it would have to be also the cross, because Paul says that the only thing we can boast in, as Tommy over here says, is our weakness. We can boast in our weakness. That's embarrassing, right? And we can boast in the cross.
Oh, you've opened a door now.
Yeah, he did open a door because he's giving you a moral exhortation, and that's absent in his worldview. So that's what he did.
Boasting in weakness and boasting in the cross. In your religion, Ace, can a man such as I boast in his liberty and thus be boasting in the cross?
Well, in Ace's religion, a man really can't do anything, Tommy.
Yes, I think so.
Well, you're wrong, Ace, because you can't follow your own philosophy. That was a good little slide in by Tommy there. In your religion, Ace, because, of course, the concordant atheists have their own religion. Of course they do. This is inescapable. It's part of the human condition. Dogma and faith are inescapable. So it's a good little slide in there. But he's also asking them what is allowed. Again, bringing in ethics, which they've abandoned. So he can say one thing, he can say the opposite of that, and what does it matter? Dang it.
But when I say that the free willer says, screw Paul and his anti-boasting message. This is the exact attitude we get from the free will Christians who are all into responsibility, ethics, morality.
So he's saying these guys saying these things I don't like, they think they're responsible for saying those things that I don't like, and they don't even know that they're not.
You know,
And then
I'm not gonna. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go
that's
ahead.
good. Yeah, I'm just saying, where's he going to go with that? But go ahead.
Well, there was nothing. It was just an observation. Like his little mannerisms totally caught me as neurodivergent, and I don't mean that as an insult, but that would explain a lot, and I mean a lot. And like it's underneath signs because like that's like something my kid would do. My oldest son is neurodivergent. He has autism. So like I could see him saying that almost like verbatim in the childish manner, right? That he just displayed there. And I can see the image in my head clearly. Like that's my kid in that instance. And I don't want to say that he actually is, but definitely like it lines up things a little bit. I'd have to inquire because the only reason I'm saying this also, I don't mean to be mean about it. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that he is or isn't. I'm just saying because I shared with him, I believe I shared with him in the past about my son being autistic, and he shared with me a dietary thing for him because I was concerned about my son's intake and what foods that autistic people had, and I was gonna ask him for it again because I lost his email, but that's something that I'm wondering about now because I've watched a lot of different autistic adults online that go online, and I do that to kind of see where potentially my kid might end up if he ever does stuff, when he gets older, to see what he's in for, to kind of show him, hey, dude, when you grow up, I know you're gonna do your own thing and you want to do your own thing, and you see me doing this stuff because he knows I stream a lot, so he thinks it's just the coolest, right? So I want to show him at least like people to look out for, or not to be transformed into with that when they get harassed and stuff like that. So that's all. I'm just trying to look out for my kid, but yeah, that's why I bring it up. I don't mean it as an insult.
All right.
Morality, more morality.
So yeah, he's making ethical considerations as he says this. Why does he never see this? I mean, it's so ridiculous, right? It's just plain to see. Yet he just keeps going on and on.
They've got no idea what Christ accomplished on the cross.
All right. Door number 3, boasting in liberty. Like that.
They've got no idea of what Christ accomplished on the cross, implying that he does, which is not a boast, right? It can't be a boast because he's including the cross in his boast. So he assumes that's not a boast. He's assuming that he's not making an ethical consideration. How has he missed this? Well, I don't think he's missed it. It's been pointed out enough. He just continues anyway. This is the psychology I'm talking about. I mean, what are you really dealing with when you've got somebody's like, well, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. And my response to you is that I'm not responsible for my response because I'm irresponsible. I have no responsibility. So you're just in this vicious circle of nonsense.
I like that very much. Yes. Yes.
Times how the critique inadvertently lands on the other person seeming to respond to what you're saying. It's just kind of funny how that happens. Like, I'm not really interacting with Tommy, but I'm like, Tommy, you're just saying things because of your feelings. And then you click back to the conversation. He's like, I like that very much. Sometimes it just blends together nicely. It's funny. Because I'm irresponsible. I have no responsibility. So you're just in this vicious circle of nonsense.
I like that very much. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and these boasters,
What does what we like have to do with the truth, right? When we're talking about God, when we're navigating theology, isn't it ultimately to navigate what is true, what is real? And entailed in what is true and what is real is our human experience, which entails behavior. If we find what is right, what is true, ought we adhere to that? Should we proclaim what is true? Well, when you throw out the ethical component of the worldview, you say, well, I think I know what's true. I think I know what's right, yet I'm not responsible for how I navigate what is true and what is right. Or it doesn't matter. When you throw out the ethical component, you got nonsense, but they still carry on using it while professing or implying or giving the appearance that they're not using it. This is part of the folly. This is part of the deception. And it's going to keep coming up, as I already addressed earlier. It just continues to happen over and over again, day after day.
so these free will boasters who love ethics and morality and all that stuff, you know.
See, when is it a consideration of loving ethics and morality? It's not. He just contours things how he wants to. Just variations of straw man, mischaracterization, so he can argue not the actual argument. He does this so often. This is why you have to ask him to steel man you.
One of the things that they don't boast in is their own stupidity. And yet Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, he says that God chooses the stupid to confound the wise. What's going on here?
Oh,
God chooses the stupid of the world to confound the wise of the world. And
So what is this claim about confound here? The stupid confound the wise. They make the wise perplexed or confused. The stupid bring in confusion. He's arguing that like that's a good thing. The stupid fail to distinguish, mix up. Yeah, absolutely. To make something bad worse. Why is he using that in a way as though it's an advantage? Anybody?
I think it's talking about like there in the context. I think it's like those that wouldn't be recognized as in the world as being smart, you know,
Yeah.
or the meek, the babes, the humble, those kind, you know, that aren't mighty or whatever. That you know, it's all by grace. But you know, I don't even know where he's going with that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what he's talking about there.
Yeah, I'll see. I think what I've gathered when he's done this before is when he gets to a point where he can't solve the argument or can't make sense out of what's being brought up, he goes to that and says, well, maybe I'm stupid, but God made me stupid for a reason, to confound you. That's what I've got from him in the past. But it's I don't think stupidity and meekness are synonymous. As you mentioned meekness. I know the meek will inherit the earth, but that doesn't mean it doesn't really have anything to do with intellect. It's more of like a demeanor, just reserved and humble, right?
Yeah, like the meek won't try to usurp dominance in every situation because they're meek, they're peaceable, you know.
Yeah.
And because sometimes somebody can be very wise and be considered stupid by the world, you know, but
Oh,
that
sure.
doesn't make them any less intelligent. That just means that maybe they're stupid in the world's eyes, which would kind of be a good thing in a way.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Welcome, Tommy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
God chooses the stupid of the world to confound the wise of the world. And
The wise. God chooses the stupid to fail to distinguish and mix up the wise. I mean, is that a confession that we're getting here?
I think it has to do with like John 1, where
You
it
see
talks
the-
about the light shines in the darkness and the darkness comprehended it not. I think that has to do with that. Like someone who has been given grace and certain types of knowledge, the light of Christ, like they confound the world because the world's not able to comprehend that light, basically. I
Yeah.
think that's what it's talking about.
I think so too. Yeah. Definition here: to fail to distinguish, to mix up. The second definition: to make something bad, worse, cause someone to be confused or perplexed. So, what is he actually saying there? God chooses the stupid to make. I was telling Tog this earlier. I was reviewing this before, so it's like I'm talking now and I'm talking prior to, so I might double up on some points. Like I didn't realize I brought up confound in the original playback, so I brought it up twice. If that helps you guys, you see, I'm down there reviewing the video in the past, so it might sound like I'm making the same point twice sometimes. No big deal. Just letting you know. Mix up the wise.
I got
Okay.
a question. Why would God want to confound the wise? Is that good for them or something?
Didn't Christ also speak in parables to his own disciples? Wisdom is given to that which is found and deserved. Sorry, I'm back too. But at least you also have continuity, JG, from what you're saying then and now.
Yeah.
It's always good to be right.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Right on, dude.
God chooses the weak of the world to confound the strong. And God chooses the ignoble to confound those people who are boasting in the flesh. Well, yeah, there's another boasting in the flesh. That would be a boasting.
Wait, is he saying the wise are the ones boasting in the flesh?
To confound those people who are boasting in the flesh. Well, yeah, there's.
Why is the verse, the stupid confounding the wise, the stupid confusing those boasting in the flesh? I don't understand his use of confound here. I think he has his own concordant definition of the word confound, which I'm sure he does.
There's another boasting in the flesh. That would be a boasting. Paul doesn't have anything good to say about boasting in the flesh, by the way. And we ought to be smart enough to figure out that this is a pretty good thing to do.
Little moral smuggle. We ought to be smart enough to think it's pretty good to do. Constant moral smuggles.
I mean, it's understandable that
It's a pretty good thing to do, relatively speaking, and as a figure of speech, because we can't do anything. We're acting out a role. Let's hear it again.
when you're pretty good, and we ought to be smart enough to figure out that this is a pretty good thing to do. I mean, it's understandable that when you're young, when you're a teenager, you would boast in your flesh because it's so cute. Look at that flesh. Your skin is beautiful. You got all your teeth, got all your hair, and you got a nice 24-inch waist size. But sooner or later, man, you pack on the years and pack on the pounds, and you realize this flesh is just not something to boast in, man. I admit.
Yeah, this flesh is not something to boast on. I don't want any of this responsibility that it's been weighing me down. You want to give it all to God. I mean, I get some of what he's saying, but he's just gone off the deep end, right? Like, I'm going to give it all to God and say, well, I don't even exist. I'm just an actor on a stage in the relative. All this talk of what we ought to do and how we ought to be obedient and what's right and wrong, well, that's not even real. Heck, I mean, why get rid of some of it? We just get rid of it all. And, the naysayers, well, I've got time to stream every day and just mock them and laugh at them. And then there's a small group of people who I can get to do that with me. And of course, the atheists are willing to do that. So we can utilize them as well. And they're particularly helpful when these Christians are making really good points and they won't move from their point. We can just use the atheists to go after them and to help us while telling the atheist the good news, which is they didn't do anything. All the guilt and shame they've ever had is just a relative feeling of what they were supposed to do.
Been paying from sun up to sundown. Feel free to hit the StreamYard link and come in, boys and girls. Go ahead, Tommy. Tell us something you boast in on a regular basis.
Here we go.
Wow, you caught me off guard, Ace. That's novel. That's novel. Confess something that I boast in on a regular basis. I boast in fearlessness on a regular basis.
Fearlessness. Here we go. Fearlessness. Fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, but that's just for the Jews. That's just for Israel. Paul taught us fearlessness.
It's a bad habit, JG.
Are you getting a little bit scared about it now?
Well, not scared, but just a little more enlightened about the vanity of boasting and fearlessness. It doesn't work. It doesn't help. It might be fun and all that, but it's not practical. It doesn't.
You did it because it was fun. That's why you did it. That's why you said it.
Well, it is. It's kind of like, yeah. Boasting in liberty and boasting in fearlessness, parading around like a schoolboy, like a legalistic schoolboy, parading around with a fancy hat on or something. It's retarded.
I don't want you to go to the high schools, and do that. So be careful, okay?
Well,
Yeah,
I received that. That. Thank you for that exhortation. Thank you.
I understand that I kind of stand with a different vantage point, but what Ace is not actually recognizing, and something that I've been trying to exhort Acelanders in for 3 years now because I want them to walk in truth. I want to see that happen for them. He's actually boasting in the flesh every time he weighs righteousness by it. So he's calling the works of the flesh sin, and he's doing it by declaring that his flesh transgresses the law, because sin is transgression of the law. So every time he says he believes in the righteousness of God and then immediately looks at the flesh to see if it's adhering to the law and then judges that flesh to miss the law, he's actually boasting in the flesh. That's what he's not seeing.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I would take it from a different angle, but I think that angle is relevant as well. It's similar to what I was saying to Tog earlier. He has some different points too. Personally, I just go for the foundation and take it all out. But it's a fair point. He's having to utilize the law while claiming to dismiss it or not use it. It's quite obvious.
Well, I mean, from that vantage point, I suppose, but he's talking about refraining from boasting in the flesh because he's making the declaration that we are not to boast in the flesh because it's a truth of Scripture. However, he's not acknowledging that he's still actually boasting in the flesh every time he judges the flesh as sin, because he's using the law and going to the outward appearance of righteousness and actually not believing in the righteousness of God. Like, I know I have a different vantage point, but
you need a bit of a different argument because he's
under the law.
He's saying that he's not
under the law.
The reason I think you need a stronger argument is because he's ultimately saying that he's not doing those things.
Right, but that's again why I go back to out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. He can say he's proclaiming God's righteousness all day long, but the moment that he judges the flesh as sin, he is declaring that his flesh has transgressed the law, and he does that because he's actually looking to the outward appearance of righteousness of men, and he's not actually believing that we are righteous no matter what we do. And I know that's a different
Hold on a sec.
from others, but
what was the first sentence you said? You said he can claim that he is.
Well, he's claiming that he believes in the righteousness of God.
But therein right there is a problem, because he doesn't have access to that evaluation. He's determined to say that's what's happening.
I mean, Tommy,
it's a deeper argument, though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
sound doctrine matters.
What's that?
Well, Tommy, I was hearing him sigh like he's frustrated, but sound doctrine matters. Like, there's a difference between walking in the truth and walking in lies, and no lie is of the truth. If you're going to boast that you know the way and tell everybody that you got to believe as we do or you're stupid, then he better make damn sure he's preaching sound doctrine. But he doesn't even care about sound doctrine, because when he gets corrected by Scripture, he just throws the Scripture out. He's blatantly said multiple times that while he proclaims to follow Paul, he even picks and chooses the verses that even Paul taught.
Right. But why are you going to argue with a man who's holding the ultimate theory that he's not wrong? How are you ever going to get that across to him that he's wrong about these situations you're bringing up?
Well, sure. I mean, we're just doing an evaluation. I don't go over there very often except when I'm offered the link by your channel, but I'm not allowed over there to have these discussions with him anyway, because he's just put his fingers in his ears and said, I'm not accountable to Scripture. And he's literally removed John, James, Old Testament. He's just removed Scripture to basically go, la, 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 I don't have to listen to doctrine, and then just get everybody to follow his narrative. And it's disheartening for me, because I want to see people walking in the truth, and the only way we get there is by sound doctrine, and he just absolutely refuses it. So, I mean, there's not any real reason for me to continue to him directly, because he's made it abundantly clear that all Scripture isn't profitable for
doctrine. Did you look at the video that I confessed? Reminded me of you.
Of me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I had the mic open. Excuse me.
Well, yeah, you doing some Dateline there, buddy? What's going on? This guy.
Anyway.
Is that the case? Is that really the case? That fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. We're just going to toss that out the window.
It obviously is.
You see,
It obviously
Yeah, but-
is. Oh, you weren't asking me. Sorry. Never mind. Excuse me.
Well, it's fine. It's the video's replaying me critiquing you guys, but it's still relevant if you want to answer to it because you're the one in the video, you know.
Well, I have that trouble over at Aces when he reviews his own videos. I can never tell when he's asking a question or the video that he is reviewing is asking a question. And
Right, but in this case, you're in both videos, so anything pertaining to you would still be relevant. But
yeah,
I understand what you're saying. It is a little confusing.
well, if you have a question, please ask. But I confuse easily, because you know me. You ask one question and you get a lot of verbosity. And anyway, and plus, I'm not commissioned to render opinion tonight unless it is asked of me.
Okay. Well, I'd
Yeah.
prefer you render truth.
I do the best I can, or so I say.
Yeah.
So I hope.
Why are you not commissioned tonight?
Well, because either my highest morals have informed me of its inappropriateness, or the Holy Spirit has informed me of the inappropriateness of rendering my opinion tonight without specifically being asked for it.
What
It's
is
either my conscience and my consciousness of my highest morals, or it is God, the Holy Spirit, or maybe some mixture of both. Yeah.
what do you when you say your highest morals, what are you talking about?
I actually have those. Or so I say. Yes, it is one of the highest of morals is a moral to be kind, or
Well,
what
that's not yours.
what you might call charitable.
That's Christ. That's not yours.
Well, the true.
So it sounds like you're saying your highest morals versus the Holy Spirit, when actually, if you adhere to the Holy Spirit, there's no need to fight with your own moral system with the Holy Spirit. You know which one is the right one. There's no contest there.
I have trouble, JG. I think I've tried to explain to you before, discerning the difference between my conscience and the Holy Spirit. And I've had trouble with that since I was a relatively younger pilgrim.
Well, don't you think it's because you don't think that the Holy Spirit is guiding you objectively, that it's subjective for each person, that love is up to the individual?
Well, the Holy Spirit has never spoken to me. Well, I can't say that either. I'll just say this, that the communications that I receive from God are primarily in my mind. And discerning the difference between the Holy Spirit, which I believe is in me, and my conscience, my weak, fatigued, powerful conscience, discerning the diff has been a wondrous education to discern the difference, because to doubt one's own conscience sometimes feels like doubting God. It gets crazy in a good mind such as mine. Well, beer battered mind such as mine. Yeah.
Well, lean not on your own understanding. Wouldn't that lead you back into the Word, so you would have a better understanding what the Holy Spirit requires, or what obedience to the Holy Spirit is? That's where you would go.
That's such timely advice and good advice.
These guys have this idea that there's transdispensational or transionian truths that some of the Old Testament carries over, and whatever they don't think is carried over, they don't like, they toss out and say, oh, that's just for the Jews. And I've continually asked them, what are these transdispensational, transionian truths, and who is the authority that decides these things? Nobody knows. I mean, you get the answer, oh, God is the authority. Well, if we're presupposing God and presupposing the scriptures, yes, God is the authority. But when man, the creature, reads the scriptures and says, well, I'm going to toss this out and I'm going to keep this, well, he's in violation of Revelations 22:19, right? And I asked the question the other day and it got avoided. Was Revelations 22:19 only for the Jews? Are the Gentiles allowed to dispose and change and edit and highlight the scriptures as they want to? Because we see this over on Ace's channel all the time. When we call him on it, he removes the words that he's added. Even if he won't say it outright, I'm guessing he's treating that as though that was for the Jews, that they're not allowed to update, edit, highlight. Is that some of the problem, Tommy, when you go to seek the lesson of the Holy Spirit and you go to the Gospels because of listening to the ace theists, that you might find a command of obedience and wonder if that's for you or for the Jews instead?
I think I'm hearing your question, and I would say yes.
And you've heard the terms transionian and transdispensational truth, as I was mentioning in the video?
Oh, yeah. I first heard that over at Ace's Knowledge Club.
Oh, yeah, that's where I heard it too. So I think that's an interesting one because they're claiming that some of the
Knowledge Club, yeah.
Like some of the things Jesus says is for all people, and then some of the things are just for the Jews. And I say, okay, well, let's hash out which things are which. They either can't or won't do that. But that would be key if you hold this type of philosophy.
That would seem very good to do.
Yeah.
If one's listening to truth, if transionian truth is a thing, and if Jewish truth is also a thing, it sounds very good to discern a difference, if indeed there is a difference. You know, I question sometimes, am I a Jew? Am I an Anglo-Israeli? Am I under the law? Am I under grace? I mean, these questions go through my mind pretty frequently.
Do you think there's Jewish truth?
Well, I believe Jesus spoke the law to the Israelites who believed that they could be justified by law compliance. That's what I believe. He spoke the law, the red letter words. He also spoke other truths other than the law. But when he preached the law, he preached it most truthfully and most extremely. I think most honest pilgrims would agree on that. Pluck out your eye, he said. Cut your hand off. Yeah. Very powerful words. Words of the law. Thou shalt not covet. If you look at a woman lustfully, you are an adulterer. If you say to your brother, fool, raka. Yeah, he spoke words of the law in ways that I bet the Israelites had not heard them.
But that law, Tommy, has always been spiritual. It didn't just suddenly become spiritual. It's always been spiritual. And in fact, in Romans 7, when Paul was discussing the law in which Jesus Christ makes us dead to, he describes that he had not known sin but by the law, and he said he wouldn't have known. It said, thou shalt not covet. Thou shalt not covet comes from Exodus 20. It's a spiritual law. Coveting your neighbor's wife is glorying in the flesh. To simplify it, it's looking at that devious, seductive woman that tries to convince you to weigh righteousness by your flesh and judge men right with God or proclaim your own goodness. If he trusts in his own righteousness, that's how we committed iniquity. It was a spiritual law that we all transgressed.
Is that Is that forbidden? Is a foolish pilgrim such as I forbidden from judging other pilgrims to be righteous?
Well, Jesus said in Matthew 23:28, he said, you indeed do appear outwardly righteous unto men, but inwardly you're full of iniquity and hypocrisy. So there is a visual appearance of righteousness because the Jews they started to trust in their works of the law to be how they were attaining to the righteousness of the law, and they fell from the faith. So it's always been about obedience to the faith. And that in and of itself is a work of God, because it says it's impossible. We can't believe that we are righteous as we are because we want to look to the flesh. That's the lust of the flesh, is to glory in it, which there's a lot of very subtle ways that these doctrines and all these winds of doctrines will convince you to weigh righteousness by the flesh.
Mm.
And unfortunately, that's what Ace does. And obviously, if he knew that that's the case, then he wouldn't weigh righteousness by the flesh. But he's in stubbornness right now because he refuses to go to all of Scripture to allow to formulate his doctrine, and he refuses to be corrected by it. So he's going to remain ignorant of God's righteousness. That's why James spoke of faith without works is dead. Well, he completely dismisses all of James because he perceives that there's this separate gospel where we have to obey the law with our flesh, and that that's only for the Jews. But faith without works is dead. You can say that you believe in God's righteousness all day long, but the minute that you look to the flesh to be where you measure it, you have negated your faith. It's a dead faith. And it even says that in James. It says that faith without works is dead, and the work, it also says, is to believe. And those good works is the good conversation. If you have a faith in his righteousness, you're going to declare it. You might be tempted to want to look to the flesh and declare your own goodness, but you're in that faith. When God is working that faith in you, you will. That's why he says he keeps the door of our lips. So it's like you can say all day long that you believe in his righteousness, but when you go to the flesh and look at the appearance and judge a man a sinner, a transgressor of God's law, then you're not actually believing that he fulfilled it.
God, one slip of the tongue and I'm not.
Well, it's not a slip of the tongue. In fact, it's just a fruit of believers. Believers declare God's righteousness because it's God who performs that fruit.
One bad fruit, work of my mouth, and I'm no longer in the faith. It's
supposed to be the fruit that we know who has seen and known God by. That's why he said to judge with righteous judgment. That's why.
Carrie, I've never met a righteous pilgrim that could survive the sniff test. Even though God has made righteous pilgrims clean, they do not smell like it. I have surmised that. They all stink, or at least smell.
Well, everybody starts in stink. We all sinned against God, but...
Well, that's symbolic of judging by the flesh. What I've said, these silly words I've said, are symbolic of judging another pilgrim according to the flesh, which I hear you, is not advisable, nor is it prescribed by Holy Scripture. What are the other ways? I ask myself, what are the other ways that I can discern who is really in Christ Jesus, or who is and clean and justified, or who is half-baked? How can I discern who the real believers are? By their words? By their confession? By their uniforms? By their labels? By their self-labels? How do I discern who the enemies of God or the friends of God truly are? By how they look, by how they sound, by how humble they are or how humble they act. Anyway, thank you for suffering my questions, which are my own, and that I monger upon other pilgrims like you, but they're my conundrums, and I'm embarrassed, and it's unkind for me to. I consider it unkind for me to monger my own fears and my own conundrums on y'all.
Right. But you know how, well, I understand what you're saying. Scripture, though, tells us, and it's not about, I'm not judging who's saved and not saved because I know that the works were finished from the foundation of the world and he's the savior of all men. I'm making the judgment as to who's believing it. And he told us that we can know those that believe because he's the savior of all men, especially those that believe. Who are the ones that are believing in the righteousness of God? And we're told all throughout all of the New Testament, especially, he makes it clear that you are to examine yourself to see if you are in the faith by asking yourself the question, do you look at the things after the outward appearance? Are you judging a man, a transgressor of the law, by what a man does, or are you judging someone righteous because of the obedience of one? And if you're truly believing in that moment that you are righteous without that work, then you are going to declare that you are righteous no matter what your flesh is doing. And that's why he told us, give God the glory in whatsoever you do. Happy is the man that condemneth not himself in that thing that he alloweth. So there is a fruit that I guess is the past tense, born. I don't know if that's bore. There's a fruit that's bore in a believer's lips. And God declares he's the one who creates it. So it is his work, to draw out faith in our hearts. But you can know those that know him by their fruits. What righteousness are they declaring?
Well, I can.
Very subtle. It's very subtle.
Yes, it is. I confess that I've never met a perfect faith preacher that was perfect in every word that they expressed or every biblical opinion that they expressed, not even one. And I've met a lot of earnest, honest, sincere, and spirit-filled faith preachers, but I ain't never heard one that was perfect, or even not retarded in some other way.
Well, that's why there's weak in the faith and there's strong in the faith.
Have you ever heard a
conscience and those that become pure?
Have you ever heard a perfect faith preacher?
Yeah, Paul, Peter.
Nah, you've read those. Have you ever heard with your ears?
Well, I mean, it says that Jesus went to the heart of the earth to preach the spirits of prison.
But
no, Tommy, no.
That's how it sounds like you have been discerning who the faithful truly are by their words.
Well, but he is the faithful one. It's just I know who is actually believing in God's righteousness by whose righteousness they declare.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry to pepper you with
questions,
Barry. You deserve better than I can render.
No, I'm not offended in any way. If we got to sort things out, it's got to be through Scripture, and I'm conveying that the faithfulness of the faith was like all righteousness has been fulfilled. And our temptation is, as a believer, are we going to go back to the ways of the corrupt conversation and condemn ourselves? Or are we actually going to believe, no matter what work of the flesh is manifest, that righteousness actually comes from God? That's when the temptation arises. That's why he said it's a fiery trial and a tribulation of faith. And there's an entire group of people who are weak in conscience, who are growing in the faith to become strong in the conscience. And then there's those that are completely outside of it, who go on declaring the righteousness of the flesh and haven't even acknowledged what it means to sin against God. Like they haven't even acknowledged their sin yet because they're still thinking it's about their works with the law when really it was about their trusting those works. So there's no repentance.
Each person on this panel has a unique education from God. I believe that. And I sit here and smile at your education, Carrie, because I have heard something about predestined good works. I heard somewhere from a preacher or through scripture that each of us, if we're still walking the earth, are predestined to do certain or individual good works. And I like that very much. That gives a man such as I hope that God might do something good even through me. And it also opens my ears some to other pilgrims and to see that that God is doing good works through them, even if they aren't educated in the same way that I am. I like that very much. But
well, the good works, though, that is described in the New Testament is our conversation.
Could there be anything else?
That's why he all throughout, like, there's an entire group of people that doesn't get discussed on any YouTube channel that I've seen yet. And maybe I could be wrong. I haven't seen them all, but there is a group of people who, while the
couldn't,
oftentimes in Eastland, they declare the absolute, but they're not acknowledging the relative. So
I believe you that some of us are called unto the most excellent of conversation. Absolutely. But I also believe that some of us are called to open doors for little orphans and little children and widows. Some of us are called to smile at the depressed or visit somebody in a golden prison.
Well, what do you say when someone says they're called to run a sword through those in the old folks' home? How do you argue that? So you can name the good stuff.
50 caliber. If I have a 50 caliber Desert Eagle with a hollow point in it, I don't have to say a word.
You point out the good stuff people are called to do, but then when we start pointing out the quote bad stuff, you have reservation about the claim itself.
You didn't believe what I said, JG?
Well, I don't think it's addressing what I'm saying.
Well, it was your example. If I ran into some son of Islam, gigging some old burqa wearing woman in the local rest home, I ain't gonna bother to contest them. If I'm packing heat, they're gonna be dead.
I get that, but I'm asking you
why I do not pack heat.
Dude.
Is because I can't trust myself. I'm a hothead. But anyway, this ain't free Tom therapy time. Forgive me, everybody. Sorry.
Well, I'm asking you, you can name the good things that you are set out to do by God. When someone says, well, what about these things that oppose what you're saying? It sounds like you have a situation where you're willing to take someone out. But when we ask how you're justified in order to take that action, it seems you're back in the same place. You don't really know.
I don't need justification. When I'm beholding evil of that extreme sort that you just characterized, I don't need any biblical justification.
Really?
Or rational or rhetorical. Or
so you're making up your own rules.
No, I am discerning directly.
To what?
Discerning directly in that caricature what is evil. JG,
according to what? According to what standard?
JG, many men have taught you what evil is and what wickedness is and what sin is. There's been a long list of earnest pilgrims who have educated you about what is evil by default. And I exhort you now to I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it other than this. Discernment of such things as evil is sometimes not done according to uniform. It's like, oh my God, that person has a good person's uniform on, but look, they're doing evil. It's not discerned.
You're holding a standard in place that you're not mentioning. What is the standard? You said it's not the Bible.
Tell me,
what is it?
Tell me.
The scripture.
Oh, well, there it is.
You threw it out. You said it's
the chase. Thank you for cutting to the chase.
No. You said that's not the standard. I'm asking you what the standard is.
Let us agree that the standard is the holy law of God, 613 of them.
You're agreeing with that now?
Commandments and precepts. You can call it objective morality if you must.
You said let's agree, so you agree with that all of a sudden?
Let us agree that the only objective morality in all of reality is the law.
Why would you say let us agree with that? You don't agree with that.
I do and I don't.
What does that mean?
I also believe in the Holy Spirit.
What does that mean, you do and you don't?
That means I believe that the only objective morality in all of reality is those tablets that are in the Ark of the Covenant somewhere under Jerusalem, or maybe in a warehouse in D.C., if you believe that Indiana Jones movie. But I believe it. It is written. The law is written in ancient Hebrew. It is written. It is just like Jesus, when he quoted it, he always said, it is written.
Yeah.
They didn't even have the New Testament when Jesus was preaching on the Sermon on the Mountain. But anyway, you asked, I rendered opinion. I believe the only objective morality that at this point that is the law. And I also believe that one can discern, perhaps much more truthfully, what the real evil is, and who the real enemies of the cross are, and who the real friends of God are, and who the children, the miserable pilgrims who are honest and earnest truly are. The Holy Spirit.
So,
do you believe in the Holy Spirit?
You decided to take out the Islam guy. You say you don't need justification. When questioned about it, it seems all of a sudden you brought the law back into the predicament somehow. How are you doing that?
I'm sorry, was that a real inquiry?
It definitely was. Sounds like when you're dealing with the Islam guy, you said
your script, JG, it doesn't just bore me.
I don't care.
It doesn't just lightly annoy me.
This is a non-answer, ladies and gentlemen.
Sometimes it frustrates me. I want a better game out of you, JG.
No.
I don't want your standard.
He can't answer, so he wants a better game out of me. This is comedy. This is comedy.
Of course. I don't want to take it too seriously. I have a tendency to take my religion too seriously.
All you're saying is I don't know how to answer that, so you're going into some diatribe about how I should do better. It's stupid.
Well, you know, JG. You know.
Removed from the scriptures, but he is.
And now we all know.
When you see someone blatantly take a step like that, I would say it's a red flag among the other red flags.
Are you fearless?
At times,
red flag of the devil. I believe you're the devil. I believe you're the devil. Oh, I'm sorry. I was singing a hymn with the mic open. Excuse me.
Well, I mean, is that what you're doing when we're doing the stream? Are you pausing it and singing and then just popping back in?
things.
I'm sorry.
Am
Was that
I
a real, was that a
fearless?
real inquiry?
Well, I just want to know how engaged you are. Didn't mean to interrupt your singing.
Okay.
Okay.
That's for you to confess.
Well, have you seen me behave in such a way that you would say, "Oh yeah, Ace is fearless"?
At times, in ways, about
You know,
certain
I have
things.
had Christians tell me that I am evil and dangerous because I don't fear the Lord.
Do you?
He thinks it's funny that someone would say you're evil and dangerous because you don't fear the Lord. I mean, as a believer in the power of God, why is that funny?
I don't fear the Christian version of hell.
Was that the question? Was he asking you if you feared the Christian version of hell? Right. This is a typical obfuscation you get. Let's hear it again.
That's exactly. You hit the nail on the head there, JG. I asked him, "Do you fear God?" Yeah,
Right.
exactly. I didn't ask him if he feared hell or his flesh. I didn't say, "Do you fear your flesh, your youthful flesh, Ace?" Oh no, I went straight for the big guy.
Right. So that's what you got to watch for. You're asking a question and you're getting the answer to a question you didn't ask.
Well,
I'm evil and dangerous because
I think it's pretty obvious. That question I asked Ace, I think it's the answer to it is fairly apparent, even to a foolish pilgrim such as I. Does Ace fear God? I really me asking that question is almost like asking a rhetorical question for educational purposes only, of course. What do you think, JG? Do you think Ace fears God?
No. I think he thinks that God is shapeable.
I don't fear the Lord.
Do you?
I don't fear the Christian version of hell.
Okay.
And they, you know, like when I'm
You see, you shouldn't have just said okay to that. He should have called him on it. That's not what I asked you.
Well, wait. If I endorse something, or if I render a neutral response, or if I rate something poorly, I am very pretentious about ratings. Rigidly. My religion is so rigid about how I endorse a belief claim or a knowledge claim. I am, and you know me, JG, I squirm, but it's all very, or some of it's fairly well thought through. If I say okay, there's a reason for it. Or if I say good or right or I'm that pretentious, I confess. But go ahead, please. Sorry.
Right. You know, I guess they want to be pals more than figure out
Maybe
what he's really doing. I don't know.
Maybe yes, I agree. There is no unbiased peacemaker. There is no unbiased truth preacher. There is no unbiased judge of men except God, who is the most gracious judge of all reality. Oh, let us praise him on occasion. Whew. Go ahead, sorry.
That song, that mocking song about the lake of fire.
What do you mean, the double death theory song?
Yeah, the Lake of Fire song, right? The Lake of Fire is a funny issue for the Universalists because, as far as I've gathered from them, they think the Lake of Fire is a necessary judgment. Which, you know, what is a judgment when you're not responsible for anything? First off, but you have to die twice, and you say, well, I don't want to go to this Lake of Fire with you. You know, no matter how cozy you make it sound, it seems to me that the scriptures are exhorting us not to go there, that we ought not go to the lake of fire, right? And the response is, well, you don't think Christ can handle death?
God.
What do you think he did on the cross, right? That's sort of the response. Like, if he can handle death once, he can handle it twice. Why would we want to die twice? Why are the scriptures telling us we ought not go to the lake of fire? It's just a joke to them, right? It becomes a joke. Well, we can't really answer that, so we'll make a mocking song out of it.
Well,
It's strange.
Let me tell you, I wrote a hymn that was an abomination to our Universalist neighbors. And it won't the chicken train hymn that I sang last whenever. It was the hymn that went like this. Double death dogma of the Lord Jesus Christ. Double, 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 double. Double death dogma of the Lord Jesus Christ. And let me tell you that not just annoyed Ace, that offended him. Just a silly hymn, double death dogma of the Lord Jesus Christ. And I pledged to him that I would not sing it on his live streams again. I pledged to him. But anyway, sorry, go ahead, JG.
Well, okay.
I would say it's a strange thing to do, but it kind of makes sense too and it's what happens when you can't answer to certain aspects of your doctrine.
Ace has informed me that unless a silly child-like pilgrim, such as myself, understands that death is double death, then I am not believing the gospel. And I found that utterly offensive, that a little child, couldn't hear the gospel and believe it by the grace of God. Oh no, little child, you can't have a poor understanding of what death is. You have to believe in soul sleep. No, you have to believe in annihilation of the soul, or you aren't believing the gospel. I found that annoyingly absurd, and I wrote a hymn about it. Double death dogma of the Lord Jesus Christ. And that annoyed Ace. He says, why would you sing such a hymn or such a song? You know, that stupid song. But the reason I sang that song was for a reason. He was pushing it. He was pushing what he believed the real gospel to be. That you have to believe in double death, and you cannot believe in immortality of the soul. Oh no, that is satanic. That is demonic. That is Christian pagan religion. Oh, anyway, carry on. Thank you.
Characterizations, mockery, and ridicule, because you're caught. And I think that's what where Eric keeps catching him. He keeps catching him there. So he's like, oh, I'll just make a song and show how I'm not how I'm fearless. I don't care if I died twice. Christ has got this covered. He can handle death once. He can handle it twice. It's a bold move to make, right? I mean, is bold the right word?
No. The Lake of Fire song.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, they say you're mocking God.
All right, fresh meat. I mean,
oh, it's just VJ. He came in here to
Victor.
Well, mocking God is not a problem for the universalist. God creates the universalist or the unbeliever, the Christian, to mock God when they mock God. That's just what God has them do. And they don't believe in God when they blaspheme against the holy.
God. How does one mock God? How does that work?
Well, are you familiar with the term atheists?
Do you mock the KJV 1611? Do you
ever met an atheist, Tommy?
Do you mock the law? Is that mocking God? What how can one such as I mock God? By
By
saying
saying,
I
by
don't
saying
believe in him.
you don't fear him.
I don't believe in the God of the Bible. Yeah, you think that's mocking God?
You will reap what you sow. God will not be mocked.
Yeah, I know it says that, but I'm asking about what constitutes mocking God.
Stuff you do constitutes mocking God. When you say you don't have fear of God and you make fun of people who have fear of God, that would be mocking God and God's word, Solomon's teaching.
If we're supposed to be an image, then we shouldn't let our image get distorted, or otherwise we're no longer the image, but a distortion.
Spirit, well, that's in their position what God is having them do as a display. Again, it's just this vicious circle of them giving their relative opinion on what's going on, a point of observation that's fully directed and controlled by God. And if they're going to tell you that or imply that you're not doing something right, well, it's just a figure of speech in the relative, because we're passing time and they're not right, you're not wrong. It's just the same old thing over and over again.
Well,
Yeah, to make sure that we don't forget about the Jesse Pinkman contingent.
in my opinion, based on times past, if I mock Eric or Eric's opinion, I have mocked God and God's opinion. And that's just the way it is.
Well, if he's quoting the scripture, that could be applicable.
Perhaps if he's weaponized scripture, if he takes a one-liner out of the law and weaponizes it to fearmonger, and I mock him for it, am I mocking God because he's weaponized a one scripture out of Leviticus?
Well, you have to prove how he's doing something wrong with the scripture. Well, your worldview can't account for that type of argument.
I am justified in Christ Jesus.
I don't know you'd have a worldview that could argue against something like that. So
what if I don't?
Then you can't make an argument against it. That's what the so what.
I can and I do.
All right, well, do it then. Let's hear it.
I'm doing it continuously.
You're saying if Eric so if Eric says something scriptural to you and you think that he's weaponizing it, you move to make a case that he's wrong based on what standard?
I said in times past.
I'm asking you in times past, what standard did you relay that you were utilizing to point out that Eric's wrong?
I invoke the standard himself, not the law. The glory of the law is fading, but God's grace is overwhelming us. And good evening, Honest Pilgrim Will. Good evening.
No, I don't know if that person here is, but Will is here.
Oh.
Tommy, you didn't establish anything right there. You tried to.
I said the Holy Spirit. I'm just a mystical pilgrim, JG.
You invoke the Holy Spirit to prove Eric wrong, but you don't hold the Holy Spirit as an objective standard?
You and Eric know that I am dishonest. Let's not forget that. But let me tell you, I am sincere. I invoke the authority of God, the Holy Spirit, and I don't need to rhetorically justify, according to the law, anything I say. I could just sit here and babble for the rest of my measly existence. I am not required. Why? Because I'm not under the law. Men such as you can't want what they want.
Is this helping you point out the standard you have in place to prove Eric is wrong? I'm just
upbraiding you a little bit, JG.
Well, you've gone from not being able to establish the standard into upbraiding me, right?
I said the Holy Spirit, but you want written standard. That's what you want. You want canon. You want scripture. You want Leviticus.
That's fine.
You want the KJV 1769 AD. That's what you want, but I do not give you what you want because I can't truthfully give it to you.
You said you invoke the Holy Spirit, right?
I have to respond to you most truthfully.
I can probably figure this out if you let me talk.
Well, for the grace of God, please talk.
Well, you don't want it figured out, is what I'm gathering, because you keep going down different trails and interrupting. Do you want to figure
your complaint? Continue.
If you're saying Eric's doing something wrong because you invoked the Holy Spirit, the entailment of that isn't about you invoking it at a certain time. It's going to be an ever-present objective standard, is it not?
I do not consider the Holy Spirit to be an quote objective standard.
Oh, so it's subjective based on the Holy Spirit's preference at the time?
Apparently.
Okay, well, I think you've found yourself in your own muddle.
Yeah, of course I have. And you don't have to trust your Holy Spirit.
My Holy Spirit. So now we have our individual.
I don't have to trust mine.
We have individual Holy Spirits now.
You have to trust your conscience, your almighty conscience. Weak and fatigued it is, but it's almighty. And it is synonymous with your God. And you must trust it. And you are forbidden by godliness from even questioning your bully pulpit conscience that drives you day after day, and you do not understand why.
Calm down, Tommy. Calm down, right?
Hey, I get to be serious too. Come on, JG.
Serious?
Come on, can't we keep it light?
I don't know. You're actually acting different since Will showed up. I noticed that.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me somehow.
What's up, Will? Do you got anything?
I was just trying to make sense of what was being discussed.
Well, me too.
It seems personal, so I just decided to stay out of it for now.
Forget about that crowd.
I know. Give him hell. Give him hell.
Morning.
Hey, morning. How's the foot?
Oh, a lot better. Thank you. Yeah.
Good.
Couple more months, it might look normal.
Damn. And smell even better.
Oh, yeah.
Jesse Pinkman, how's the faith working out for you there, BJ?
The faith?
Yeah.
Oh, the faith never leaves. It just changes. It varies once in a while, but it's never gone.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Faith is a component of this human condition that's always in play. There's nothing we do without faith.
After a cup of coffee, things get warmed up.
Right. Put a little vodka in my tea this morning. So.
Oh my God! Is that Pharmakia?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Coffee is Pharmakia. Let me write that down. And look, there's Sean Eagle too.
Hey, Mr. Eagle.
Hey, good morning, you gentlemen.
Morning.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tommy, how you been, brother?
Hanging tight. I think I have some budding ambition, which is always nice, being that I was raised by a good socialist.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but they're pretty good. Thanks, John. Thanks.
Good to see you, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Were you over on Todd's channel, Victor?
Not today. Is he having one?
Yeah, they were. I think he had one earlier. They were talking about peeing over there, and if Mac went to hell, somebody would pee on him to quench his scalded tongue or something. It was pretty cringe, but it was kind of entertaining. But then Ace cranked up, and got to go with the yum. And there's Greg. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Tommy, how you doing today, bro?
Thank you. Well,
I mean, are you doing a guy a favor by pissing on him?
I would think so.
Right, yeah.
If
We're
you
just
were
gonna
in
flame
hell,
up again, just a little stinkier next time.
yeah, would you let Hillary pee on you if you were in hell?
It's like you're doing it with PJ too. You start acting differently when PJ comes in. You're talking about pissing in people's mouths all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's a trouble I have. I always play to the audience,
It's
but when
called
I
code
have
shifting.
more than one come in, I start playing to one and playing to the other, and what sounds good to one sounds blasphemous to another. There's just no winning when you're playing to the audience. There's just
Be
no,
all things to all men.
yeah, I know, all at the same time. Yeah. Try doing that in a live stream.
I think you probably would.
Nah, if I'm in hell, I deserve it. I'll take it in stride. I'll probably take the place over. Have it running. Top management down there. It'll be a lot better place, top to bottom.
Oh, aren't these guys funny? Okay, get on with it, right? I hear your failed comedy attempts to. I can still be a YouTube comedian.
There'll be good things talked about hell from now on if I take over that place.
Hey, BJ, could you read the call out right there on the screen by Garuda King?
Sure. Free willers hate Paul. They hate Ephesians 1:9-11, where God directly proclaims that he proposes all in accord with the counsel of his will.
Purposes. He purposes all.
Oh, my bad. Purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the purposes of God, the counsel of his will, just could not entail that his creature has some sort of choices that they can make. He just can't do that, right? They like to say that there's a short-armed God that the Christians have, that he's weak. Well, the same argument can be used that when we read this, the counsel of his will couldn't entail that the creature has limited choice or certain choices within the parameters of the counsel of his will. They just can't see that, won't accept it. It can work both ways, but obviously they're going to want to keep it their way because it's more enjoyable to not have responsibility and to ridicule people who think. See, I said it works both ways, but it doesn't work their way. In fact, they do.
Yeah, that's not a favorite free willer verse, that Romans 1:9-11 business.
Haters gonna hate, It's kind of like the some people see Paul as like the prodigal son. You go out, fuck around, do all kinds of dumb shit, you come back and everything's all hunky dory. People that practice this morality thing that are righteous types, they don't like that. They don't like the fact that you could fuck up and be all right.
Yeah, that sounds unjust, huh?
Yeah, it sounds unfair to the ones that don't go around punching people in the eye, where everybody gets some ice cream. It doesn't.
Yeah, right. I think that. I'll just let it play.
It seems fair to those do-gooders, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't seem fair to let all those people die during the flood.
Well, it's like your cable bill. You've been paying your cable bill for 5 years, $100 a month, and then all of a sudden they got this. Sign up with us today, and you get 3 free months and 2 free months of internet and a phone. Where's the fairness for the people who've been paying for the 5 years? They don't get that kind of stuff. It's that kind of deal, it's that mentality. Like slider.
That war orphans and war veterans have contrasting insights, and that sounds like the insight from a war orphan more than it does a war veteran. War orphans are more innocent. They haven't done as much mean stuff as war veterans. Yeah.
Well, it depends if you're there to liberate the village.
Well, I mean, innocence, mean stuff, morals, these are all just relative terms for the universalist. All of this prattle is just noise on a stage. That's what the takeaway is here. I'm kind of getting bored of this, but it's always the takeaway, no matter what point is made, no matter what conclusion is come to.
Yeah, all prattle.
It's all relative prattle on a stage, which is fully directed and controlled. You're not responsible. Do what thou wilt.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, did you have something?
Yeah. I was just upbraiding my imaginary JG, who is a straw man in my mind. And I was saying, JG, you're the only objective prattler in our YouTube society.
Oh, we all rely on objective things. We don't just point them out and recognize them and explain them the same way, but we can find
why the Crowley quote?
The Crowley, do as thou wilt, because that's what's
a free will quote.
Right, it's a free will quote. So it's ironic and it's moral relativism, essentially.
But the people, I just don't understand the relationship between people that don't believe in free will and a free will quote like "Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law under love."
Yeah, it might not fit, but it can fit in an ironic sense.
What is wrong with that quote, by the way? It seems like you were saying it in a way that "Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law under love" is some sort of bad thing.
What's wrong with "Do what thou wilt"? You challenge.
Well, get the whole quote in.
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
You wouldn't want to take a verse out of context, would you?
Well, I'm not necessarily. I mean, you could take a piece of something, but if taking it from its other component changes it, yeah, there'd be a problem.
Yeah.
But
so if we break down the saying, "Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law under love."
Oh, okay,
so
yeah, that's fine.
Do as you will under love, being that the constraint is do what you would under love.
Do what you would under love as a satanic tenet, right?
What is a satanic tenet? Because
they
Satanism
have 11. I think the Satanic Bible has 11. They're not commandments. They're called tenets.
That's Anton Zandar LaVey, and he's way after. That's the 1960s, as opposed to Aleister Crowley in the 1800s, early 1900s.
Well, I think the idea is still the same. Do what thou wilt, right? But you're saying under love, it's still questionable about how the Satanist.
Was Crowley a Satanist?
I think so.
Right. I think he was a theosophist. Practiced Thelema. What would?
Well, I view it as
Thelemite. Excuse me. He's a Thelemite.
It kind of gets generalized in Christianity, like you're not worshiping God.
Right. Yeah.
It's idol worship and selfishness, and those things become
pagan.
Yeah, you can call them satanic. You can make a case that they're satanic, even though they're not.
I would like to hear you make a case.
Kind of interrupting a lot, dude.
Yeah, sorry.
Who is better to fear, Lucifer or God? Who's better? Who is it more virtuous to fear?
Does the scripture tell you to fear Lucifer or fear God?
Satan, demons,
yes,
incubus,
it does.
succubus. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
It does say to fear your adversary, who's like a roaring lion, going back and forth looking for whom he might devour.
You'd ultimately heed that warning because you fear God. And you.
I was going to say, especially if he's sent by God, then you should fear more.
Oh yeah. If he's sent by God, then you should definitely fear God.
Maybe I should read that verse again about that roaring lion, that paper tiger, that devil crouching at my door. Yeah, maybe I should read that verse for more deeper, more graciously truthful understanding. Then that verse is authorization to fear Satan. Oh my.
Well, what do you want to do with him?
Dance.
Well, the real question is, what do you want to do with God? Do you want to fear your father, or do you want to respect and love your father? Why
I
would
mean,
you?
I have both things in position.
Could you have the same for the Satan?
No,
Could you fear and respect and love Satan?
no, I don't respect Satan. There's a certain fear and reverence for the Father. You can even make an analogy for your earthly father. Like, you know that your mother and father love you, typically speaking. They discipline you in certain ways, ask you to do things you don't want to do. So you get fearful when you dismiss what they have established for you and you disobey them. There's a natural fear in going against those who love you and are guiding you.
Do you prefer some aspects of your parents more than others?
Yeah.
Right. So could you prefer some aspects of God over others?
It's not going to be a clean analogy, like preferring a creature is going to have its challenges because we are sinners. We are individual. God is in a different category. It's not a matter of preference.
Are you sure?
Am I sure what?
That God is in a different category.
Is God? You're asking if God is a creature?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
There's a distinction in Romans 1 that he's not the creature.
Right, but I'm not asking about Romans 1. I'm talking about the potential that Romans 1 might not be correct and that there is a creator.
Make a case for it then.
Does anything come from nothing?
You're making a case by asking me a question?
Yes.
Make a case, or we'll just carry on.
It is not my understanding that anything can come from nothing.
Okay.
So if Yahweh is here, did Yahweh come from nothing?
So you're just asking me a question again?
Yeah. I mean, it is your belief, right? It's not mine. I don't.
You said you were going to make a case. You just said I don't think something, and you asked me a question. So that's your case. You don't think something.
If this is where you want the conversation to stop, we can stop here.
Well, you haven't made a case.
I'm not. I'm having a conversation. I'm not making a case.
You aren't making a case. I agree with you.
Right. So if you don't want to have the conversation, go on with whatever it is.
Conversation is based on you making a case, and what you can't do. So you've stopped the conversation.
Right. All conversation is based on making cases.
No, this one was. So this one was. Well, so you stopped the conversation in lieu of you not being able to make a case.
Right. Yeah. I don't like the way you want me to talk.
It's Aleister Crowley, right? Satanist. Is the message the same with a different spin on it?
Or burn it down.
Yeah.
How justified of yourself are you to try to include others or just burn the thing down and call it yours,
Have you ever burned down another man's religion? Just for a giggle, yeah.
This one's about over. I was going to say, Will, if you wanted to pull in something to critique, that might be a good idea. Deconstruction zone or something you like. That way we don't have to, go at each other as much as we can sort of critique somebody who you might favor and I don't favor. That might be a good idea. What do you think?
Sure. Did you already critique the best of? Because his best of is brilliant. I've not gotten tired at all of watching his best of. It just came out. You want to just crack into a couple of them and see how it plays?
Yeah.
Give me just a second.
No.
Oh, good.
I throw matches at it. It's up to them if they want to put gasoline on themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I myself, Tommy, I try to rescue people from their religion every day.
That's sweet. That sounds like JG.
Oh, honorable mention.
I mean,
I love the Christians, but their dogma changes from church to church, and it isn't accurate. Why shouldn't I try to save those I love?
Right, it isn't accurate. So he's a vessel of honor that's set out to correct the inaccuracies of vessels of dishonor. Neither of them are doing any of it. Seems like he's in two places at once somehow, because he wants to say the Christians are doing it wrong, they have the wrong dogma, but at the same time, in the relative, nothing's wrong. Well, in the absolute, nothing is wrong. In the relative, they're just squabbling over nonsense. They just can't make this work, is what it is. Just can't make it work.
well, I've heard it said that a truth may set you more free. Maybe you can deliver a truth. Empowered.
Yes. Please, somebody deliver a truth.
Eliana, did I say that right?
Yes.
Welcome in, Eliana. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome. And what God or higher power do you believe in?
I follow Jesus.
Cool. What'd be the most convincing evidence or argument for Jesus / the Trinity / the Christian God / Yahweh being real?
I think that's kind of the problem is you want to narrow it down to one different thing and it's multiple things. So let me ask you, what type of proof would you need?
Any proof that can be tested, measured, witnessed with eyeballs, or even a good argument.
Okay. So if God is outside of time and space and created all of this, how exactly would you expect to measure that physically?
Well, that's exactly
If
what I
he's
would,
not physical.
that's exactly what I would say my God is, as long as I wanted to believe in something that was completely unfalsifiable.
What does that comment mean? He can bring in a God if he wants to argue. He can make up an argument. How's he going to do that? How's that honest?
He's saying that
Right,
if
how's
he
it-
was constructing the myth, then he could do that.
So he
could
can
make a
bring
myth
in a
like that.
false pretense and argue with it?
Right. He's suggesting that she's arguing with a myth.
So he's attacking her honesty, in fact?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a completely different argument.
Is that wrong?
Well, no, it's not wrong, but I mean, you're going to have to go in. I mean, you likely have to know somebody in order to point out that they're actually dishonest, unless you're going to try to point out that they're self-deceived. I mean, these are difficult things to do. I mean, that's like what therapy works to do over long periods of time, is uncover a deception.
I don't know that he's accusing her of being dishonest.
Right. That's what I was trying to figure out. Because if he says he can just bring in a worldview with his God, that is dishonest.
To measure that physically.
Well, that's exactly
If
what
he's not physical.
That's exactly what I would say my God is, as long as I wanted to believe in something that was completely unfalsifiable.
Okay, but one way or the other, would you admit there's either a God or there's not a God?
I think there's either a billion gods or there's no gods.
How do you think he has knowledge of that claim?
He doesn't. I think he's saying that it's just an unfalsifiable claim. He's just
No, I know how he's making that claim. No, I know how he's making that claim. If I understand his point correctly, he's saying all of us, because there's billions of us on this earth and we all have agency, then we are little demi-G gods. And that's how he gets to that point. We are gods because we are actualized and emerging through the system. So that's how he's able to make that claim.
Yeah. Okay. So he's probably doing that. That's probably right. But even so, what happens when you say, how do you have knowledge of that claim? Where does he go with that? It's just an assertion that he can't actually back up, is it not?
To a certain degree.
The first question was, how do we measure that? Well, how do we quantify or quantify that?
Yeah, I would have stopped it, but he did say, and with an argument. If he hadn't said that, I would have stopped it, because he was first saying you have an
immaterial spiritual creator, but he wants you to prove it through some sort of empiricism and point to it so you can see it or observe it. I was going to stop it, and then he said, or make a good argument, so that leaves the door open for a logical proof.
Why do you think there's either a billion or none?
I think.
Why
it's
would you
silly-
say there couldn't just be one?
I think it's silly to believe in one God.
Why?
Because multiple gods at least explains the carnage that people are experiencing on the planet.
This is such an unaccounted for claim.
Hey, Pauls, no, it isn't, because even in his claim, it doesn't, the grounds for what he's saying, it doesn't take away for God being the ultimate God. Because by reality, in the Bible, there are multiple gods. So his claim isn't too far off.
I don't even care if he's accidentally right about his confusion. I'm pointing out that how he got there, he can't account for how he got there.
Why would you say there couldn't just be one?
I think it's silly to believe in one God.
Why?
Because multiple gods at least explains the carnage that people are experiencing on the planet.
Okay. And am I correct? Does somebody I thought said in the comments yesterday that you used to be a pastor?
Yep.
Is that correct? How long were you a pastor?
About a decade.
Wow. Nice. Sorry if this is too personal. Can I ask why you decided against it?
Because the Bible wasn't true.
What made you determine that?
Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies. The Old Testament is horrific. The earth is older than 6,000 years. There's no dome called the firmament over the earth. The earth is not flat, even though the Bible seems to think that it's flat. It's also just not true. Like when it gives the genealogies of the various nations, those aren't actually where the people came from. They didn't come from the Middle East. Most of them actually came from Africa. I mean, I can go on and on. It says
he has a lot of information there that he's figured out, right? From thousands of years ago. He has a lot of faith in things he's read from different opinions, and he's taken them as truths somehow. A lot of questions there, a lot of claims he just brought forward.
Yeah.
And he can go on and on, he says. Well, sure, you can. Please do, because when someone asks how you know these things about what happened 2,000 years ago and so forth, well, you're going to go into faith claims. And when you're saying you don't believe things because they're not true and assuming that that's wrong to not believe what is not true, what is your ethical position that you hold from this secular view that can point out people are wrong for doing said thing?
That gets you to as good as.
As good as.
Yeah, that one is just as good as the other. That he's doing exactly what you're talking about doing, which is looking at ancient claims and having faith in them. So that's as good as.
It's not as good as when you don't have a reason or an account for faith in your worldview. I don't know if he's a physicalist or a materialist, but that would be a problem. If he's a dualist, he would have to be able to unite or unify a spiritual or immaterial realm with a material realm. Can he do that?
I don't know. We'll have to keep watching.
Is that there were rivers that were fed by rainwater, except rain didn't exist at the time, so they certainly couldn't have existed.
Okay, well, let's pick that apart. That was a lot. Let's say the firmament.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't know if I can run this down quickly for you. The way I believe is that the earth was formed a certain way, not the way we see it today, that when it was first formed, there was no rain. Rain did not happen until the flood came.
Right.
So the firmament might not have been what you think. Like, I don't know what you determine a firmament to be. To me, that's the atmosphere.
It's not. So the Hebrew word rakia is referring to a hard structure, which is why a lot of new translations, like the NRSV, is just calling it a dome because that's what it was. In fact, the ancient Jewish rabbis went through lengthy debates trying to figure out what the dome was made out of, how thick it was, how far away from Earth it was, and even books like Enoch quite literally described how there were doors in the shell of the firmament that allowed the sun to pass through and then go underneath the flat Earth. Like everyone believed the Earth was flat, and there was a dome over top of it, including the Bible.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll agree to disagree on that one because I don't know enough about that conversation to go deep in that rabbit hole.
Did everyone believe that, as he said? Universal claim.
No, not everyone. It was a popular belief for a long time.
Right.
The elites or the Chaldeans knew better.
Right. And they're wrong for thinking that it's flat because it's wrong morally to think something that is spherical is flat, right?
No,
It's not wrong.
no, they were incorrect, but it's not
In-
morally wrong.
So it's also not morally wrong to teach people that the earth is flat if that's what you want it to be.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You want to teach people that the
What
world is flat?
what is wrong?
It's
then?
buyer beware.
Yeah. Tell me something that's wrong then.
Okay, if you were to call me your God, I'd say that's wrong.
Yeah, and what would the argument against that be?
There's no way that I'm your God. That's one thing that we can both be sure of.
You're not you're not claiming I'm morally wrong to do that though. You're just saying I'm informationally wrong.
You're informationally wrong.
So you don't have a complete claim. You're just saying it's informationally wrong. However, based on my worldview, you can say that and believe it, and I can't say you're wrong.
I think you're wanting to add elements to it that aren't there intrinsically.
No, the human behavior is there intrinsically. That's what the ethic is.
Well, to have morals at all, you would need a human being or a mind to So
human behavior, right?
Right. So
I'm saying there's more of
subjectively, are you asking if I think that it's somehow good or bad or preferred or not preferred?
Yeah. I'm showing you how entailed in the claim itself, there's more perhaps than you'd like to be there, because you could say it's informationally wrong for you to claim that. But when I ask you why it's methodically wrong for me to claim that, believe that, and own that, you say, well, it's up to you. You can actually do that. I can't say you're morally wrong.
Yeah, it's
So
it's your time of life. You can look at it however you want to.
But that continues, right?
What
Like that
continues?
conversation continues into, well, why can't I say that you're wrong and persecute you and violate you? And then, you get into self-defense and stuff like that. Right. You would say that's not even wrong. It's just my feelings will eventually counter that and defend myself.
Well, I mean, yes, if you force me, I'll defend myself, of course.
But when asked to explain the actuality behind the wrong action and the right action of the situation, there's actually nothing there except a preference.
No, it's exactly, it's preferred or not preferred. I would prefer you not do that, and I would prefer not to have to defend myself.
Well, this homogenizes everything. All the arguments, all the points, they fall in the same scrutiny. Like ultimately you're saying, I've deconverted and I don't think people should believe, or whatever you say. And it's always the same result. I mean, whatever you may say is the point. Like it always breaks down to, so what? I mean, that's the academic answer to your points, in fact.
That it all breaks down to what?
So what?
Yeah.
You say, yeah, like that's the case.
Yeah, like
what to what you're saying? You agree?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
It's
okay.
an opinion.
What was the other thing? Yeah, I don't know where you're getting the earth was flat. I mean, again, if I don't know much about that rabbit hole. I can look into it. That could possibly just be Jews did a lot of that thought experiment type stuff, and that doesn't necessarily make it true, and that's why it was not in the Bible. That's why they have that separately written.
The Bible says it is. The Bible says
I believe it's called the Midrash, if I'm not mistaken.
The Bible says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. Have you ever seen clay beneath a seal?
Clay beneath the seal.
Mhm.
I don't know what you mean.
It's a
Are you
flat
talking
disc.
like a seal?
It's a flat disc, yeah. So the way that they did seals, clay seals, is you would have a ring typically, or a roller, either one, but this is probably referring to the ring. And a king would have a signet on the ring that had his icon, and then you would smush the clay, and you'd have an impression. And almost all
Again,
of
though,
the
you would
ancient
have
clay
to
seals
tell
that we've
me.
discovered are in fact flat and round. Job 38.
You would have to tell me where that is written in the Bible, because again, context always matters. The type of writing matters. Again, with the Bible, as a pastor, I would think that certain things are written as history, certain things are written as poetry, certain things are written as literature.
Yep,
So
Job 38:14.
you would have to tell me where exactly that is.
Job 38:14.
Job 38:13.
Job also says that the firmament is hard like a cast metal mirror.
Do we know if we're talking about the firmament around, or is it possible that that could have been interpreted as a firmament around the universe?
There's no
As
firmament
in
around the universe.
possibly some type of barrier between us and God.
Neither. The firmament is a dome, and God's home is on the top of the firmament, according to Psalm 50, verse 1.
But again, psalm is poetry.
So
that's metaphor.
saying no,
To say
saying
that
something
God's
poetic,
throne sits
wrong
above
again.
us, God's
Nah,
throne
not how
is
that works.
over top of us.
Not how that works.
I mean, it is.
Just being
That is
poetry,
how poetry works.
No, that's literally not how that works. Just being poetry doesn't mean everything in the poetry is metaphor. If I
But
wrote a
what
poem,
makes you determine
if I
what you
wrote a-
believe in
if
the
I wrote a
poetry
poem
is
that's-
metaphor versus
if
what's
I
not?
wrote a poem that said I read a book, would that be a metaphor
Mhm.
or would it just be a claim within my poem?
That's why I just asked you what would make you
Well,
determine,
try
okay,
again.
this is
Eliana,
fact.
try again. Pay attention to my question.
I
If
just did,
write-
and I
if
answered it.
You didn't. Try again.
I'm trying to answer it right now. I
You're
said,
not
what makes you
answering it right
determine
now.
if something is written in poetry
Eliana,
that this is
I don't want to mute you. So don't make me mute you. I asked a simple question. I just want you to listen to my question and give me an answer. If I write a poem and in my poem, I say that I read a book, is that a
I
metaphor?
don't know if you read that book. I don't know because I don't know if you read the
didn't tell
book.
you which book. I said a book. If I,
I don't
make
know
a-
if you read a book.
If I make a claim in my
don't
poem
know.
that I read a book, is it logical to conclude that my poem is about me reading a book or that I'm making a metaphor for something?
It could be a metaphor because it's a poem. You could be
Okay.
referring to something else. You
Are
could be
you-
referring to a lady.
Are
Oh, I
you
read
aware
this
that
beautiful
not all
book.
poems are
The pages
metaphors?
were silky smooth. You could be talking about a woman.
Are you aware that not all poems are metaphorical?
Sure.
Okay.
But how do you know you didn't write the poem? So that's why I'm asking, what makes you decide he was being serious when he said this, but this was metaphor?
Because
What
if
makes
it's
you
a
decide the
metaphor,
difference?
you have to know what the metaphor is for, or else the metaphor is useless. So when he says that the
That's
earth
my
is
point.
formed,
At the
like-
time when these were
Eliana,
written,
why are
the
you talking
cultural
over me? Eliana, I'm going to turn your volume down, so every time you talk over me, no one can hear you. You want that? Okay. Now in Job 38:14, there is a statement that is mentioned. The statement is that the earth is formed like clay under a seal. It even says that it has edges, it has skirt. Now, if that's a metaphor, then it's on you to figure out what the hell the metaphor is. So what is it?
Right. Again, I would have to look into the cultural references because at that time, the culture was different than what it is to us now. Wheat, water, things meant different things to these people. So when they said this is this, to them, it had a different meaning than what we read it in English and say, oh, they're just being literal. No, they're not. There's
you don't know
probably
what
a
it's talking
deeper
about?
meaning to it.
So you don't
I'm sorry.
So you don't actually know what it's talking about then.
Which one, Psalm or Job? I
We're talking
told you
about-
what I believe Psalm means.
We're talking
Job,
about
I would have to
Job
look into it to find out if
38:14. So if you don't know what Job 38:14 is actually saying, then you can't say that I'm wrong. Just saying, well, it's a metaphor is useless. You don't even know if it's a metaphor.
Okay, give me 2 seconds and I'll read it.
I love Christian's favorite defense. It's a metaphor. The words don't mean words.
That's not true. You know, there are writings that are
That is true.
not meant to be what, just like there one in a Song of Solomon that's about a woman, but it's about Israel.
No, I don't think the Song of Solomon's about Israel.
There is one in there that is.
I don't
It's either a
believe so.
psalm or it's in the Song of Solomon. It's one of the two,
I
and it's
don't-
written and it's very erotic,
That's
and
the
it's
Song of
written about
Solomon.
Israel.
I disagree.
That's my point. So people are having different interpretations of what this means and what it doesn't, and that's why there's biblical study into the culture and the time
Yeah.
period to find out why
Yeah.
that was written the way it was and
Yeah, I
what it
did all
actually
that.
meant.
Yep, I did all that. Yep.
Okay, so
Can you
this
read
is
the
in
passage?
Job 31.
Job
Can you
38.
bind the change of the Pleiades? Can you loosen Orion's belt?
We're in
You
Job
think that's
38, by the way.
literal?
We're in Job 38, just so you're
Yeah,
aware.
I'm getting down to it. Again, I'm going with context because you can't pull one thing you can't pull one verse out of an entire chapter and then go, oh, gotcha.
You're not even in the right
no,
chapter.
you need to look at the context, the entire context
I've
of
read
Job
the
38.
entire context of the Bible. I've read every last word of the Bible, most of it in the
I'm
original
literally reading it
languages.
right to you. Do you
I'm
believe,
in Job
can you loosen
38.
Orion's
You're
belt is
in
literal?
Job. You're in Job 31. I'm in Job 38.
This is Job 38.
I'm not your honey.
Verse 31. Job 38.
Okay,
verse
31.
31.
31. Yes.
Yeah,
And-
I'm making
and it's
my way
talking
down
about
to
the const-
38 to get the
And it's
context.
talking about constellations, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. Do
And
you
it
know the
says-
constellations of Pleiades and Orion?
It says, can you loosen Orion's belt?
Yeah.
Do you believe that that is meant literally?
Yeah, that's actually the point. The point here is that Job is not capable of doing what God is capable of doing. Job cannot actually do anything with the stars or the constellations. That's God's job. God is the one who designed everything, not Job.
Right.
This entire chapter is about asking Job, inquiring of Job about his capabilities, and it turns out he doesn't have any capabilities because he's not
What
God.
I'm saying though is you're trying to say this is meant to be literal. It's saying the earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
Yeah,
it
like-
features
like clay.
stand out like
Mhm.
those of a garment. That is
So what's it mean?
that's not a literal mean.
What's it
he's-
mean?
He's basically describing that like I created this world. I made everything. I made it like a seal. It's so perfect. I made it like this. Its features stand out.
No,
like
seals aren't
those of
perfect.
He talks to this one girl for a full hour. Is that right?
It's broken down in
An hour?
sections. Yeah, it's
An hour and a half.
G-Man,
Wow.
Praise I Am actually made it on here.
You want to try to go with someone we know? This is an hour and a half. of the
Yeah,
same
yeah. I wouldn't expect you to watch the whole thing. I just figured you knew what you wanted to do. Go to do G-Man's or
Is
Praises.
it-
Come back.
I
It's like
don't
the
see
third
their-
one. To the third little. Which one is that? That's okay. Go up to the next one.
G-Man. Okay.
G-Man. You'll love that one. Yeah, G-Man.
I talked to him once.
I talked to him the other day. He's a lot of
Cry
fun.
down
He's
there.
old school.
Welcome in, G-Man.
Yeah.
Finally, Justin, how are you?
I'm doing good, G-Man. You don't want to put your face on the screen, or?
No, because you owe me an apology. You just told your audience that I was not going to be on this channel and I wasn't in the background. I'm here. I know you can see who's in the background, right?
Oh,
You're
see,
gonna-
last
you're gonna
time
at least
you,
tell the audience what
last
I'm
time
talking
you,
about that?
last time you talked to me, you said you wouldn't be coming on the stream. So now you're a liar.
No, I did say I wasn't going to come on here. I changed my mind. People tend to do that.
Yeah, it
I'm
happened.
not being disrespectful, but I do tend to change my mind.
Sure.
You know my history on here. I said I wasn't going to go to a lot of places that I went to.
Actually, don't know your history. I don't follow your channel at all. So,
Oh, okay,
do you
great. That's
agree
even
or disagree with the claim on the screen?
Jesus is not a fraud. An atheist cannot make the claim that Jesus is a fraud.
Oh, I certainly can. So, we can start with the fraud claim. I think my fraud claim is rooted in the idea that he was the Messiah, and he certainly wasn't the Messiah. So, according to the Bible, the Messiah was supposed to be an actual king that sat on the throne over Israel, over the Israelites, and
I apologize about this. That was my
and-
phone. I apologize. We muted.
and dealt with all of Israel's enemies. Do you
Okay.
think he did that?
I believe that because atheists believe that God doesn't exist, you can't say that he was a fraud. And Jesus is
Yeah,
God.
we certainly can. It's called an internal critique. Like if I said it's true that the bananas in pajamas were actually frauds, I think we all know that the bananas in pajamas aren't people or things that existed in real life. We're referring to the fiction.
Say again. Hello.
Space probe to Houston. Come in, Houston.
My bad. I was talking and I was muted. Okay. Thanks. I'm saying, I don't know if G-Man's going to do this, but what he can do is he can challenge the internal critique, because it's still deconstruction zone bringing in his metaphysics, epistemology, ethics in order to do the critique. So he can still be challenged on that level. I don't see a lot of people doing that, but it's key. And when you look at the screen, Jesus was a liar and a fraud, prove me wrong. It looks like the burden's on G-Man, but in fact, deconstruction zone has the claim in the positive here. So he's actually, he has the burden of proving Jesus was a liar and a fraud from his worldview, which again, the metaphysics, epistemology, ethics can be challenged. So I don't think it would be that difficult to do. I don't guess G-Man's going to do that.
Yeah, what are the odds that G-Man does that? Seriously.
He might do some of it. I don't know him that well, but he seems to understand the that the atheist can do an internal critique if you simply grant them the assumptions and presuppositions that they hold. But once you challenge the assumptions and presuppositions, you get a very different conversation.
Yeah.
Fictitious version. So when I say that Jesus is a liar and a fraud, I'm obviously referring to the character in the book.
Well, here's the thing. The character in the book is God, and atheists plainly say he doesn't exist.
I disagree with that.
We have a fundamental disagreement here that since you believe that God doesn't exist, then that means you can't say that Jesus is a fraud or liar. You can't even say that he walked the earth, really, to be perfectly honest.
Was Harry Potter a good character or a bad character?
Well, then if we're talking about Harry Potter.
G-Man, was Harry Potter a good character or a bad character?
I don't know. I've never seen Harry Potter, and I never will see Harry Potter.
Have you ever seen a Disney movie?
I've seen a Disney movie, yes.
Which one?
Let's say Snow White.
Okay. Was Snow White a good character or a bad character?
It depends. If you're in the occult, you probably think she was a good character. If you're a Christian, you probably think she was a decent character. But I think that she was decent.
So you can make value judgments about fictional entities. I'm glad you can finally figure that one out. So my claim is...
Wait a second. How does Deconstruction Man account for his value judgments?
You should ask him.
I mean, I eventually will, but what do you think?
I don't know. I don't presume to be able to tell you how he...
Well, he's making a value judgment to have these 10 best critiques put together, right? He's already assuming a value. How does he make that assessment? Nothing. All right.
I thought it was rhetorical.
According to the Bible, the Jesus that is in the Bible is in fact a fraud. And he's a fraud because he claimed to be the Messiah and he wasn't the Messiah.
Ask that again. I'm sorry because my phone was ringing. I'm sorry.
So Jesus claimed to be the Messiah and he wasn't the Messiah. Jeremiah 33 talks about the Messiah. He says, the days are surely coming, says Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Did any of that come
true? That's one of the best prophecies in Scripture, actually, come to think about it.
But did it come true?
So yes, I think that Jesus is the Messiah, and yes, that did come true, and it will become more true.
Oh, great!
In the future.
Yeah. So show me
when Christ returns in the second coming.
Great. So show me in the Bible where he sat on the throne of King David.
In the book of Revelation, right in the back of the book, when
the book of Revelation hasn't come true yet, so we'll try again. So show me in the book where he actually did the thing.
Well, again,
I don't know if you know this. If you're going to fulfill a prophecy in the future, that means it hasn't been fulfilled yet.
No, it's called a dual prophecy. I know they taught you that in seminary.
So did he fulfill? Did he fulfill this yet?
Do you know what a dual prophecy is?
I do, G-Man. Did he fulfill this?
What's a dual prophecy?
A dual prophecy is being misapplied by you right now. A dual prophecy says
no.
What
What is a dual prophecy? What is a dual prophecy?
I'll explain to you if you stop talking, child. So a dual prophecy is when you give a prophecy and it has an immediate fulfillment in the immediate context. So if I said, I'm going to the store tomorrow, and then I go to the store tomorrow, and then someone comes along later and says, but it also can be applied to this other thing because it has a secondary fulfillment. That makes it a dual prophecy. Now, I'm talking not about dual prophecies. I'm asking anything in this passage, what's been fulfilled?
Well, again, Jesus is reigning actually right now, sitting at the right hand of the Father. If you actually read and study the New Testament, hold on a minute. If you actually read and study the New Testament, he is sitting at the right hand of the Father, reigning right now. And when
Tom, you still with us? You writing stuff in the back room. Why don't you just speak? You're up on the panel. What is it?
I'm sorry. What was that? You talking to me?
It seems like you're writing stuff in the private chat. You know, you can go ahead and speak it out.
I was talking to Halsey. I wasn't talking to you.
Well, I just saw you mention something there about me. Did you want to ask me something?
Gee whiz. I have no questions. I have no questions at this time. I'm not saying Halsey might, but I ain't saying.
Okay.
But no, I have no questions at this time. Thank you for asking, though.
Yeah, no worries. You guys just, if you chime in, I'll pause it.
he returns, he will reign for 1,000 years. This is in the book of Revelation. This is actually quite a common Christian teaching. You know? I ain't got to prove. It's in the book of Revelation.
Prove to me
read the Bible, haven't you?
Prove to me he's up there
You
reigning.
read the Bible, haven't you?
Prove to me that he's up there reigning, G-Man.
He is reigning. He's reigning in my heart. I mean,
he's reigning in my heart.
Right?
Reigning in my heart, though. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. We got a comment there based on an agreed well-being. This is how the atheist comes to a standard, which they call objective. So you got the individuals that collaborate and decide that this subjective idea of well-being becomes objective because the whole group agrees. But what have you really done there, right? You're just trying to transform something subjective and using an ad populum to call it objective. But have you really changed anything in reality or identified anything or any real standard?
Who is using the term objective?
I'm using the term objective.
Right, but non-believers
typically
don't believe in
objective. I understand the argument to be making an objective moral claim as well-being. Like I don't know if Sammy's actually saying this exactly, but I think he is. Most atheists say, well, we can make an objective standard by agreeing on it. Haven't you heard the same?
I haven't heard objective being used because that would be incorrectly using the term objective.
Yeah, I agree. It's still subjective, but it's trying to make it objective. But
yeah, if I heard that, I'd say something. I would definitely point out that is an improper use of the word.
Okay, so I think it was stemmed from this. All the rights and wrongs are reducible to opinion. From DZ's worldview, he can't actually win his own argument if you know how to point this out. And then I believe this is the response to it, based on an agreed well-being. So the Christian's not going to agree with him on that, Sammy, right? The Christian would never agree that well-being is a standard, subjective idea of well-being. So that's not going to bring his point to anything that's true or real. You're just saying he has an opinion. It's called well-being. And if he can get you to agree with it, then he can critique you accurately. And the point is not to agree with the standard that he made up. It doesn't become objective like Will said. But I've heard other atheists claim that that's how we get to objectivity, through agreement, which I would say is a logical fallacy. And if it stays subjective, which we're agreeing on, then DZ is like, well, it's my opinion, ultimately based on his feelings, what seems to be the case in reality, that he thinks well-being is a standard. Then he has to get you to agree with it. Then he has to point out how you're violating that standard that you agreed to. If you don't agree to the standard, though, he has nothing. And that becomes the point, is that he has nothing with subjectivity. And that particular pillar of his worldview, the ethical pillar, is always subjective. So in
I don't
every
think he'd deny that. I don't
Right.
think he would deny that at all.
I don't either, but I would move to strike that that's going to be his weakness. If you don't agree with
Based
him,
on
and
what value judgment do you think that's a weakness?
well, based on the fact that he's not disagreeing, it's subjective, so it's opinion based, and somebody like G-Man is going to be arguing an objective standard, which
He's
DZ,
going to be arguing that there is a "Thus saith the Lord" backing his ideas.
DZ is disagreeing with the alleged objective standard. We get that much,
Right.
but he can never outright prove that it's not an objective standard. So you have a man who thinks there's an
Right.
objective standard,
It's an
and a man who thinks
unfalsifiable.
there's. You have a
It's
man who thinks,
unfalsifiable.
yeah. Well, what does that say?
It says that it can't be measured. There's no way that that allegation of objective morality can ever be supported by anything tangible.
No, that's not what that means. It just means he can't prove that it's false.
It remains a philosophy, and it doesn't extend to any operational change.
Oh, it is a philosophy. It's not necessarily meant to change. I'm saying in a broad sense, you got a guy who has a subjective moral philosophy and a guy who has an objective moral philosophy. They
They both pay
disagree.
their bills.
Yeah, right. They disagree. That's obvious. But the man with the objective ethical philosophy is moving to point out that there's a right and wrong in all cases. The subjective philosophy is saying there's an actual right and wrong in no cases.
Right.
So
What? It's just two different opinions with the same
It's
amount
not-
of weight.
no, it's not that simple though. Because if you take that position, even when you're at the end of the argument or you get to the conclusion, your interlocutor says, yeah, but this is all just your opinion. That's as far as you can take this. You've said nothing that's true.
How is that not just the religious person claiming an untangible, unmeasurable, unfalsifiable standard, and then saying, "Well, nana nana boo boo, since you can't prove it's not real, it just stands."
Well, I mean, it's not quite the argument. The point being, though, like he's doing an internal critique saying, well, he's going to say there's no objective standard. That's why he has a subjective standard, right?
Right.
he
He's
can't
saying
even
that's
ma-
all there is subjective.
He can't make that. He can't account for that claim itself.
Okay, so
Doesn't know that.
subjective, if I'm not mistaken, means from a mind.
Yes.
Right.
Well,
So even if it comes from God, and I know you have a category distinction that you
well, it's
make.
Paul's category distinction.
I'm not interested in what Paul thinks. Paul's not relevant to what I'm trying to point out, because subjective or objective is whether it's from a mind or not. And
No,
if,
it is relevant.
if morality is from God's mind, then it is a subjective morality, and it is imposed upon us, but it's still subjective.
Yeah, I understand. If you try to argue that, you'd say like God's morality is subjective because it's from a mind. However, it's objectively imposed on the creature, is the way I would phrase that. That's not what. That's not the same as what he's arguing here. He's saying I have a subjective moral that's based in my imagination, and I'll see if I can get you to agree with it, so I can make points. At the end of the argument, you can always go back and say, well, it sounds like you have some good information. It sounds like you've pointed out I've made contradictions and I'm hypocritical. However, it doesn't seem like you have any ethical thrust in your position that can say I ought to do or I should change anything I'm doing or I'm wrong in any way except your personal opinion.
Right.
That's a defeater.
Okay.
I got the
Yeah,
spirit.
he's reigning in my heart.
I have the spirit of
He's the King
Christmas.
of Kings, and he's the Lord of Lords.
No, Santa Claus is the King of Kings. His spirit lives in my heart. Every winter I feel him.
So you know what a dual prop is.
So when you start doing this stuff, it's like we were talking about before, like now we're challenging his honesty. He's trying just to borrow an argument and posit in Santa Claus or whoever he wants to. And you say, is that your argument? Or are you
He's
just
being
making up
satirical.
stuff?
He's being satirical.
What place does it have in this conversation, though, if it's not his argument?
He's mocking.
Yeah. Is he trying to say that it's applicable to use Santa Claus?
Synonymous, basically.
And he can't say that's wrong again.
No, he's not saying it's wrong. He's just
He just
making an
doesn't like it.
observation.
So he's just saying,
He's
I'm making
making
yeah.
He's
I'm
making an
observing
observation and letting people make up their own minds because you obviously feel subjectively different about it than a lot of his other viewers.
So he's like, he's coming at it with like, okay, I don't know what right and wrong are in any sort of absolute sense or objective sense, but I want to talk to you about what you believe, and I want to influence you that maybe you shouldn't think that way. But when you ask me straight out, I have no idea of how to assess something like that except for my personal feelings.
Yeah, and he's pretty popular for it too.
What is that? What kind of truth conversation is the one that breaks down to this guy's personal feelings? That's what
Well,
I
you're
don't.
talking about truth again, and then that goes to an objective truth or a subjective interpretation of the objective reality.
Yeah, I'm talking about a truth. How do we get to any sort of truth when he's saying ultimately he's just relying on his feelings to make his case?
His faith.
Yeah, his
Yeah,
faith. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. Do you?
From his perspective, absolutely. Is he a physicalist?
Are you saying there's a double standard that is applied?
If you're a physicalist and you start using transcendental immaterial categories, how do you do that?
Transcendental in what way? Which is transcendental?
Transcendental is preconditions necessary, time,
Such
space, meaning, value, purpose.
So if he presupposes those things, he's presupposing Yahweh somehow, or
From the Christian perspective, that's where the idea of him borrowing is, unless he tries to explain the transcendental categories. He could take like an Aristotelian approach. He could use
hold on. Are you saying that Christians sort of patented the idea of time and space coming from a god?
No.
Okay, I was confused by the wording there. Can you explain further?
It all comes. God is the necessary precondition for all the transcendental categories. So when an unbeliever uses them, they come into question. You know, especially when you're a materialist, because transcendental categories tend to be in the immaterial realm.
So were Christians borrowing from Jews
I
about
don't
the
know.
ideas of God and morality?
I mean, I don't know if that's the case or if it's relevant.
Is there a distinction between
all
Jews and
of-
Christians?
Christians, Jews deny Jesus Christ?
Right. So somebody's correct and somebody's not in that argument there, right?
Yeah.
All right, but somebody's borrowing from somebody else's worldview.
Well, if you have a worldview and you borrow from it, the reason to point that out is because you're going outside of the scope of what you think is allowable into somebody else's scope. So
What I'm saying is that Christians are borrowing from a worldview that they think is incorrect. They're thinking that the
I
people
don't-
that hold this worldview don't have it figured out right, but they do.
Where's the borrow?
Yahweh didn't originate with Paul and the Christians. Yahweh originated, during Babylonian captivity.
You're trying to say that a Christian presupposing God is borrowing from
Presupposing the Jewish God, Yahweh. You can presuppose a God without presupposing Yahweh. There's a borrowing of the Jewish God, Yahweh, and the Jewish idea of the God and the system of morality and law that Christians have as a foundational part of their belief system. They could not exist without. So they are, in essence, borrowing from a worldview that they think is incorrect. And you could accuse the atheist of the same thing in half.
I'm sorry, I don't follow that. I mean, maybe you got something. I'm just not quite following it.
Do
But I
you
might
think that Christians evolved from Judaism? That their root is Judaism, Abraham.
in a sense, but there's distinctions, obviously.
Yes, we were talking about those distinctions. because the Jews are wrong or the Christians are wrong, because one believes in Jesus as the Messiah and the other one does not.
Right.
So the Christians are right. They're borrowing from a worldview to their God, their laws, their ideas, but saying we're going to correct some things and make it right.
What do you
If
think
they're correct,
borrowing?
go ahead.
I don't understand what you think they're borrowing.
They're borrowing a religious idea of the God that we're presupposing. They're presupposing the Jews are correct about the God, but incorrect about a lot of
Well, they're not. I don't think
interpretations.
I don't think somebody formally says that. I'm going to. I mean, of course, they wouldn't formally say that, right?
Are the Jews wrong
about Jesus Christ?
Okay, they're wrong about Jesus, but they're right about God up until the point where there's a Trinity.
I mean, I don't know. It's a case-by-case basis, right? About the individual Christian.
Yeah, but Jews don't believe in a Trinity.
Right.
Right. So that idea doesn't even make any sense. That's idolatry to them. But they have it wrong. And so instead of taking their idea of God, the Christians have taken the name Yahweh and a lot of the stuff and then changed the God into the Trinity that the Jews never believed in. So they borrowed the idea of God and then augmented it into this other thing where Jesus is a part of the God.
The borrow implies something that you don't believe that you're utilizing or you can't establish from your worldview. So it's not a quite fluent example is what I would say.
Well, you were talking about atheists having to borrow tidbits about a presupposition about a God in order to talk about a God. But, to talk about Yahweh maybe. But there's no evidence that Yahweh originates the idea of time and space.
The transcendental argument is the logical proof that's the reason that we have time and space is because of God. So that becomes the argument. I was pointing out that he's borrowing Santa Claus and positing it into a Christian worldview, right? That's where this started.
As an experiment, yeah.
He's using a worldview that isn't his. So you can call him on that. You say, no, just talk to me about your worldview. I'm not.
Why? Why does he have to? Why is he confined to only inserting his own actual worldview?
If he's not arguing from his worldview, whose worldview is he arguing?
A paradigm that he's operating with an idea inserted into the Christian paradigm just to see if it fits or works. And Santa Claus
the question is
functionally works.
If he's not arguing from his worldview, whose worldview is he arguing from was the question.
The Santa Clausian worldview. If you back it up a few seconds, that's what they're talking about.
I mean, that's fine. I would stop him and say, I need to talk to you from your worldview. That's all I'm saying.
Well, but in case you're preparing for this, what if he says, why do you need my worldview to talk about yours?
Because
can I just ask a clarifying question?
I'm having a worldview discussion, your worldview versus mine, simply put.
I might be confused as to what you think an internal critique means. Are you telling me you don't think it's possible for a human to do an internal critique on a subject that they don't believe in?
No.
Because that's all that's happening, and I can't see what even the argument is. It's like, you can't argue my worldview, you don't believe it. It's called an internal critique.
Yeah,
it's taking the position of the argument that you're looking at.
Yeah, I understand that. There's more that's entailed that people don't typically get into. That the person doing the critique can still be challenged on how they know what they're claiming to know and why it's wrong for me to hold an inconsistent worldview. If that's what he's driving to.
But see how you've shifted now from, oh yeah, you may have arguments, but I'm not going to address the arguments. I'm going to say you actually just have no foundation for arguments.
Not quite.
So the arguments never get addressed.
Not
That's
quite
the issue.
The argument is being addressed. It's just in a way that is not traditionally well accepted or well understood by the atheist. That's why it's a good argument against the atheist, because they're not prepared for it. And the Christian who understands this realizes that they have an epistemology that's barren and a subjective ethic, which means at the end of it all, they just have their personal opinion on what they like and don't like. There is a reason for doing that.
No, that's as far as we can prove. In reality, that's as much as we got. We can't seem to prove that
Seems
there's
like an
more than
appeal to
that.
desperation all of a sudden.
Am I desperate to find another source to regulate my activities? I mean, I
When
had
you're
a
stuck-
father.
when you're stuck in a position where someone's pointing out you can't move forward because you have a subjective ethic, and you start going, "It's the best we
Hold on.
can do." It seems like a
Move forward.
desperation appeal. Yeah,
Move forward to where? Where
to
exactly
continue
are
a
we doing this?
conversation where you want to have a subjective ethical position that's meaningful when it's been pointing out that that only breaks down to a personal opinion based on feelings.
Wait, who assigns meaning?
Well, the Christian worldview, meaning is assigned from God. That's a great question for the atheistic worldview. Who
Right,
assigns meaning?
it's purely subjective.
If it's purely subjective, then the claim about people assigning meaning is also subjective. So
Yeah.
you don't even really know about
No.
what you're saying.
No, I don't have to
Why are
know
you
it. I
saying
can
things that-
operate because I don't actually believe that you can show me a way to absolutely know any of these things. I can subscribe to your version of God's word, but I have no reason to presuppose that it's true, especially with its contradictions.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you saying that. It's when you get into pointing out that other people are wrong is where
You
it
mean
gets
like there's
interesting.
contradictions? Like if they're
Right.
like, hey, why don't you believe my worldview? And I say there's contradictions, and they go, show me.
Right. And then you even show them the contradictions. They go, wow, that's interesting. Those do seem to be contradictions. Now all you need to do is plainly lay out why someone believing contradictions is a wrong action.
No, it's only because they want to know why I don't believe. It doesn't matter how they take that information. If they say, why don't you believe? And you say, there's contradictions. They say, show me. You show them and they go, well, that's your subjective opinion. And why should I even care? And how can you even know that it matters what you think or whatever? That's irrelevant. If someone asks, why don't you believe the thing I believe? And you give them your reason, it's up to them how they feel about it. And you're not responsible for their perspective.
So in turn, whatever they answer, what you just said is not relevant or acceptable, becomes relevant or acceptable based on your own standard. You just answered your own question.
I mean, it's a value to them that is different than its value to me.
You solved it, dude.
Thanks.
Bill Bro shit.
Hey Sammy,
still
you can hang out if you're really trying to critique, but last time I don't know you that well. You're just pretty rude and insolent. So if you can hang in there, you can stay. But otherwise,
Ooh, Serb's out there too. Do I need to, do you have room for more? Should I drop out or
Serb? No, we're good without Serb. We got Sammy. We got you.
You don't like
Well,
Cerberus?
Were you going to say something,
Clearly
Jordan?
don't like me. Beg your pardon?
You're I mean, what do you expect, dude? I'm not saying I don't like you. I'm just saying the few times I've interacted with you recently, you're very pejorative. If you can stick to the content, that's cool. Is there a problem with that?
Yeah, I don't agree with you.
Which part?
All of it.
All of it. So you can't stick to the subject matter?
No, I wasn't being pejorative.
Oh, okay.
But I
Thank you.
appreciate your opinion.
I mean, there's evidence of you being pejorative, but
Show me.
Is it wrong to be pejorative?
if he's just going to be dishonest, I'll just. I mean, from my worldview, yes. From yours, who knows? I'll just go ahead and dismiss him because he's lying, and
But
he's
you could
called
say
me
it's
dishonest. He's called me
preferable.
dishonest in the past, and he's
What
here
lie did
lying.
I tell? I just asked the question where. Show me.
Well, I guess maybe you don't know
said you
what
have
pejorative.
evidence.
You don't know what pejorative means, right?
What lie
I'd
have
like
I
to know.
told?
Not
I'd
all,
like to know
not
what lie
all-
I told.
not all falsehoods are lies. Not all falsehoods are lies. That's the way it is.
You mean like an accidental lie?
It
Yeah,
says subjectively
a
awful things.
non-deception, a non-deception. Yes, people say things that are not truthful, but they're not lies. They're just not truthful.
Well,
So what is
I will
pejorative?
even grant you a white lie. Show me a lie, I said.
Wait. What's pejorative again? You said you were going to define that. Can I know how
Just
we're
a
using this
negative.
term?
Speaking of someone in a negative, with negative connotations.
Is
in a
that
negative
including
light.
critique? Does that include critique?
Well, there's a line, right? Like you can critique somebody, and then you can get into insulting them, right?
Okay, so
Focus on
insulting people just for the sake of insulting is pejorative.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
He is, but you
I do.
deny the Christian. Well, hold on a minute. So you deny the Christian faith that Jesus lives in our heart, but yet you used to be a Christian. I'm a little
Yeah, I
confused
certainly
about that.
do deny that because it's a nonsensical claim. So,
In the book of Romans, it says that the Holy Spirit never lived inside
so
of you. You were never
nothing-
none of this.
So nothing in this prophecy actually came true because it says, "In those
Yes, it
days,
did.
Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety."
That happens in the back of the book.
No, it didn't happen
It's called
yet.
the dual prophecy.
So nothing. So
There were
nothing in this
prophecies that he
happened.
fulfilled in his life. Hold on a minute. There were prophecies that he fulfilled in his life.
You're
and there
missing-
were prophecies that he will fulfill in the future.
G-Man-
and that does not necessarily not make him the
G-Man,
Messiah. You
you're
don't know your
misapplying.
Bible, dude.
You're misapplying terms. You're looking for a partial fulfillment prophecy. A partial fulfillment prophecy is
I'm
when he
sorry,
does
one
part
second.
now and then another part later.
Give me 1 second. I have to stop my phone. Give me 1 second.
Buddy, that better be Jesus calling you.
Volume all the way down. Hold on a minute. Let me stop.
You
that.
can't be up here doing the Lord's work with your phone not on do not disturb.
No, you're totally right about that. I wish this phone would stop calling. I know it's the devil. So
And put it on do not disturb.
Anyway, it's called the dual prophecy. He fulfilled the prophecies that he needed to fulfill when he was on earth. I know they taught you that in simple. Well, actually, no, they didn't because you only read the Old Testament. I think,
Well, so
right?
we'll try this again, G-Man, because again, you're misapplying terms. When you do part of a prophecy now, and then the other part of the prophecy later, that's called a partial fulfillment, right? A dual fulfillment means it all came true, but then there's another fulfillment that is also connected to it. This is not that. The actual prediction made in this prophecy did not come true. Now you're saying it partially came true because you think Jesus is somehow a king, but you can't prove that to be the case.
Are we
And
going
it,
by my claim or
and it
yours?
doesn't say
Hold on,
that
my
he's
claim or yours?
it doesn't say that he's going to reign in heaven. It says that he's going to be on the throne of King David.
Are we all about my claim or yours?
We're talking about Jeremiah 33.
Are we all about your claim or my claim?
G-Man, we need you to lock in and pay attention to what Jeremiah 33 is saying.
Attention. It's hard for me to make a claim because you keep making them for me.
Buddy,
I never said any of them.
lock in. I'm asking what in this verse came true.
Okay, so I'll say this real slow, like for you. Okay, Jesus is the Messiah.
We'll try this again.
When he walked
So-
the earth.
So G-Man,
So you're gonna interrupt me and
G-Man,
put words in my mouth.
G-Man,
I predicted that was gonna
G-Man,
happen.
open your Bible to Jeremiah 33. I don't want an explanation. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me which verses, which words in this prophecy
have to
came
do that.
true.
I don't have to do that. I would like to.
Okay, so none of them came true. Just checking. Cool. All right, let's also go to Ezekiel 37 because Ezekiel 37 is another case where we have like pretty clear, explicit references to the Messiah.
How the heck can you be a fraud if he's not real?
And just so you know, G-Man, the more you talk while I'm talking, all you're doing is wasting your breath. No one can hear you. My microphone is louder than yours. All you're doing is sounding silly in the background of me talking. So if you want people to actually hear what you say, I highly recommend that you don't yap over top of me.
Everybody heard what I had to
So-
say, so it ain't no biggie.
No one watches your channel. All 5 of them don't care. So in Ezekiel 37, it says, "My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall all have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, they and their children, and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever." Now, according to this passage, what was supposed to happen with the
Never
Messiah?
existed to the atheists. According to you, Jesus never existed and God doesn't exist.
You know,
So if God doesn't exist,
G-Man,
then none
I
of
don't know why you can't focus. I've literally never made the claim that
JG.
Jesus never existed. Try to focus on the passage
that
at
God
hand.
didn't exist, didn't you? You said
I know you know G-Man and all of that kind of makes it like a little more familiar, but I kind of know like the kind of arguments that you like, and there is a guy that's just a little further down. He's a younger fellow with sort of ginger blonde hair, whatever you call strawberry blonde hair, and he's very much in the tag argument presuppositionalist camp, and he has a very good discourse that goes on quite a bit, and it's you'll see it further down if you want to see something with a little less drama.
Yeah, they're kind of talking over each other. There's a transcendental argument in here, this very video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you kind of scroll down and look at the pictures of the different ones, it's not the last. Oh yeah, you're doing it right there in front of me. Like, all right, there. I saw him in the gray shirt. Go back a little bit. Right, that young man right there. If that guy, if you find where it starts with him,
laws weren't normative.
Let's
get John into the conversation. Welcome in, John.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for asking, and thank you for being ready with your hardware.
No problem.
So, John, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, and yes. I'm both 18 and Christian.
Okay. So what would be, in your opinion, the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah, I think that I argue for the existence of God from the logical and possibility of the contrary. So I would go for the transcendent argument.
Okay, so you're going to do tag. You're just going to do a presuppositionalist argument?
I am presuppositionalist, but I also believe that every person is presuppositionalist in whatever argument there might be, that most people have the same evidence, and we're evaluating it according to whatever our various presuppositions are.
All right. Well, I assume, given the tenor of the conversation so far, you brought premises?
Maybe not. Maybe so. What sort of premises would you be looking for? I actually just ran into on YouTube. I've never seen that, so was like, hey, I'll get on.
Okay. Well, I guess start the argument. I'll kind of write down premises to keep track as we go, and we'll see how far it gets.
Sure. By the way, while I'm here, and I know I was the person who had my equipment, I'm hearing myself really loudly. Is there a quick way to fix that?
Yeah, the audience is having trouble hearing him too.
Yeah, I think it's actually your connection. Let's see if this helps. What about now?
Let's try.
Because I'm having a hard time.
It's not gone, but it is better.
I'm trying.
I just have a pretty heavy echo of myself in my own head.
Yeah, because I'm actually having an echo as well, like when you talk.
Okay, let me see.
I just think it might be because you're in a closed room and your earbuds have like really good microphones, and it's kind of having a little trouble with the echo in your actual room.
Okay.
But
well, I'll just try and fight against it. But I guess if nobody can hear it, then that's kind of an issue.
No, I mean, I can hear you. I think you're okay.
Okay.
So
yeah, we'll move forward into the argument part, I guess. My premise would be this: is that any claim that could be made against the existence of God would have to be made on capital or presuppositional assumptions that can only be had from the Christian worldview in the first place. That there has to be metaphysical or logical assumptions that are coming from no founded reality outside of what has to be borrowed from the pocket of the Christian worldview.
Okay, so you started out with a circular argument, and I'm going to put it on the screen. I don't know if you can see it. Premise number one of the argument is that Christianity must be true for truth to exist.
I don't know that that's
this kid's in trouble because he's letting DZ construct the argument for him. He doesn't even know it. That's obviously not a good spot to be.
He's obviously a truth suppressor.
So the takeaway is that come in with your premises so that DZ doesn't get to define them for you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, who would, if you don't even know your own argument, you're probably in a bad spot, right?
Despite him not being able to use the syllogisms very well, he does. I think he'll surprise you. He does pretty good, JG, despite him being not totally prepared.
The younger man?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
despite not really understanding how to do the premises and
Oh yeah,
understand.
I can tell he has some substance. I just think it's interesting how he doesn't even have. He's letting him construct the argument. I mean,
You'll do things your way, but he's kind of having to fly off the cuff. He's not prepared. You know what I mean? But he feels like he knows where he's going.
Articulation of that. But
Yeah, it's basically what you said, wasn't it?
I'm saying that in order to make a truth claim, there has to be a transcendent source from which that truth claim can be made. So let me ask
There we
you,
go. Okay. So now we're finally getting to the crux of the tag argument. So why does your God need to exist for a truth claim to be true?
Well, what is truth according to you?
Truth is
Does it
when
exist, or is it
the truth is just
something that's individual?
The truth is when a proposition matches reality.
Okay, so
This guy, older fella, is obviously a weirdo and a subjective moralist. I
well,
guess that's redundant, but he's an obvious weirdo, subjective moralist, truth suppressor, sin-loving child of Satan, I guess.
does this guy know how to party or what?
I guess it's obvious that this guy is a weirdo, sin-loving weirdo, child of Satan, subjective moralist, truth suppressor, and probably demonic-y minded.
Subjective moralist, I would agree with.
Oh,
Well, Tommy,
that's synonymous. A subjective moralist is a sin-loving weirdo by default. Will
I
tell
didn't
him.
know that. My bad.
Tell him.
well, I just wanted to.
Oh man, a subjective moralist are one of the most abominable types of human beings on the internet today.
Hey, Tommy, can you
They're
do
an
you, you understand that the subjective moralist ends concluding that whatever point they bring to the table may or may not be the case? Ultimately, it's not about being horrible. I mean,
Really?
you don't understand the
Well,
consequence of pulling in a subjective moral, like when
you
you're trying to.
understand, but
You're-
gee whiz, now that you mention it,
You're suggesting it. I think that there's a downside to admitting that there's limitations to what you can be certain about.
No, it's not quite what I'm saying. I'm saying that at the core of the argument, those who hold a subjective moral end up saying, well, I can get you to agree to things, but ultimately I can never point out how you're actually wrong. So they aim to get you to agree to things. When you don't agree to things and you know how to navigate that,
Right.
there's-
You can maintain a unfalsifiable claim. You can maintain it because there's no way to prove a negative of a spiritual or meta nature.
well, if you think that's the case, it seems at that point, perhaps your best move is to counter with another falsifiable claim, right? To try to
No,
make the
why?
point that- well,
Why
I think
would
that's
that
what
be
he's doing with
necessary?
Santa Claus. That's why he's doing with Santa Claus. That's
you're going to have to face it, Will. You're going to have to face it. No subjective moralist is a real honest Christian.
a Christian that's a subjective moralist. I mean, yeah, that wouldn't work.
No subjective moralist is in Christ or
A true.
a true.
Hold on. A true Christian is a subjective matter by Christians' own admission.
No, it is not. Ask JG. A true Christian is an objective moralist by default, but a false teacher is a subjective moralist by default, right, JG?
I don't know if I'm following you.
No, there was two different things going on there. I tried to pivot it a little bit into the no true Christian, issue, and then
Well,
Tommy brought it back to where he was
a
at.
true Christian can't be a subjective moralist. It's impossible. It's an oxymoron of a concept.
Why do you say that though?
because that's what you've been saying.
Why do you keep saying that there's a true Christian? I'm still waiting to know what you mean when you say true Christian.
Well, look at your screen. Behold me.
You mean DZ?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't. Yes, you're on camera now. Yes. Hello, true Christian.
Well, hello. But it is true that that JG knows, or he believes he knows, that no subjective moralist can be a true Christian. That it is impossible, because a subjective moralist is an enemy of God, an enemy of godliness, and usually weirdos, sin-loving weirdos. And what else is it? Truth.
The reason for that. Okay. All right, Tommy. The reason for that type of claim that a subjective moralist would not be a true Christian is because the Bible lays out an objective reality that the Christian adheres to. When the Christian says, "I am the arbiter of right and wrong," they depart from the scriptural message and they put the decision in their own hands. So that would be against.
You've got the knowing of those truths.
Well, I think that you actually know that too.
I beg your pardon?
I think you actually know that too, but you don't
know that. Of course I know that. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows that. And if they don't say they know it, they're truth suppressing subjective moralist.
Well, I see that's a play off of the whole idea of suppression.
And truth suppressing children of the devil.
I mean, that is essentially what Paul is saying in Romans 1.
Yeah, you know.
Well, if you want to go against Paul, though.
Oh, I don't want to go against Paul. Oh,
well, it sounds like you're saying these things sarcastically. Then, I mean, what is
it even conceivable to go against Paul, even if Paul was to disagree with Jesus?
Disagree with JG.
Hold on now. If Paul disagrees with Jesus, if Paul was to disagree with Jesus on some things, what would we do with Paul?
Who's we?
The reader.
According to you, you do whatever you want, and that's that.
Right. So we're gonna avoid the hypothetical. We're gonna avoid it. So
well, when it comes to hypotheticals and your worldview, I ask you to make an individual case.
I didn't talk about my worldview. I was talking about as a reader.
You're
when you run into
your worldview.
But JG knows your worldview.
Okay, JG. Okay.
You're saying you want to talk from a neutral worldview, like somebody else's worldview?
No. I'm sure that I don't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, do your thing.
How did you become certain that you don't know what you're talking about?
JG knows what you're talking about. You can
JG, you made it pretty clear with your intense questioning abilities.
Oh, good. Can you lay it back for the listener what exactly I did, or are you just being sarcastic?
Everything that I think is subjective, therefore I can't establish that anything I know is true or should be considered worthy of a Christian's hearing.
Well, if you think to the contrary, are you able to lay out how that's not the case?
No, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's the case or isn't the case. It's pretty subjective.
Doesn't matter?
Yeah, I don't need the validation of you agreeing or disagreeing with my worldview. It doesn't change.
You mean you don't take other men's religion seriously?
No, not even a little bit.
Oh, well, lucky you. I mean, fortunate you. I take my religion ultra seriously and others' religion ultra seriously, usually on Thursdays after too many cups of coffee.
Well, you might be a better man than me subjectively.
Perhaps. Only God knows for sure, and JG.
Well, I kind of, have you guys thought about this? Like, what happens when everyone is subjective? Like, do we ever get to a truth, or do we just get to agreement?
No, we every time we start to think about it, we imagine the world ceasing to spin on its axis just because we don't feel certain about something.
You're kind of both being sarcastic now, Tommy and Will. Are you guys checking out of an actual discussion? Tommy,
I mean, we were reviewing this, and now we're talking about something pretty.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just philosophical.
Sorry,
I had something to say about this, and then Tommy started chiming in, and I really don't know what the last 7 or 8 minutes have been about. Was there a fucking point, Tommy?
You, JG.
Was there a point?
Yes.
What is it?
The point is not to trust your alleged knowledge.
Oh, okay. Thanks, dude. Cool.
You're most welcome. I hope it helps.
He says the point is for him to tell me not to trust my knowledge. Okay, that's great, dude.
I said too much.
Too much. How much?
Yes.
How much?
Too much. Who are you, a pope?
What's the right amount? What's the right amount, Mister? I'm making stuff up.
Infallible knowledge? Do you have infallible knowledge?
Saint T, can I please beseech you to allow the video to proceed and then take this matter up after it's gone a while?
With my gratitude. Yes, thank you.
Added bonus. Oh yeah, he said something about truth here. Right?
Truth is when the truth is just
something that's individual.
The truth is when a proposition matches reality.
Okay. Truth is when a proposition matches reality, right? I think this still begs the question because reality is still in question. What do you guys think?
They may get into it.
Maybe, yeah.
It does seem circular.
Yeah.
If he says nothing else, yeah, if that's the statement, it seems kind of begging the question.
Right. And I had something else there too. Also, how does he know from his worldview that that's what truth is, right? What would he be assuming? Just a standard definition from
He's accepting
Webster's?
the assigned meaning that other humans have placed on the term or the idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is that? An agreement? So he's saying
It's an operational paradigm.
It's like a circular argument that relies on agreement.
Maybe.
It seems problematic to me.
I don't know. Maybe we should go forward and see if they address it at all.
Yeah.
Okay. So why is that the case? So it sounds to me like you're assuming logical metaphysical realities that 1 equals 1, right? Like that there's some sort of proofs to the universe and its existence, that there's constant truths.
No,
why is that the case?
1 equals 1 because we invented the language and we invented what.
Wait a second. He's saying mathematics are real because we invented something that symbolizes them and describes them. That makes
we assign meaning to the observable phenomenon.
Well, 1 + 1 = 2, or 1 = 1 is not observable phenomenon, so to speak. You can use examples and symbolism to represent the one, but the one itself is not observable in space.
You're saying that the abstract idea doesn't serve any function in utility?
No, they serve function, but I'm saying the idea, the 1 + 1 itself is not observable. It's demonstratable.
That's what he means by we made it up. We decided this symbol here represents a thing.
Okay.
And if we have a thing and another thing, we now have multiple things.
Yeah.
And we've labeled it 2 or 3 or whatever.
Okay. I think that's what he is saying. So I'm pretty sure that John Calvin here will try to move into what I was saying. We'll see.
1 equals.
Sure, but again, that is a metaphysical assumption, right? That's something that has been the case. It doesn't change. Laws of logic, things like that.
It doesn't change because we invented its meaning.
See, that's where we invented its meaning. No. If you're saying you subjectively created the meaning of the laws of logic, then you have it coined as an invariant idea. In other words, something that humans subjectively create. So now you have these laws, alleged laws, as subjectively held. That's not going to work.
The laws of logic
invented its meaning.
The laws of logic, just like numbers, just like language, they're inventions of the human mind that describe things.
Okay, that's a different answer. What are the things they're describing? That's what John's getting into in the metaphysic, right? So he answered 2 different ways there. I think he changed his answer, perhaps realizing that.
Yeah, I think the first answer was a misspeak, or
Yeah.
yeah, he's caught
Perhaps, yeah.
himself.
I don't agree with you that that's correct. This is the thing that is present in the creation itself. One apple is one apple, regardless of how we observe that according to language.
Yeah, we describe what an apple is. An apple is an apple because we described it as an apple. That's why it's not a chair.
So this gets into universals, right? Appleness and chairness, which typically the unbeliever, the materialist, is going to reject. Universal categories. And it moved into nominalism where we just name things, but there's no actual essence. It's just some sort
I
of...
mean, like, there are characteristics. When you say appleness or chairness, there are characteristics that we use to decide between the two of what we're looking at.
Yeah, the idea is that the chairness and appleness are universal qualities. Like the appleness is the quality of all apples.
The
Chairness is the quality of all
the
chairs.
description and the title, the label that we assign to it is only universal in our own language, but it translates over to other words that have the same meaning in other languages. So,
Well, yeah, the
appleness was not an apple in China.
Well, the description is something we create, but I'm saying the appleness itself, the concept of appleness would be universal in China and everywhere. They might have a different word for it, but the concept of appleness.
Well,
They may have a different species of apple that tastes different, grows different, or whatever, but they will call it in this category of things because humans define things using categories. You've done it when you were talking about the creator category. We create distinctions to prove points and to try and play with ideas.
Well, we don't create the distinction between a cow and an apple. There is a distinction that we discover.
Well, there are loads of distinctions and loads of similarities. The cow and what was the other thing that you said?
Apple.
The cow and the apple are both elements in the universe.
So,
right? They're both
how
made
would
of
this
matter.
example fit? I'll ask both because I'm confused about this. In English, we have a sock, right? The thing we put on our foot. It has sockness. It's universal, okay. But if I go to Deutschland, they have no concept for sock. They have foot glove. And it has foot gloveness. And it would go in the category with gloves.
Nine.
So where's the universalness of sock is lost there?
Are you retarded? Leben ist nicht verboten, Herr 420.
Okay.
I can't speak German.
Tommy, you going to be able to hold it together?
Sorry.
You can still hang out. It's just, I don't know what you're doing.
Does that make sense what I said about the categories, though? That there are lots of categories that the cow and the apple would both fit in, together, and then other categories where we make distinctions.
Yeah, like you can say
they're both
that
living matter, vibrating particles, all kind of things. But when we get to other distinctions, we create other categories of description.
Yeah, I follow you there. And then Samuel's saying that the sock, the concept in another language is foot glove, so it's moving over into glove category. Is that what you're saying? A different
still
that's what I
provides
was
the same
trying to
function,
pass
though.
out.
Well, in a sense, yeah, like you can connect categories, but the concept of a sock, like a glove that goes on the foot, a covering that goes on the foot before it goes on the shoe, like that's still going to be the idea of universal sockness. You can change the word, but there's still something in place that catches the essence of that, if that helps.
Yeah, it did actually. It does come down to still just different words, different labels.
Yeah, the concept
Same
remains, right? The solid concept there.
It's still a thing you put on your foot, basically.
Yeah, which a shoe is a thing you put on your foot, or anything you put on your foot is a thing you put on your foot, but it has like a certain quality about it that's known to be something that covers the foot that you can add a shoe to or wear alone and so forth. But all right.
Yeah, I agree with you that we chose a sound to make with our face. That means that this object now, right? Like, I'm not going platonic in that to say that there's forms and objects of the form, but But what I am saying is there are realities. So, for example, again, back to the transcendence thing,
We agree.
I'm arguing that laws of
We
logic
do agree that
are.
reality exists, but we don't agree that the laws
Okay.
of logic are transcendental.
So, how do you account for the existence of reality outside of transcendental truths?
Again, why
How
do
you
I need?
account that
Why do
the-
I
that the
need?
future will be like
Wait, if he's saying laws of logic are not transcendental, the idea of transcendentals are preconditions necessary. That seems wrong because we presuppose logic as they are and we are in all these conversations. We're assuming it and
Logic,
using it.
logic is entirely dependent on us.
Well, when you discover that the thing is the thing or the apple is not the orange, that
Right.
claim is dependent on you. But there's also the
Logic,
understanding that there's
yeah, but
also the
logic is a method of measuring, is what I'm saying. We've identified ways to measure things.
well, I think it's a tool of consistency more than measurement. The chair is not the apple, right? Like that depends on us to say that. Like we say there's an epistemology there and knowing. The ontology is the chair and the apple, the being of the. We're making the observation that the chair is not the apple. That is dependent on us, but we also can extend that thinking to say, well, without me observing it, is the chair still not the apple? You want to
How
make a
does having
case?
an all-powerful God create that reliability of constants remaining the same? Because it seems like it would add less reliability that constants would remain the same.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, if God is all-powerful,
If
that means
God's
there's
all powerful.
yeah, there's all possibilities that God can do things that are unexpected and unanticipated.
Well, I
Things
don't think there's all possibilities.
you think God has limitations?
I think that if God doesn't lie, we consider that a limitation. But
Doesn't lie is if he can lie. What
the
is today is
capability,
not. Yeah, God can change.
well, no, it becomes more of not a capability issue, an issue of faith and promise. Like we don't say like, I mean, you might say this, a Christian might say that God can't lie, but this is an interesting conversation, and we've had it before with other believers. It's some think it's a capability issue, others think it's an issue of promise, as in
We could
Hebrews.
talk about constants, though. So constants like when God stopped the sun in the sky for an hour. Like that's not anything that you could ever anticipate, and nothing that an unbeliever would ever think to try and calculate or prepare for or recover
Right.
from. If there's, but if you're a believer, then you have to consider that there's a possibility that there are unknowns and that God can do a thing that the sun may not rise tomorrow. It might be stopped on the other side of the sphere.
Oh, you're saying because of the strangeness of the language in the scriptures, there's an uncertainty of
I
what
don't know
God
if
will
you.
do on tomorrow.
I didn't say that's strange. I didn't mention the language of the scriptures. I'm just saying the
I thought you were
accounts
referring
of the
to like
scriptures.
the stars being rolled up and all that.
No. In the battle where Joshua, I think it's in Joshua, where God stops the sun in the sky for an hour to extend the battle to give Joshua the victory. And that's a phenomenon that you can't be prepared to see on the battlefield or any other part of your life if you've lived here, your entire existence and you haven't seen it. It would be illogical to think that the sun would do that. But there we have in the scriptures that this logical idea that the sun will constantly move in its path is
Well,
highly,
okay. I
and
see
for an
what you're
individual prayer.
I see what you're saying there. I wouldn't say it's illogical necessarily. I'd say it's out of character, because when I think of logic, I just think of a consistency tool.
Okay, consistency tool, but then again, the unbeliever has reasons to not question certain consistencies in the universe, where the Christian with an all-powerful God who has done things in the past that go against the normal flow of what we consider nature, that's another thing to consider that the unbeliever doesn't have to bother with at all in the I guess, making sense of reality, interpreting reality.
Yeah, we want to know how
if
a believer
God
interprets
can
reality, for sure.
if God can suspend the laws of physics, he can alter them, he can change the consistency, then as far as I'm understanding Will's what he's saying is then you never have a stable foundation and this objective grounding that you think you've got, because you can't know reality, you can't know consistency, because God could click his fingers and change it at any moment.
Right. That's why in the scriptures we have faith in his promise about what he will do and what he has done. So you're going to cross over into the idea of faith and promise in the Creator. This is a completely different worldview than yours, obviously. But if you want to argue that those things can happen, it's going to become difficult for you as far as I'm concerned.
No, well, I can't really argue with my book.
Why do I need transcendental anything?
Why does he need preconditions of reality? Is his question. It's not a good question.
Is that the end of that statement?
Yeah.
Why do you need transcendental anything? Well, because you're not able to know anything at all without it.
Prove it.
How are you knowing anything at all to be the case?
Because we can observe, right? So
we can observe, so that gives you knowledge. Did he observe that statement about how he has knowledge is true? Anybody?
Wait, you're asking rhetorical questions. I can't tell you what he.
No, I'm asking a true question. Like, well, I mean, you can give your opinion on it. He's saying
using the term "know" in a colloquial sense rather than making the distinction between believe and knowledge.
He's saying, like, think about this though. Let's hear him say it again.
How are you knowing anything at all to be the case?
Because we can observe, right?
So that's a knowledge claim in answer to how he can know anything. Because we can observe. Did he observe that answer? Because we can observe.
Do you want me to call him and ask him if he remembers this conversation?
Think about it. Did he observe the claim about how he's observing knowledge? He's going outside into his separate philosophy to say knowledge is through observation, but he doesn't have the observation to claim that very knowledge. It's a defeater.
I think it was a poor choice of words. He shouldn't have used knowledge at all. He should have just stepped away from the idea that he could know anything with certainty.
Well, if he takes that route,
he'd be honest.
Perhaps, but he can't win the argument if properly assessed.
There's no reason.
But again,
to win an
even if he
argument
says
about an unfalsifiable, you can't win an argument against an
he's trying to.
unfalsifiable claim.
He's trying.
I don't think
to,
so.
but...
I think he's trying to point out that the tag argument doesn't point necessarily to just Yahweh. He's just walking.
Oh, you want to posit a different creator in the tag? Yeah, you could try that.
It's not hard.
No, it's not hard to do, but it's hard when you have an interlocutor who knows the argument well, who's going to get into epistemology and ethics, because you're going to.
They'd have to propose illogical things like the Trinity.
No, you well, they're going to propose the Trinity, but. What I'm saying
they have
is,
to.
Oh, yeah, in a sense, you're right. They have to in order to make this work. What I'm saying, though, is when you go to point out how things are logical in a problem, again, from your worldview, you're just assuming. And he's assuming these transcendental categories that John here is bringing up. And he's asking him, why do I need transcendental categories? I can't believe he asked him that. I mean,
he might be trying to get John to flesh out the argument more.
Sure.
But I think you define them differently, because he said he doesn't believe they exist.
He doesn't
it's
believe
not.
causality exists.
He doesn't. I don't think he sees transcendentals as the way you do.
Well, true, but I think that I've heard him say that transcendental arguments are silly, and it doesn't seem like he knows what transcendental are, unless you guys are right. He's just trying to get him to answer, and he does have an idea of what they are. I don't know.
Yeah.
But my point here with the observation, even if he's not asking about knowledge and he says, why do you believe these things? And he says, because we can observe them. He didn't observe the claim because we can observe things that gives us knowledge.
So what this is going to reduce down to is solipsism, right? You're going to say, nobody can know anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. You can't prove that you're not a brain in a vat. And then again, neither can you. So this argument doesn't actually end up winning for anybody. But what we can do is agree that there probably is an external reality outside of my brain. And the next question.
What do you guys think about the brain in the vat argument for an unbeliever? Why would they use that?
Because it just shows the limitations of their ontology and epistemology.
The limitations of whose?
What we can and cannot know as an individual human being.
Does the unbeliever have a case for a brain in a vat? Is it something that's provable?
No, it's saying that for all I know, I could be. It's not a positive claim that I am a brain in a vat.
Do they have any evidence that anyone has been a brain in a vat? Do they know someone who's a brain in a vat?
There's a concept that exists, yeah.
Yeah, the concept exists, but the evidence, the observation of that being the case, does that exist?
Why does one need that? Can faith alone not be enough?
Because he just said that the truth comes from observation. So he's negating himself by using examples. He's using stuff that's not by observation in his argument. Sure. That's my point.
Well, he could be presupposing it based on a movie he watched, the Man with Two Brains.
But that's not his worldview. He says that truth comes from observation. So he's pulling in something that's not observation. Even the claim itself that truth comes from observation is not observed.
Cool. You want me to just agree with you? I could just agree with you.
You can disagree with me, and then I'll just lay it out for you in a different way if you want. But he's making multiple errors here.
But you never let him get into their arguments very far before you stop it and start dissecting it.
It's because he's making so many errors. But I'll try to let it go.
Is, are we sharing the same reality or not? If we're sharing the same reality, then all we can do is measure propositions against reality. When the proposition,
how does he know that's all we can do? You see, again, a universal claim about all people can only do this. He doesn't have access to this.
Matches reality, we just call that thing true.
So you're taking truth from a merely observational perspective.
Yes.
All we have until you can demonstrate that they exist
He just failed. He just lost the argument. That's all we have is observation. The claim, all we have is observation, is not observable. He just failed.
I guess you'll have to tell him
I
that.
have no other option, right? So your starting point is that there are transcendental categories that cause things to be the way they are, but you can't prove that to be the case. You're presupposing it the same way you're presupposing God.
But that's my whole point, right? Is I came out from the premise and said, I am being presuppositional, and I believe that everyone is presupposing certain things.
He's shaking his head that people are presupposing certain things, really. He's not presupposing anything. You guys aren't presupposing.
I am being presuppositional, and I believe that everyone is presupposing certain things.
The only thing I presuppose is that there is an external reality to my brain, meaning I'm not imagining reality. I actually exist within reality. But
that's the only thing he's presupposing, huh? He doesn't presuppose meaning in language. He doesn't presuppose the laws of logic. He doesn't presuppose number theory. The only thing he presupposes is his experience with that exterior reality.
And I'm saying this not facetiously. I'm genuine. I think you should talk to this guy. I think you would have quite in-depth conversation. Unless he just...
I'll talk to him, but it's gonna go like this, like what's happening now. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna keep slowing him down and saying,
well, Yeah, it's not going to go exactly like this because you're not going to come in as clumsy as John did without understanding what premises are and things like that.
No, I mean it's gonna be frustrating for the listener because I'm gonna keep stopping him, and he's gonna want to keep getting to his point, and I'm gonna keep having to point out that he can't even establish what he's trying to
That's
get
not
to.
your problem, JG. It's not the listener. That's his listeners. That's his problem. You gotta do what you gotta do because, I mean, for God's sake, you can't let John Calvin over here handle all the hard work.
Well, he's done his part because he's made a video with this guy making multiple errors. Now he didn't catch them, but in this critique, we're catching them. So he's still playing a great role here.
I think you and I can agree on that.
I think we can agree on that, not for the same premise, right? I believe that reality is a created thing, so it exists outside of God as a creation of His own.
John, you're a
working.
You're a nice young man, I can tell. So let me ask you a couple questions, and I promise I'm not trying to be an asshole. But
no, go ahead.
When did you become a Christian?
I've been a Christian for over a decade now. I guess it was about 11 years ago.
Okay. And what form of Christian are you? Like what denomination?
I am a Reformed Baptist.
Okay. And when you became a Christian, what convinced you to be a Christian?
I came to faith as a manner of faith. I came to the conviction of the gospel initially, but that I also came to faith in accordance with the fact that it seemed that what I'm saying now is that the logical impossibility of the opposite was the case, that God had to exist, and that this was the most logically deductible case.
Okay. So you came to to the Christian viewpoint without the philosophy, didn't you?
Without the philosophy?
Yeah. You're attempting to engage in presuppositional philosophy right now. You didn't need that when you became a Christian, right?
You're asking if I independently needed that. No, the faith is a manner of faith. I do think that logic aligns with it because it's the truth, but I did come to it as a manner of faith.
Okay. So do you know anyone personally who became a Christian solely on the basis of philosophical argumentation like what you're providing? Or do you think all Christians are engaging in that because they're already Christians and they want to justify what they believe?
That's a great question. I actually do know one or two people. I'm admitting that most people don't come to the faith through this methodology, but I'm a former seminarian. I've been in apologetic circles for several years and things like that. So I do know a couple of people whose conviction to the faith came through debate or logical argument or something like that.
Very good. Okay. So when you came in as a Christian and I asked you for your best argument and your best evidence, and you're admitting to me now that this philosophical argument is something that you're engaging in after you became a Christian. It's not usually the thing that creates Christians. I'm only asking you because I want to know why you think that this is the best argument, because this argument doesn't get you to Christianity.
Interesting. So you don't think that my argument is, because I'm arguing exclusively for the God of the Bible. I'm not arguing for a general theism, but for scriptural Christian God.
Right. Yeah. So I think maybe there's an endpoint in your argument, because I've already heard it before, where you are going to make an argument that the Trinity is necessary. And I already know the argument for the Trinity being necessary that stems from the beginning argument that you gave, which is the impossibility of the contrary, which is not a great argument. But the reality is, like, if your argument includes the Trinitary being necessary, you've got an issue, because the Trinitary itself seems to entail contradictions, as does many verses in the Bible. But I don't know what your position on the Bible is yet. Do you believe that the Bible contains contradictions?
Full infallibility, inerrancy, the whole conservative position.
Okay. So like, this is like my major complaint with like the philosophical argumentation for Jesus is it always tries to prove that the Trinity is necessary. And then it always tries to not look at the Bible by saying, well, as long as my argumentation is true, it doesn't matter what the Bible says. The Bible must be true. But the reality is, anyone who reads the Bible for even an hour can find like really easy contradictions in the book. Anyone who thinks about the Trinity for even a couple minutes can find the logical contradiction in the Trinity. And so, like, I'm trying to figure out why you're starting on the philosophical end as rather than the Bible end.
Yeah, it's a good question. Because, right, so why go philosophical over Bible? Firstly, because of I think the area that we're in and what we're doing right now, right? Like, I'm not evangelizing you. I'm having a debate with you about whether or not God is imaginary. So that's a different level of approach that I would take as opposed to coming to you and sharing the gospel. Not that I'm opposed to doing that, but why argue from that? Because I think that to bring to you evidential apologetics, right? If I was going to come to you and put God on trial with you on the judge seat and say, here's the best evidences by which I think you're going to have to evaluate whether or not God exists, that you are immediately going to have to engage in evaluative properties that are going to require of you to borrow capital from a transcendental worldview that you can't account for.
No, that would be wrong. Because it certainly could be true that Christianity is wrong and that the God of Judaism is true. Could be that Christianity is wrong and the theistic concept of Buddhism is true. It could be true that Christianity is wrong, but also some of the God concept to be correct, right? So, like, the argument you're giving.
Yeah, it's a lot of knowledge claims. I don't understand how he's going to say that's true that Christianity
is wrong, but also some of the God concept to be correct, right? So
how would Christianity is going to be exclusive? So to enter another God concept into that, you'd have to make a case for that.
Well,
like the argument you're giving doesn't get you to Christianity.
To say that the options are clearly defined would mean that you would have to have knowledge of all the possible known and unknown gods, from which to select.
Oh, who would have to have that?
Whoever made the claim that there's an impossibility that it has to be either, Yahweh or no one.
Oh, the impossibility to the contrary?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, you wouldn't have to exhaust all the alternatives. They would become idols in someone else's case to bring to the table. You make the argument that Yahweh is the true God and the possibility to the contrary. So if you disagree with that, now
well, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do that and depend on logic if the Trinity is illogical, which it is.
Well, that just depends on how you're asserting the Trinity as well.
What I'm saying is you couldn't cherry pick your logic through that and exclude and include the Trinity, but without examining it for logical flaws.
Yeah, but that rule that you bring in right now is challengeable too. Like you saying that you can't do that, right? Like you're assuming that to be true.
Well, I noticed that Serb was saying the tag argument that he thinks the tag argument is for all the other gods. Those other.
Well,
gods.
I think I'm trying to think if I've seen someone try to present a tag argument for another god. Do you have any?
I don't know.
Examples?
Would you have a problem with Serb coming in and giving his example?
Well, I think it's going to derail from what we're doing.
You're doing that on your own.
No, I'm actually critiquing the information within the video.
But you stopped and you asked questions, and that's an interesting thing because he's making the claim that the tag argument is for all those other gods.
Okay, well, he can put a tag argument in the side, and we'll see if it's worthy.
Okay, I understand the.
I really think he's just making stuff up. And I mean, do you not know that he's doing that?
No, I don't know that he's doing that.
You think Serb truly believes the stuff that he's saying, that he adheres to it?
I've never known Serb to be a liar.
Well,
if you have evidence of him lying
and making up stuff, like when he says right here, I think tag is the argument for all those other gods.
You don't
like,
think making up stuff
true?
is? Hold on. You say making up stuff. You're saying that is different than lying.
Well, it depends. Like if you're just
hypothetical.
being creative and saying different things to get people's attention versus bringing a formal argument to the table, that's deceptive. There would be.
Is it a form of hypothetical sometimes to propose arguments that aren't your own, without actually calling it a hypothetical?
Right, but when you get into somebody who argues worldview to worldview, you can discriminate those things. You say, okay, is that your worldview or not? I don't want to entertain a hypothetical right now. I want to entertain your worldview. Like you can make those distinctions within the conversation.
I think Cerberus would be a good person if you want to practice your argumentation against someone who's worthy and who's knowledgeable. I think he's.
I
much better than
don't
some of
don't think he's worthy, actually.
Well,
So I'm going to leave
that's
him
yet
out.
to be demonstrated because you won't have him in.
I talked to him the other night, and he told me that I asked him what truth was, and he said truth was dependent on sentences. So
Did you dig into that at all?
Yeah, I said, so there's no truth before sentences.
You can't express it without communication, can
He
you?
said it was before sentences. It was just the facts, ma'am.
Well, he's technically right in that. Yeah, there's
Oh.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You want me to explain
I
it?
can't see why you would boot him for saying that.
I didn't boot him for saying that. I'm just saying the last time I talked to him, I felt like he was just drawing up nonsense, and I didn't feel like it was worthwhile. I've got 3 atheists in here and Tog. I mean, isn't that enough?
I'd much rather leave and let Seb
I'm not an atheist, and I don't know why you keep saying that.
Well, from my worldview, you would reject the one true God, so you could be an
So
idol
words don't mean words anymore because of your worldview.
Well,
I'm
fair
not an
enough.
atheist, and you're misusing the term.
No, that's fair. That's fair. You're not an atheist, but I could make an argument that you are. But in the meantime, I'll say, if you have another God, that would be idol worship for my worldview.
Right, but that's yet to be demonstrated that you're correct in your worldview. So you're not standing on anything solid when you're ignoring the definition of words to try and suggest that your worldview has superior definitions to words.
I don't know about that. I don't know how you mean that.
Christianity, it gets you to some generic theistic concept, and I'm really more interested in the argument that gets you to Christianity. Now, to be fair, I have the same presuppositional argument over and over again about a generic God concept, and you're welcome to give it. All I'm saying is that everyone here is probably more interested if you have an argument specific. Now, to be fair, I have the same presuppositional argument over and over again about a generic God concept.
What is he saying here? He has a presupposition.
He has the argument with people about generic God concepts because they can't tie it directly to Christianity. He wants someone to make the connection between the God concept from the tag argument to Christianity.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And you're welcome to give it. All I'm saying is that everyone here is probably more interested if you have an argument specifically for Christianity. And at that, I'll stop yapping and let you provide your best argument.
Yeah, so I would say in response to that, right? So, and I'm not trying to move away from that. And if I am, by all means, you have welcome free reign to get rid of me at any time. What I'm getting at is to say that, what's the best way to put this? That if I were to do like some guy did earlier and try and provide to you, I heard him say that this is the best universe, and you were like, well, why is this the best go, right? Isn't it bad that there's young children that have terrible things happen to them, starving, dying in childbirth and all that? Those arguments require you to engage in moral assumption that a human is inherently valuable and bad things happening to them, bad things is making a judgment of what's good and bad in the first place.
No, none of those
So
are.
where do you get the capital from to engage with that?
None of those things are things I assumed. So this is something that you and I both agree on, which is that to be all good, there can't be unnecessary suffering. There's no instance in which unnecessary suffering is good. You can say that some necessary suffering is good, and I would agree with you. There is such a thing as necessary suffering, right? But if you tell me that unnecessary suffering is good, I can't see a good reason to believe that.
Interesting. So I would, on the unnecessary suffering argument, I'm really interested by Alvin Plantinga's general argument that it's sufficient to believe that a being who could know all things could have proper reasoning for a suffering that those who are limited in their knowledge could not have awareness of. But even then, you're engaging in certain assumptions that people shouldn't suffer. You're making
Right. Yeah, that's good. You want to point out the assumptions, the presuppositions, the things he's assuming that he's not bringing to the surface. He's just hoping you'll agree with. So he's stopping him saying, what, asking questions that sound crazy, like, what makes you think that humans shouldn't suffer or suffering is wrong? And, people get emotional and say, no, I'm asking it for a reason. I need to know from your worldview how you're assuming these things and bringing them into the conversation, because I don't think you can account for that claim.
Making a general moral assumption that it's wrong for suffering to take place. I think I can account for that from a theistic belief that I
didn't make a moral claim.
He doesn't make a moral claim, right? So when he says suffering is wrong or unnecessary, he doesn't understand that there's a moral or ethical component attached to his claim for him to bring that forward. He doesn't even see that. Apparently.
Maybe they flesh that out or something.
Maybe, yeah.
You did whenever you said this is the best that he can do. That's a value claim. Correct?
Yeah, value
Best,
game. Yes.
Worst, middle.
Yep. Good is a value claim. I agree. Yeah. So like if you're all good, that means you always do the best thing.
Correct. Yeah, and I do. I believe that all the workings of the Lord are perfect, that as an all perfect being, he could not do anything that was not perfect.
Okay. So what that means is you have to believe that whatever happens down here is good by necessity, or you're going to have to admit that there is unnecessary suffering.
No, I do in fact believe that all things that take place in the ultimate sense for the purpose of the universe, which is to glorify God, are good.
Okay. So what you just said is that God makes people suffer so that it will bring more glory to him.
What I just said is that God creates the universe in order to bring glory to himself. And that the story that plays out does involve suffering and redemption of making right of all things.
Yep. So does all the suffering that incur here on the earth, is it necessary for the end goal?
That's getting into a level of, like, is it necessary? That's a mind of God question. I would say that, again, a most perfect being could only make a most perfect universe because all the workings of his hand would have to be completely perfect. So in the sense that it's necessary outside of him, no. In the sense that it's necessary according to his plan and will for the world, then yes.
So then, yes, you would say that all the suffering here is necessary, right?
I'm saying that all the suffering, perhaps we could go to, I think I can take the word necessary for that.
I mean,
I'm saying that all of the suffering is according to the will of God.
We know that. I'm asking if it's necessary, though.
What do you mean by necessary?
I mean, it couldn't be any other way.
For whom? No, I would say could not be any other way. I believe that if there is one best possible universe, that an infinitely best being could only make a singly best possible universe by the limitations of his own nature.
Okay, so the best possible universe is the universe with suffering.
Evidently.
Okay, so that means heaven's not the best possible situation?
Heaven is a part of the creation as it has been made.
Yeah, but there's no suffering in heaven according to Revelation 21.
I completely agree with you, but it's as though you're chopping off heaven and leaving out everything that's storylined up to that moment.
Okay, so why is suffering necessary here but not in heaven?
Again, heaven is like if you took a book, right? That's say a fiction novel, right? There's a story that takes place with plot throughout it, and it's like you're just plucking out the last chapter.
I know, I've read it. I've read it. I've read every last word of it.
No, I'm not claiming that you're plucking out the end of Revelation. I'm saying the storyline of history. You're just taking out the last bit and going, why is this part not a sufficient enough story?
No, what I'm asking is, why is it perfect for there to be suffering here, but not suffering in heaven?
Why is it perfect for there to be suffering here, but not suffering in heaven? Okay, that's a good enough question. Because heaven exists on the other side of suffering where redemption has taken place, and redemption is not possible through a system in which no suffering has occurred. And evidently, in the mind of God, redemption existing is a better thing than redemption not existing.
Okay, but I don't think that addresses the question. I'm asking about like the state of affairs, right? If it's better, if it's a better state of affairs that we suffer, then we don't suffer. Then I'm trying to figure out how heaven is better than not heaven.
Because again, you're taking heaven, which is a concept that happens at the end of all time after the redemption of all things. Heaven can only be properly understood after all of Earth's history.
Okay, so the suffering
And you
is
can't lop it off from that and say, why is this one not better just by itself as separated from all of its premise?
okay. So we're getting somewhere. You're doing an argument akin to the soul building argument. So what you're saying is the suffering is necessary so that God can do redemption, and redemption is the greatest good.
I'm saying that the evidence of redemption existing in the world is evidence that God would have preferred to have a world that has redemption over the possibility of having one that doesn't.
Right, but is suffering necessary for redemption?
Is suffering necessary for redemption? The word necessary is what continues to trip me up, because it seems to insist that there's a withholding individual to whom suffering has to take place for. Is that God in your articulation of that statement? Is that what you mean?
Meaning it couldn't be any other way, right? So if God has an end, if God has a goal, like say his goal is redemption, right? And there's suffering prior to redemption. If the suffering is not necessary for the redemption, then redemption doesn't explain the suffering.
If suffering is not necessary for redemption, then redemption doesn't explain the suffering. Okay, I do understand. Yeah, I think that in order for something to be redeemed, it has to first fall away. There has to be a negative in order for redemption to occur. So yeah, I would say that in order for that storyline to take place in a way that includes redemption, it would have to include suffering.
Okay, so God needs to make people suffer before they can be redeemed.
God does not need anything at all. God has chosen to have people suffer and redeem them according to his own will.
Then it's not necessary. If he chooses, then it's not necessary.
That's why I said
sovereign being doesn't need anything. He can choose something that becomes a necessity for his creation.
Having such an issue with the word necessary, right, is because again, I'm not calling God beholden to anything other than his own nature.
Okay, so if God chooses to make people suffer when they don't have to suffer, that just means God causes unnecessary suffering. In the literature, which you're familiar with way more than me, we typically refer to that as gratuitous suffering.
So that's where we get to where I started from the very beginning, and I say, what's wrong with unnecessary suffering?
Right. So it's just a definitional argument, right? If you and I both agree that suffering is not good, and I don't have to believe in your God to believe that suffering's bad. Like suffering just by its nature is bad because I no longer have well-being the more I suffer. The more I suffer, the less well-being I have.
So he's pulling in an arbitrary explanation about how he doesn't like suffering, right? So John is moving into position here.
And the
Wait,
less being I have, the less I exist.
It also brings up the problem of Job, right? In this situation, he's like it's like the evil that's inflicted, that's outsourced, not caused by God. And then the key thing is to say, well, God is evil because this evil has happened to me. But it's not by the cause of God, but the actions of choice and obedience.
Yeah.
Right, but you do, I mean, can you agree with me that there was like 4 assumptions loaded into that?
Yeah, that existing is preferable to not existing. That's about it.
Correct. Yeah, that was the first one. But you're also assuming that it's good for you to have, that it matters for you to have well-being over not having well-being. You're assuming that it's profitable for you to not suffer over suffering.
I agree.
I'm asking.
See, these are great points. They seem very obvious. You know, you agree that you want to live. You agree you want to suffer. So he very nonchalantly, this is confident. Yes. The accountability for those very claims is what's in question, is where John's going to go. Now, I'd like to know if he actually tries to get into that or moves and changes directions here. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, but again, you
appreciate that. So
you and I,
does it matter if you suffer?
You and I both agree that suffering's bad. The only difference is you have to presuppose a God for it to be bad, and I could just tell you that I think it's bad because everybody agrees that the words good and bad are actually inherently subjective, not objective. And this is
I don't agree.
Right. He didn't say anything there. It sounded like he did. He's saying we both agree it suffers. You think you need God. I don't. Well, that's true. But he's not able to give an account of why suffering is actually bad. He's just saying, I don't like it.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
again,
and
but again,
I
you
appreciate that. So
you and
why
I,
does it matter if you suffer?
you and I both agree that suffering's bad. The only difference is you have to presuppose a God for it to be bad. And I could just tell you that I think it's bad because everybody agrees that the words good and bad are actually inherently subjective, not objective.
And everybody doesn't agree that.
Well,
And
yeah,
this
it
is-
doesn't. Well, it doesn't even.
and
Hold
this
up.
is the problem.
He's actually bringing up a moral claim where there isn't none. There isn't a moral claim here for him to say it's bad. The only way you can say it's bad is by function, and he hasn't demonstrated which function is being so-called beneficial for what system, because that's ultimately all that matters here is what system's eating what system. And if there is no God, then it doesn't matter what our feelings so-called are unless we can implement those beyond our means or whatever, like power grab or something like that.
Well, how could DZ solve what's being brought to the table right now from John? How can he make an account of why his good and bad have any meaning outside of his perspective or those who he can get to agree with him?
Yeah, that's it. It's just meaning that's described. The other meaning would be depending on if it's inflicted on other agency. But then it goes into justified beliefs and why you would do whatever. So it's all about, at the end of the day, what justification can you get to get away with whatever you get away with, if you even need a justification at all, instead of I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Bad is not stamped into the universe. When we in Justin use the word bad, it's just shorthand for not preferable.
Right. Something that's bad is not preferable. And we already went down this line of argumentation where I'm asked you if God does.
So can I rebut that?
If God always does what is good, that means God always does what is preferable.
For himself.
He's trying to pull in his subjective definition into the scriptures. I don't know why he doesn't stop him there. But he's not getting out of the problem. They're confidently saying, yeah, we don't know good and bad, we just make it up. And then they want to continue to argue. I find that quite telling. Why do you want to keep skipping back?
Who's going to make the claim that they absolutely know right and wrong,
Well,
good and bad? Who can make that call?
Well, the presuppositionalist is going to resort to the scriptures, which I get that you would disagree with, but that is
Right.
where they're
That's just
going.
they could resort to anything at that point, but that doesn't make it a valid thing to lean on. It's
Well-
just them presupposing that it has value.
Well, in that claim you made, you're assuming that there is validity. So what is the validity? What is the valid thing that
assumption
you said?
that they have the ability to assume or presume a thing, that they can go ahead and assign a truth value to something without being able to prove that it has any truth value.
Yeah, DZ might say that's bad, right?
No, he'd probably say it's just an observation.
The observation is what? What is just an
I'm not-
observation? I'm sorry. you
I don't
lost-
want to repeat my. It's okay. It's all right. Go ahead. Go forward if you want to.
He's saying to John, I think it's erroneous the way you're thinking about things. I think there's contradictions. I think contradictions are bad. This is my feeling. This is my opinion. So John is saying, well, can we get past your opinion and feelings and get to what is true? And he's just said, basically, truth is what comports to reality, and gone in a simple circle.
Yeah, but you just said that truth is what comports to book.
No, I didn't.
You did. You presupposed the as a presupposition.
How does that get DZ out of the problem? I didn't say that, but how would that get DZ out of the problem I'm bringing forward?
That's what his opponent is basically presupposing. There's no the presuppositional aspect is valueless. It is just a subjective decision to go ahead and not question the validity of something that you're building your worldview around.
And you don't like that, and DZ
No,
doesn't.
it's fine. It just doesn't. It's hard to claim that you're correct about anything. You know, it's just like what you're saying about atheists. It's just as difficult to say that you're correct because you presuppose a book is true as just saying you're correct because you presuppose that what you're observing is true.
So that's how DZ gets out of the problem of his accountability for his claims, is by saying, "Oh, well, you believe in a book." That's your strategy.
He's just saying he's just reminding him that we're on the same level. We don't know.
He knows that we're on the same level of we don't know.
Yep.
How does he know that if he
Because we
doesn't
all
know?
have the same tools.
So that's an objective knowledge claim that he has all of a sudden?
I mean, he did study the Bible for a while and didn't find any value objectively there.
What's the objective claim he's holding? That we're all on level playing field? Or that you're
But there's
holding?
limitations to what we are able to know about what we're observing.
Are you taking a position where nobody can know?
You're asking me about my position or his position?
Well, I
You
think
keep
you-
switching
yeah.
back and forth. You're asking me to speak for him constantly, which is unfair.
I don't mean to, but I'm asking you at this point.
I know you're preparing for your thing, but I'm doing the best I can, but I'm not him. You know, I can't tell you where his value judgments come from. I'm trying my best to tell you what he might be saying.
Yeah, no, I understand. The value judgments are rhetorical questions because he doesn't know where they come from either, other than his feelings and observation and experience, which really doesn't become an argument, because if he wants to let that be an argument, then you just say, my feelings, observation, experience showed me God, the end.
Yeah. But let me rebut that. So what you've just given up in that statement, right, to say that bad is not something that's stamped in the universe, that it's just a subjective understanding of that which is not preferable. You've given up the ability to make a moral claim about anything at all. We shouldn't
I never did.
Right. He never did what?
But let me rebut that. So what you've just given up in that statement, right, to say that bad is not something that's stamped in the universe, that it's just a subjective understanding of that which is not preferable. You've given up the ability to make a moral claim about anything at all. We shouldn't
I never
legislate.
did.
We shouldn't make a morality
Never
claim
did.
at all.
He never made a moral claim? Really? He's assuming morality in his claims. This is what he's missing. He's assuming that this John guy is doing something wrong. He's thinking about something wrong.
So you can prepare before you even go in by having the definitions of morality and ethics and things that he might try to do, and go ahead and get them on the table right off the bat. Get him to agree with them.
Yeah, true. But I mean, it's this going to be more of a task of pointing out how he's assuming this and he doesn't see it, which usually
you're gonna have to define the terms with him. You know that already. He's gonna play around with the terms until you have some sort of agreement. He's gonna pretend like his terms are the right ones the whole time.
Yeah, I don't think the term is a problem in this particular case, though.
Morality. What is morality? Objective morality, subjective morality.
He's
What
already
is
said
morality?
it's a personal preference of a choice.
You don't agree.
Right.
Right. So you have to be able to go in there and say, no, that's not what this word means.
No, I'm not saying that's not what the word means. I'm saying I don't agree with this concept of morality. We're past the word. We're both.
So how do you get him to see, like, to steel man your position? How do you get him to steel man your position so you know that he understands what you think morality is?
Wait, can I ask a different one? Hold up, because there's an underlying problem. Because if we're saying God is real, then the fact that he's able to make a moral claim is by knowledge of God, even though if he's not aware of it. So you have to answer that as well underneath it all.
He's not saying God is real.
No, JG is, because again, if you're granting him, because again, that's how JG understands is right. DG or whatever DZ would have moral claims, because if you believe God has moral, everyone's going to have these moralities. It's intrinsic to the system. You got to have it in. And if it isn't in, then everything would be subjective, even with God. So it wouldn't make sense to even make the claim of morality unless you can, again, like you said, pull them back that's where your morals are coming from without any standard. But I think the standard comes from functions of system. So that's where you and I butt heads at, JG.
Yeah, well, what do you think that? I don't understand what that means from functions of systems. Do you have an example?
Like day and night. nocturnal systems that we sleep, things like that that we're affected by and governed by. And the same thing goes down to the society level.
So,
and like family of home values as well, and how we take care of ourselves.
Sunlight and the starry sky have a moral component in them, in the system. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because of our observations of those things and the reaction we have to them.
What about it?
Like that's the whole thing in which we build our systems about.
So you're just talking about
external.
You're just talking about a subjective system that you made up.
No, they're not. The things out there aren't subjective. They're actually there because you're looking at them. Unless you're going to say to go in the simulation theory.
Yeah, but you said something about a moral system, and then you said night and day.
Right. Yeah, because it goes
anywhere. I'm not
from the Christian's perspective. God didn't call all of creation very good because it made him happy. It's because it was functional.
Yeah, but to say it was good because it was functional, I think is a misstep.
In what way is it a misstep?
Because I'm not sure what you're pinpointing when you say it was functional.
If you get a job, if you get done completing a job, is that good? Or is it bad that you completed your job?
What if the job is bombing a school?
Well, if that's your goal, is that not good that you complete your goal?
Yes, it's not good if I complete that goal, Tog.
Never did. Never once did I say I believe in objective morals, because I don't.
No, I know you did. I'm speaking to. Sorry, I don't know the name of the gentleman below me. I can only read the Bible.
I also don't believe in objective morals. At least not. You can it's like kind of like chess. You know, we can say objectively that one move is illegal versus not legal only once we come to a subjective agreement to the.
There we go. There's the guy who holds the theory we were talking about earlier, where you can make it objective by agreeing and getting a group of people to agree on it. And
well, you can't get into the terms or explaining the terms till you agree on what the terms mean. So there's nothing wrong with what's being said here, defining your terms and what you mean before you engage.
Yeah, well, it sounded like you had something in there more than.
Yeah, I gotta go get my coffee's done brewing, so I'm gonna do that and then I'll come back. But I'm sure that it'll still be on the table. This guy goes at it a while. He does well.
Rules of the game. Morality is subjective, but once we ground like morality and well-being, then we can make objective statements like this is not conducive to one's well-being versus this is conducive to one's well-being.
But why is well-being the standard?
It's not. So, John, follow me.
He's running away from this, right? It's not the standard. He said earlier well-being was the standard. Why is he changing that?
Here, right? You're suggesting there needs to be an objective standard, and the reality is you can't find it, right? So what you're going to say, and this is how the moral argument always plays out, is you're going to say, well, I'm not allowed to have an opinion because I can't appeal to an objective standard. But you actually can't appeal to an objective standard either, because if I read you the objective standard from the Bible, and if you went to seminary, you know what it says, you're going to dislike a lot of those objective standards.
Yeah, liking the standard has nothing to do with the standard. That's one people miss. And why would it matter if you like what is set in place, what is true?
I have zero issues with any verses in the Bible.
So you're okay with God saying that you can own slaves?
I am.
Okay, so was slavery objectively good or objectively bad?
That's a good question. Slavery in whatever system it's in depends upon whatever's going on. So economically, I think there's a distinction to be made if we're going to be honest, right, in slavery from one system to another, in which one was just the economic system at the time in which it was basically employees and employers, as opposed to chattel slavery that took place in America, where there was obvious man stealing and it's demonstrably
Now,
condemnable.
now, John,
But by slavery, me and Justin are referring to owning another person as property. You can pass them on to your descendants as an inheritance. You can beat them so long as they don't unalive within 1 or 2 days. And by them being property, that's the definition of chattel slavery.
right? So, John, you came in very kind, and I love it and I appreciate it. But I'm going to ask you to do one thing: don't lie on what the Bible says, because I promise you, everything I said.
So I think they're trying to move into what they don't like about the Bible, right? Slavery, genocide, consequence.
Well, yeah,
still the
think
same,
about
still
it.
the same question that hasn't been solved, which he ran away from and ran into this. He
JG,
thinks
can I
that,
please beseech you to let Cerberus in? He's not the devil.
why do you think he's so valuable, dude?
Because his intelligence level's quite high, and he's not an atheist. And
According to
I
who?
think you're right, because words mean different things if you're a Christian. I don't know. He's not a believer in Yahweh, right? But as far as these arguments and breaking down these arguments and engaging in them, I don't know if you're following the side chat at all, but he's aware of where you're preparing for.
I'm not really preparing for it. I'm just entertaining the idea. I don't care about this guy that much. He doesn't seem like somebody who's really listening. He's not. John is consistently pointing out he has no grounds, no standard in place, and he's like, I don't care. I just want to keep going. And he's negated himself. He said that well-being is the standard, and he just said it isn't. So I don't think this guy is intellectually honest. I think he's upset about
whether or not
the
he
Bible.
is or is not, he's very influential and
Yeah.
is putting Christians on their butts on a regular basis. So maybe he should be challenged by someone who's up to the task, like yourself.
Yeah, well, what I notice,
Or Peter W. I think Peter's anxious to teach him.
it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't even think I can do it, but I think even if I devastate him in some way, he's just going to save face, and the audience
Doesn't matter. It's about the audience. Yeah, exactly. When
No, I
other
mean the
Christians
audience is
watch
even
it-
worse, though. Like that, he's going to be the best of the audience, right? Essentially, I mean,
of his,
likely.
you're talking about just
Yeah.
his audience on the original watch, but other people, Christians, review this stuff as you're doing right now. G-Man does it, other people do it, and your arguments will be noted, and they'll learn from it and be able to utilize the techniques when they go back in. Think about the big picture.
Part of me doesn't want to do it just because you want me to. You know what I mean? Like you seem like a nefarious character to me. Like
Well,
the fact that
maybe-
you want me to do something makes me think that.
Maybe you're on to me, but maybe I'm trying to protect DT by encouraging you like that so that you will not go in there. Or DZ, sorry, DZ.
Yeah.
Well, what
You
does
know,
he
I
need
don't
protection
want to
from if the God doesn't exist?
Exactly. I don't. Maybe that's what I know, and I'm trying to suppress the truth in my unrighteousness.
Yeah, probably. I mean, like when you hear me critique this tonight, is there one thing you can point out where you're like, oh, that's kind of a good point. I didn't realize that before. Has one of those things come up yet?
I'm sure they have nothing that.
You see what I mean,
pops to
though?
mind.
That's kind of
it
the
hasn't
frustration.
been. I'm sorry. Not everything you say is as impactful as you want it to be, but
Not
I'm
one
not a
thing.
believer.
Not one thing I've said is
Okay,
impactful.
I'll let
See,
you
but
know
you
why.
want me to go. You want me to go to talk to him. You're like, I want
So
you.
I'll
to
let you
talk
know
to him,
why. It's
but I'm not
because you
ver-
start with the presupposition that the book is true because the book says it's true.
Yeah.
And everything that comes from that seems like, I mean, why consider it? It's a faulty presupposition.
Circular.
There's something in with this though, and it goes into the slavery thing because one, you have to see if he even wants to be convinced to come back to the fold or whatever, however you want to call it. And the only reason why that is because he was already in a position of authority, and he dropped from that position, which means he's gonna have like a higher judgment, not even by like God standards, just by societal standards. Like you failed from your position, and whether that's a failure in spiritualness or because God isn't real, is what's actually up to question. So the real question is he up to talk to him? Are you talking to him just to make him an example of, oh, look, another one of God's failed projects? But no, it's not even that, because if he was a failed project, then he would be obeying and not disobeying. And it would seem like the same thing with slavery. Is the idea with people have a problem with slavery is the idea of that captivity and obedience to someone else, and it's a real meta problem, I think. But also, because I can get hurt being someone else's property, which is true for like any other employment. So big freaking whoop.
Well, slavery is an interesting topic because the U.S. corporation considers all the populace their property, don't they?
Chattel slavery, yes.
Yeah, Will knows. But Will, what you just said though about the presupposing God,
Yeah.
like that might be why you're not.
No. Presupposing Yahweh based on the Bible is what I said,
Yeah.
not presupposing God. There's nothing wrong with presupposing based on observation that there's a great probability that there's some sort of design involved. But to just go from there and go, magic book. I'm sorry, ancient Hebrews had it all figured out. This is all true, even though I've never met any of them, and they contradict themselves repeatedly. I should still just believe it and ignore the contradictions. That doesn't make sense to me, JG.
That sounds pretty bad. Yeah. That does sound pretty bad the way you frame it that way. But when you say it's okay to presuppose something you observe, you're falling into the same trap I just pointed out with DZ. You didn't
It's
observe.
better than presupposing something you don't observe at all.
Well, hold on, though. You didn't observe the claim about observing what you presuppose. So how do you account for the claim itself? See, that's where you guys
mean
fall
I
into
didn't
these
observe hold on, explain. I
Yeah.
didn't observe the claim about observing what I presuppose.
Yeah, you said presupposing is wrong in the way you do, but presupposing what you observe, now that's okay. You said something like that. You can
Right,
clean it up
because
for me.
I'm observing something, and so I'm presupposing that is the case, that the things that I'm seeing are true, rather than presupposing elements that are not observable in any fashion whatsoever and going, these are true, and then going,
Gotcha.
yeah, I'm going to build my entire belief system on things that are not demonstrable at all.
Yeah. So I understand, like, you bring that to the table, and it does seem like the way you frame that, the former claim is more sensible. I would agree with that, but what I'm getting at is when you say something like DZ did, like the observation gets you to the truth, or observing or having an observation to the presupposition is okay, as you say. How did you get to the observation of that being true?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the
How did
question?
you get to the observation of the claim itself about observations leading you to truth? What did you observe to call this claim true? The claim itself is not an observed claim. It's an a priori claim.
Which claim about the observation being true?
Yeah, the same thing he did. You did it in a slightly different way.
We're presupposing that we're observing things that are happening in reality.
No, not the claim of the observation being true, the claim of the philosophy that things are truer that are observed. I know it sounds obvious, but the philosophy itself is not something you observed.
They're more justifiable. They're more justifiable when you can present evidence that supports an idea.
Did you observe that?
If you don't have evidence to support ideas, it's not convincing. And I have observed that it's not convincing when you don't have evidence. That's what I've observed.
You're saying you observed it's not convincing when you don't have evidence. You've decided that, but I'm asking you to say outright that it's better or that it's required to have observation of the thing you're claiming. That's not
It's better,
dude.
I'm trying to give you what you want. It is better for convincing it's better if you're trying to convince someone if you have evidence that's convincing. Yes, I'll say that happily.
You didn't observe that philosophy, is my point.
I didn't notice that it was utilitarian and that it works. When I want to convince someone of something, if I have evidence, it's much more meaningful and likely to convince them than if I just go, just believe me because I feel it.
No, I understand you could have an experience in your life which could try to secure the claim. I understand that. I'm saying the claim itself is an a priori philosophy that you're smuggling in that you can't account for. The same thing DZ did earlier. Let's just let it rest.
Say that's in it is in it.
I understand. And if you think I've lied, please tell me, and I'm glad to talk about it.
Okay. So it does talk about actual chattel slavery in Leviticus 25, does it not?
Let me take a look at your passage here and see what you got.
Yep. As for your male and female slaves who you may have from the nations that are around you, from them you may and female slaves. Moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you and their families who are with you, which they beget in your land. They shall become your property. And you may take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them as a possession. They shall be your permanent slaves. Brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another. A person as property forever.
Right. So my definition of chattel slavery had to do explicitly with the right to man steal, which is a named sin in the scriptures.
But that's
so
not,
if that's my
yeah.
if that's my incorrect thing, then forgive me on that. I was not lying. I was misunderstanding.
Chattel is derived from a French word. When we say chattel slavery, we just simply mean owning another human being as property.
Received then. So my response is, what's wrong with slavery?
So again, I'm asking you, do you think slavery was good?
But hold on. What?
Yeah, good. He doesn't want to answer that, so keep him to it.
If you're going to call that up as an opposite, like you're the one who brought slavery onto the table.
I
you're
know
saying
it's
this is
uncomfortable, John. So
see, he's projecting here. I know it's uncomfortable. He knows what's coming from John, and he doesn't know how to answer it. Is what I would say. Let's see.
This is called an internal critique.
For me. I'm saying
I
you're
know.
the one who brought it.
Internal critique. You can challenge the one giving the critique on his epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics, which John is pointing out DZ is barren in the category of ethics.
So you're making a moral claim that there's a problem.
I didn't make a claim.
And I want you to support that.
John,
claim.
I didn't make a claim.
Okay, so do you guys think at this point that DZ, even though he didn't make the claim outright that slavery bad, slavery wrong, slavery moral, is assuming and implying that there's a problem with slavery? Can anybody admit that they see that?
Yes, that socially we have decided that it is not preferable to own other people. Yes,
Yeah,
he is
right.
saying that.
Now, when he's saying I never said that, he's trying to be specific, but we can see that John is trying to say, look, I'm trying to show that there's an implication and assumption in your speech itself that when you point to a Bible or anybody and say slavery wrong, you have to hold a position.
I think I can refine that because I think it's a little bit different.
Slavery is wrong. You have to be able to do that if your interlocutor requests that. And DZ says me no like it. Go ahead, Doug.
Well, it goes on that socially, that publicly slavery is wrong. It doesn't necessarily go for the ones in power.
Different rules for the ruling class.
Yeah, society is for public, but the other class doesn't necessarily is barred from having slaves.
Yeah, I think it's valuable to bring in the idea of income tax slavery in this discussion.
You mean refugees? I mean
refugees. But it can seem like a deviation too. I did that with
No,
with that.
wait. You've mentioned the slavery thing and the wage slave and all that stuff, but like, let's face it, a lot of that is consensual. You just don't like the consequences if you don't play ball.
Well, I'm surprised to hear you say that. I mean, I know that it is like it's hard
Hold
to
on.
argue that.
You should not be surprised to hear me say that the system is fictional.
No, I meant consensual. Like I would imagine you wouldn't.
Right.
let
If
them
it's
walk that off.
fictional, then the only way it exists is that if you consent to it.
Well, that's right. That's a problem because you can fight it and be opposed to it and try to live here and use their currency and fail, right?
So, but you don't like the consequences of not going along with the system. You
Well,
can, when you say fail,
is it more
do you mean
painful
like,
than, yeah.
what does it mean to fail? Do you mean die?
Well, I mean, I was just kind of making a generalization, but yeah, if you don't want to be part of the system and you reject it and you still use it, that's a fail in itself.
You just haul your butt up to the mountains of the Appalachians and you find you a little spot and you live out in the woods and be ready to be a nomad and move along the Appalachians. It's not an easy life, but it's a choice.
Yeah.
You would be no one's slave. You'd be a free man.
Well, not really, though. It's just a matter of somebody in a helicopter locating you and putting a problem in what you're doing and where you're residing, in a piece of land that's claimed by the U.S. corporation, right? So there's problems that can come your way any day, right?
Okay, so we're slaves to those who are in government. We're their slaves because of the impossibility of the contrary.
The impossibility of the contrary? No, I don't think that's right. But I mean, you're right in the sense that there's a consent, but when you get into where the consent is, that's interesting. That's like Larkin Rose, right? In Rule 861.
It's not like Larkin Rose because you legitimately signed into the Driving Act. You legitimately signed into a lot of things. Yeah, there wasn't full disclosure, but there are ways I don't know if you practice sovereign citizen shit, but there are ways that you can go against the government, and it is difficult. But these people do it because they believe in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the best idea is a voluntary community if possible, but I see Waco as the example of that, although they had some extremes that probably led to their demise with weaponry and reproducing with multiple sex partners. People just tend to be envious of that on some level. I don't know.
Koresh did not understand how to deal with the tyrants. He didn't understand. He was just he assumed that God was going to defend him, and he would just be able to just stand on what was right. And that's not
dude.
how
They started shooting at cops pretty early, so they did take up arms, which I think was
the
actually
ATF.
right.
The ATF violated their rights.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Okay.
But then
they weren't shooting at cops. They were shooting at people who lost their qualified immunity once they violated their rights. But they didn't live long enough to really argue it in court, did they?
Right.
Well, you just don't make a stand, with arms. You have to risk going to court, and in order to risk going to court, you have to educate the populace, and there's just a lot that goes on to maintain a semi-free society. All right, but we can still challenge, the color of law acts and stuff. It just costs the individual. And anytime you want to have a stream about, First Amendment auditing and stuff like that, I'm totally down because we would agree on a lot of that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the cleanest way to do it is huge risk in anything going against the feds, obviously. But I think you have to use the First Amendment, the freedom of religion, in order to do it. But even then, it's a huge risk.
Why would you have to use?
Because then you're going to get into your own rule system that the government's conflicting with. That's similar to the Amish, where they're able to do that to a degree. They're able to get, like procedures like homogenized milk. They're able to overcome that.
Okay, so you're talking about color of law agencies and acts, but all you need is Marbury versus Madison.
Oh, Marbury versus Madison. Tell me about that.
Marbury versus Madison is about the supremacy clause in the Constitution, saying that the constitutional rights and all, those are supreme. The laws that are set down in the Constitution and the limitations of the Constitution are supreme. So no law enacted later on that is in repugnancy to those original acts has any standing in law and act as nullities so that you can operate in violation of those acts with impunity. But in order to do it, you have to be able to use the Supreme Court cases and get your case dismissed, because they will not make that easy.
Okay, so if I was trying to say establish like a small community of my own religion, and I said it's my First Amendment right, and it's going to be free of state and federal interference,
You would need private property, because rights come from property.
Okay, so that's a federal guideline, right, within the Constitution?
No, it's just a fact that rights come from property. It's even with your right to life, the property that you're born with is pink and it's shivering, but it's yours. When you're born, that is your property, and your rights begin. There are certain rights attached to that, and then there are more rights when you have more like land and things like that. So,
who's the authority on that though to say that is the case?
It's not when you say it's not an absolute. We have operational procedures set up in our system of government that have checks and balances that your typical citizen are not going to resort to, because they're going to play into the bar system, right? They're going to use attorneys, and they're just going to play the color of law game. But if you invoke Supreme Court cases and you recognize that you have rights that these people have sworn an oath to swiftly protect as a matter of keeping their jobs, then you can force them to do the right thing and dismiss cases against you, which gives you a certain amount of freedom. Like, I'm happy to have this discussion. I'd rather, because I have my own personal situations that I would even invite you in to know more about my current situation where I'm having to defend my rights, but I wouldn't do it on a live stream.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe I could provide some insight if I listen in closely. I mean, stuff I studied a long time ago, but I would like to revisit it because it's always relevant. I just stopped trying to fight it. I couldn't figure out what to do. I'm going to go to jail.
I would love
go to jail
for
rolling my window down or not rolling it down, and then
I would really, really, really love to have a discussion with you about those things, because I think that there's some things that I know that might help you, and there's probably some things that that might help me.
Yeah. You used to listen to Mark Stevens.
I did, and do. I still review a lot of his stuff, but my guy is Carl Miller.
Oh, I don't know him.
Most people don't, man, but like, I swear it's the greatest gift anyone's ever given me, and I try to share it with everybody. If there's one book that I believe that is magic and has true power, it's the Constitution.
Oh, you're saying you think the Constitution is truth, in a sense?
No. I said it has true power. As
True
far
power.
as a book that directs action and can. The way I was talking to Sammy and Housey is that it's basically your defense against the dark arts. Like, if you're talking about a Harry Potter, I don't know if you even know anything about, but defense against the dark arts, because your government is bringing all the dark arts after you, and your defense is silence. It's the Fourth Amendment, it's the Fifth Amendment, it's the Sixth Amendment, and it's knowing what the game is. And so, like, if you really, our founders were geniuses, because the answer is really it's a hard thing, but it's not complicated, and it's just to just shut up, just stop incriminating yourself.
Yeah.
Exercise your rights, and they can scarcely touch you, especially if it's hearsay or something. But if you start talking and you start inviting and you start explaining and justifying, they're going to take everything you say and they're going to nail you to the wall.
Well, that's true. I think when they recognize you're a person of power, though, they start to mess with you in ways like holding you, containing you, so that becomes a problem too. The marginalization of those who are wise to these things. They become an example.
What if I told you that our founders were thinking about that when they put our laws, and they have checks and balances that our government has intentionally tried to avoid addressing, and so it's preferable for them to dismiss cases rather than let them rise up to higher courts to have laws completely nullified.
Yeah, I mean, that would be essentially sort of what Mark Stevens is doing, right, in the traffic courts. He's like, we can make it difficult enough where they're just going to toss it, but if they really want to.
Sure. But Mark Stevens wants to attack jurisdiction and whether the Constitution applies to him. And that's one way to do it. But there's another way, which is to play into the actual system that these. Okay. So the guy that I'm talking about, Carl Miller, was involved in the Jack Kevorkian case. Do you remember Jack Kevorkian?
Kevorkian was he was allowing
the doctor of
death. Yeah,
the doctor of death. He was assisting patients that were terminally ill with euthanizing, and they were consensual, right? They had contracts and everything, so it was completely consensual.
Right.
All right, and so the state of Michigan had him pinned down, and they were giving him hell, and they arrested him, and he was in jail. And then this guy, Carl Miller, and a couple other people who were pro se litigants and quite practiced, offered them the solution called a writ of mandamus in quo warranto, which basically says if they can prove that Jack Kevorkian's rights have been violated under their watch and that they've acted so hastily to deprive him of due process, that under their bond they can have their authority pulled, and it would dissolve effectively the city that was making the claim. And they had it set up to go. And I checked on all this myself. I had Chatbot write up one, for my own case. This is a real writ that goes back, to English law that challenges the authority of someone doing whatever they're doing. So yeah, this guy shows you how to do it, where it came from, shows you how to utilize a specific outline of Supreme Court cases to defend you in cases where you are in the right and you are exercising your rights, and they try to screw you over. But he also shows you how to open up rights that you take for granted. Like I was explaining earlier, like we don't talk about the right to travel much because it's not explicitly written out in the Constitution. But I argue that it is inherently in the First Amendment with the right to assemble. Because if you're going to assemble, there's a thing you got to do to meet at a certain place.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Right. And if you're under these rights allowed to travel freely and unencumbered to exercise the right of assembly, then any sort of license that they've issued, when they convert your right to travel into a license and issue a fee to practice it, well, that's illegal. And there are Supreme Court cases that show that you don't have to obey that. And if they charge you, you can charge them back because they're violating your right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Now, when you said the city dissolves, what do you mean by that?
Would you like me to just find the little piece where he talks about quo warranto and then let him explain what they did with Jack Kevorkian? Because I can do that in the background while you're watching some more of this.
Yeah, we can put this on pause anyway. I think we did.
All right, well, give me just a second because
Did you want to go?
It's up to you whether you want anyone.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
No, I'm just marking this. Let's mark this at the 3:35 mark because this was a pretty good conversation. It's long though. We can come back to it. But as far as going into the other subject, I was just saying if you wanted to make it private, we can. Or you're not talking about getting into personal stuff right now.
No, just the basics of the. I just wanted to show you the writ of mandamus in quo warranto. I've got it up backstage so you can.
Yeah.
Now this a little background. This guy is a Vietnam veteran, and he was part of. He mentions the operation that they were dealing with in Vietnam, where these soldiers voluntarily learned their constitution in order to defend it against communist interference, I guess. He explains this all in the beginning, but this man has been like, he's very important to me, is what I'll say.
All right.
This is what we did to help out Dr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, slap on the subtitles if you could.
I think it's annotated in the side, but yeah, I can do that. Subtitles. Yep. Okay.
Kevorkian. We made sure that his lawyer got this knowledge. We went in there and we dug up a writ of quo warranto. A writ of quo warranto. All right. Now, This doesn't look like much, but let me tell you something. What we're talking about doing here, see, most cities, at least in the state of Michigan, are by Public Act 230 Public Acts or Public Act 287 of Public Acts, and in every one of them there is a rights and powers section. Usually it's recorded at 2.2 or 3.1, and it basically says, and I quote, subject to the Constitution of the United States and the general laws of the state of Michigan, the city of or the township of has rights and powers too. And then it starts listing the rights and powers. Right to have a police department, right to have a fire department, right to have a city hall, right, and it starts listing all these powers. Now, the antithesis to the argument is that if they're not within the Constitution of the United States and the general laws of the state of Michigan, they don't have any rights and powers. Does that make sense to everybody? In other words, they're in violation of their corporate charter, their franchise. They promised they would be within the Constitution of the United States and the general laws of the state of Michigan. Now, a lot of people, they don't understand the power of this argument, so I want to really push this one home. I want you to understand. Whenever these little townships and these little cities and what have you, they start acting like King Farouk and that you don't matter and that they don't got to listen to you, this is what I want you to do. You ask them a pointed question and ask them, are you violating my constitutionally secured civil rights by however you claim they are? Because if you are, you have just waived your right to be the city of. And they'll laugh at you for a little bit, okay? Then you explain to them Public Act 230 of Public Acts, which states the rights and powers section subject to the Constitution of the United States and the general laws of the state of Michigan. You have rights and powers. The antithesis to that argument is if you're not going to be within the Constitution of the United States or the general laws of the state of Michigan and you're going to violate my constitutional rights and trample my rights, what we're going to do here is we're going to go for a writ of mandamus in quo warranto. Well, that's a legal term, fancy legal term. But it is an ancient law that goes way back to England in the ancient times. And basically here is a judgment and a capious action for it, right? You put down here the case. The case came on regularly for trial before the Honorable, and you put the judge's name in there, whatever it is, on a jury trial or non-jury trial, dated such and such. The name appeared as for your counsel, and the name appeared for opposing counsel, right? The court heard the testimony and examined the proofs offered by the parties. The court considered itself fully advised in the premise filed in its findings of fact and conclusions of law, and directed that judgments be entered in accordance with such findings, right? Which means they figured out that they violated your constitutional rights. They didn't have a right to violate your constitutional rights, and in the hearing you showed they violated your constitutional rights, and the judge figured out they violated your constitutional rights. So now, for your prayer for relief, we're going to get this quo warranto. And this is exactly what happened to the Honorable Dr. Kevorkian. You'll notice that he was in jail and they were hammering the tail out of him. The next thing you know, everything got real quiet. Nobody said nothing. And then the next thing you know, they were letting him go and they were minding their business. Now, this is how it happened.
Did he work with
It is
him?
therefore ordered and adjudged and decreed.
Did he work with Kevorkian on that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, Peter.
Well, and what he's going to explain, Peter, is that the cities are never willing to push the cases far enough to have their cities, their power dissolved because of what that would cost and what it would mean. So it is in their best interest to dismiss the case if they have in any way violated someone's rights when they receive this, and it's provable. So they will dismiss the case. That's what he's saying. It's the hardcore defense, but you better have your shit together if you do it.
Right.
1. Defendant corporation, the city of, you put down what name, has violated provisions of the act under which it was created, and also has violated provisions of Public Act 230 of Public Act Section 2.2 Rights and Powers section. In other words, it didn't uphold the Constitution of the United States or the general laws of the state of Michigan. Defendant corporation, the city of, whatever, Pontiac, whatever, accordingly has forfeited its charter and become liable to be dissolved by the abuse of its power. How much money am I talking about here, folks? We'd be in about 9 decimal places plus, wouldn't you, don't you think? Now, do you think they're going to bother some little doctor when they're looking at shutting down a major city? What do you think's going to happen? Everything's going to get quiet and they're going to let the good doctor go. Same thing for you. Now, defendant corp.
Now, this does not apply in every case, so this is something that should be taken in context with all the things that are in this class that he's, teaching about the Constitution.
Right. The thoroughness of this project to get through the court system and all that is to talk about that flippantly is like, yeah, it'll happen for you too. Like, right, that's you gotta know what you're doing. You gotta,
Yeah,
it's
and
a lot of courage.
he's definitely saying it about the situation. If it were, and this goes into the right to work. This was part of the things that they listed for Kevorkian, for him to enjoy his time in life in the way that he sees fit, as long as he's not violating anyone else's rights. And since this is all consensual, these people have basically come to him seeking this service. And it, as a doctor, it is in their best interest to not suffer, because there is no, it's terminal. You know what I'm saying? So as part of what he considered the Hippocratic Oath, what he was doing, he felt like he was following it within his rights.
Yeah, one problem you can come into play is similar to Waco, is if you have someone who's suggesting that he didn't do what he's claiming to do and makes a case against him, that would really complicate it. Like somebody saying that he killed their relative who didn't actually consent, stuff like that could really trip up this operation, whether it's true or not.
It does, and it did, unless you have contracts. If they have written and signed the contract of their own free will, notarized, all that, it's legal. You might have family that are going to say, on religious reasons, this is wrong. This guy's, sending this person to the nether regions for suicide or whatever. But, in the end, the choice is the property, the body belongs to the individual that has consented to being euthanized.
Yeah, I suppose it could also be argued in cases where they sort of lean towards Alzheimer's and dementia, that the person isn't in their right mind, but that's where I guess when a power of attorney would come into play and all that.
It's an allegation that would require some sort of evidence. They could say that.
Yeah.
But with someone's in a terminal situation, at a certain point, the doctors give them morphine and put them down themselves.
Right. I'm thinking of Waco. Part of their entry in was somebody who was displeased, or a former Davidian, who said that somebody's being raped. So they felt that gave them the green light to force their way in there. They got to save a girl, but they end up killing a bunch of girls.
Color of law. It was based on hearsay. They did a lot of things wrong. And tyranny is one of those things. There's no way, like Ruby Ridge and some of this other stuff, there's no way that you're going to avoid some acts of government tyranny, but you can't let them walk away scot-free, and you got to hold them to it. And you got to, a lot of stuff with Waco, again, it's because there's information going to them that they're able to use. People are doing testimonies about things that need to be, understanding what police powers are at that point, and knowing how to deal with them, which he goes into thoroughly, because police powers are defined to not be repugnant to the laws of the federal Constitution. So a lot of these whenever we go off air, I can give you some real world examples, but from my own life. But anyway, do you want to hear any more about the writ of mandamus and how that turned out?
Yeah, I was going to ask if there was a monetary suit that Kevorkian won as well.
Oh, because of his, I think he was just relieved to not go to jail for the rest of his life. I'm pretty happy that, I think they probably dealt with, 8 court costs and some sort of compensation, but I don't think he countersued very hard.
Yeah.
Because at the time period, you didn't want to be in front of a jury any more than necessary. You almost need an educated jury to deal with this one, because you could get a whole bunch of people that'll go, yeah, no, that's murder.
I think that's what Larkin Rose was depending on with Rule 861. He's like, well, there's got to be a jury who will at least understand and be reasonable, which didn't work in his favor, unfortunately.
If there was an educated jury, yes, but most people don't even have any idea about jury nullification or any of that stuff. So, and this is one of those guys who breaks down all of that. As he inspired me to get the little pocket Constitution. I'd already sworn an oath to it, but didn't understand it. It was just one of the things I did for a job. I was taking it seriously, except for I wasn't bothering to really understand. Like I felt like I was fully devoted to the Constitution without really knowing what it was.
Yeah, I think you're landing yourself in some sort of nationalist category, wouldn't you say? By the way you adhere to the Constitution.
nationalist.
Not a Christian nationalist. That's popular version.
No. I'm thinking about that because
Yeah.
like I definitely don't love my government as it is currently. I love the design and the principles behind the freedoms in the Constitution and capitalism. I definitely like the Western culture in the nation, but there's, the nation as it is, I don't want it to continue on the way that it is now, because we're nothing like what we were intended. And you can see the intent in the Federalist Papers, what our founders had envisioned for us and what we've actually become.
Yeah, it's not that you have faith in the individual founders as much as you look at it and say they were brilliant in their idea. They had prepared for the tyranny we're experiencing now, but few can understand these long documents.
Yes. It's the perspective that they have freshly coming out of tyranny and being the rebels and the treasonous ones, because they felt it was their responsibility and duty to overthrow tyrannical rule, coming through all of that and then trying to find a way to govern a bunch of people who had never even dreamt of their own personal freedom before and how to manage themselves without a monarchy or something. They just went to the bare principles at first of what does it mean to be free in this land, because we want to be kings, but we also don't want to be subject to chaos because everyone is right when you're a king. So how do we give people maximum freedom, but still have the system in place to defend individual liberties and, but they couldn't defend it against ignorance.
Yeah.
That's why I love this. That's why, everyone in this room except for you right now has been forced, because of my obsession with this, to watch at least part of this guy's stuff. So know this about me. This is my Greg Bonson, man.
Yeah, this is a little bit dated. What year is this video?
95, I think.
Wow, so he's not around anymore.
No, he didn't pass away that long ago. It was only let's see, was it 2019 or something like that, I believe.
Well, he looks maybe about 60, so he made it about to 90.
Yeah, and he'd been to jail before, getting too confident, making some statements to I think it was the ATF. Yes, he did. And actually he shows you the paperwork that he constructed while in jail for running his stupid mouth and letting them twist all his words around. He learned a lesson, but he'd already been in enough court cases that he memorized how the paperwork worked. He knew his argument. And yes, he talks about that case and a few others and shows you the actual paperwork. And he talks about an awesome case that happened where a judge, out of frustration and without thinking, ruled that the value of the US dollar is the equivalent to a coffee bean. And a man was able to pay his debt to it's not Waldorf's, but it's something like that. It's some department store from back in the day, but he was able to pay them off in coffee beans measured out, and it was a fantastic ruling.
That reminds me of the ruling maybe in the 80s where this car dealership was saying you can take your car now for 7,000 bananas, and someone actually showed up with bananas and they won the case. that would be awesome to buy.
Like this guy gives some great examples and some arguments that he's used because I see what Peter in the side chat.
He doesn't. He
knows absolutely nothing about this guy. This guy's a fucking war veteran. He shows you all his patches and all that shit. He talks about his time. Well, I don't want to ruin it for you because it's actually some of the more interesting stories.
Peter doesn't like conspiracy or anti-law.
He's a statist. He's a statist. I've seen it over
unfortunately, and over. I don't know how he would argue that he's not. But
no, I've heard him. He's basically, he doesn't want to admit that the state is an idol, but I mean, it is. What's up, Hillary's?
Oh yeah.
That's another fellow that knows this constitutional stuff pretty damn well.
Yeah. Did this guy have any monetary wins?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes. And no, it's really an interesting thing. I'm gonna go ahead and find you the annotated version that I use. This was just this quick clip of it, and yeah, and then I'll just put it in your side chat and you can check it out. Okay. Are you muted or did I lose sound?
No, I'm here. I was just thinking about what I wanted to do. It's kind of late, but we can go private for a while if you want, or not tonight. It's fine.
I mean, oh shit. I'm sorry, I got something going on. I had that tab playing in the background suddenly for no reason. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk with you off air for a few minutes if you could stay awake long enough.
That's cool. All right, well, we'll just end it here. So thanks for all those listening, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, wait, do you want to post the link to this if anyone out there watches this later and wants to see the video?
Yeah.
It's in the private chat, so you can put it in your... in case there's any patriots left, because Peter's definitely not one. And I'll argue that anytime with you, Pete.
Well,
let me provoke him. Come on, man. He's been giving
he's
me
been
shit
away
in the
for a
side
long
chat.
time, dude. You know what I mean? He just
I don't know what
appeared
that
recently. He hadn't been around for like maybe even 6 months.
Right. I don't need to know about that, I guess. It's not my business.
Well, he's not a fighter. He's a lover. All right.
Oh, so you got somebody pregnant and he's having to take care of a new kid. Congratulations, Peter. Is it a boy?
He's busy.
Yeah, I just ran with that. Yeah.
All right. Good night to those out there.